Hello. Welcome. Can you hear me? Good. I think we're in. I think we're chilling. Just move this up a little. And there we are. What's going on? What's going on? Hello, and welcome. Hello and welcome. How's everybody doing? Morning? Well, I guess it's all different times for all kinds of people. How's your week been? It was actually like relatively chill. It was pretty chill. It was pretty chill. I was planning on getting a video out on Tuesday, but I really only had like one thing that like caught my interest that I wanted to talk about, and I wasn't really ready to talk about it. So I don't rush myself when it comes to videos because I don't want to like just throw something out there just to have something out there. I'd rather actually put like a pretty decent amount of thought into it to make sure that I kind of have all my ideas together and, try to figure out a way to be able to make sure that I'm talking about something in a way that I, get the point across that I'm trying to get across or whatever it might be. Noah, thank you for the $50. Jesus Christ, brother. Holy shit. Thank you for your generosity. That's a lot, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate it, man. Blake, thank you for the 2. You see the new Metro Deep Dive, dark as fuck. I've never played a Metro game. If there's a trailer though, I like watching trailers, so maybe we'll actually look at that. Metro. I'll throw it on the list. Metro reveal trailer. Is that what it is? That's all I'm seeing. It's like 6 minutes, which probably sounds about right. Yeah, we can snag that. We can snag that. Metro 2033 and Last Light are linear atmospheric shooters. I might have to actually play some of them. I don't know. We'll see. Have you played Retro Rewind? Hands down a good game. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Black Flag release date in July. You know what the funny thing is? I'm almost going to guarantee you that game is probably going to do fine. I think that Ubisoft's I think Ubisoft is likely going to be, they're going to be just fine when it comes to that game. As long as they don't change anything like crazy or they don't try to redo anything, like as long as they just go and they just make Black Flag over again, but just update it and, make it play a little better, then it's going to be, it'll be fine. You're going to talk about Windrose? Yeah, we can talk about it a little bit. I've played a little bit. I don't know how many hours I put into it. I put a handful of hours into it. I played it for a couple of days. Literally, I put 4 hours in. Yeah, I think I got to like Tortuga, and then did a couple of other things, like a couple other quests, and then I kind of just put it down for a little bit because there's other stuff that I wanted to play as well. You're right. Ubisoft never snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. You say that ironically, but I kind of don't think that they have. Like, everything that they've put out, at least for the last, like, couple of years, none of this stuff has been really anything that I would say was an actual, like, guaranteed success, right? Like, X-Defiant was not a guaranteed success. The only thing that I've ever seen them, like, really that was a guaranteed success that they then fumbled afterwards is probably the Division 2, right? Because, like, Division 2 did pretty solid in sales, and then they just stopped supporting it and went on to go make X-Defiant instead. Assassin's Creed Shadows, that game was definitely not snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, because that game was kind of cooked from, like, the minute that we were shown it. Everybody was not really digging the It's so crazy to me that maybe I guess you probably could put that into that bucket, just because the fact that like everybody wanted to play an Assassin's Creed game in Japan. Everybody wanted to play an Assassin's Creed game in Japan. And then they just completely just whiffed on the shot by going with Yasuke, and I'll say it and I'll double down, I'll triple down on it. If they would have just kept it as Nawe and she would have been the main character, I don't think that there would have been even close to as many complaints. If Yasuke was just like a supporting character but wasn't even like playable, he was just a supporting cast member or something like that, I think that the vast majority of people would have been fine with it. They've been cool. But the problem is that they made Yasuke the main protagonist of a game in Japan, and that just kind of, people just weren't down with it. People were not down with it. Merc Doctor, thank you for the 20 Canadian. Appreciate that. Hogman is real. New album is great. Cheers, LD. I'm actually going to see Bill Murray in a couple days, actually. Really excited. New album is really good, by the way. It's very good. Very, very good. Was not a fan of playing two characters at the same time, so I didn't buy it. I don't really mind that kind of stuff too often. I guess it just kind of depends on the game. I think some games do it really well. Other games do it really badly. The funny thing is that I actually think that by doing it so badly, Crimson Desert does it well. Right? By doing it badly, Crimson Desert does it well. And what I mean by that is that you really only have the points to be able to invest in like a single character, and it's really going to be a serious grind for you to be able to play as the other two playable characters. So it kind of just turns into more of an option of like, who do I actually want to play as and invest in the most? Which actually they still kind of fucked that up too, because you can't really even play the other characters until far later into the game. I mean, you can't even play I always forget her name. Damian, or something like that. Whatever her name is, Damien. Yeah, you can't play. The reason why I don't remember her name is because you never fucking see her. You see her like at the beginning of the game for like 5 seconds, and they're like, "Hey, you could play as this character." Just kidding. You progress the quest even just slightly, she's now off in another country. Wait until you get to the end of the game before you can play her. Yeah, that one time at camp. There's one time that you meet her at camp, and then you go and you see her in the middle of town, and then she goes off on her own adventure, and then that's it. You just don't really get to do anything with that. It's not a good look when there's a massive surge of foreign scammers in Japan too. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what the context of that is. Chapter 6, she sets off and you can't play her until Chapter 8. Yeah, but when do you meet her? I think you don't meet her until like Chapter 5. Either Chapter 5 or 4. So like, again, you get a very limited amount of time to be able to play as her. And then you can only really play as her from basically, I guess the latter half of the game. Or the last quarter of the game. Because isn't it 14 chapters? 12 chapters? Something like that. Didn't Marathon just add in a reason to be friendly so it's not all kill on sight anymore? I have not kept up on Marathon's situation outside of looking at its player counts and wondering what they're going to do. Because, like, brother. Oh, brother. That is, you're not far off from a failed game. Yeah, I mean, like, it is. I mean, at least for the money that they spent on it, this is for the money that they spent on this is a failed game. This is a failed live service game. I want people to keep in mind that this is 70% of their total audience. 70% of the purchases came from Steam. So, that's not good. And apparently, like, barely anybody at all played it on Xbox or even bought it on Xbox. So it's literally like PlayStation and then PC, and then it's PC mostly being the one to help support Sony with their live service game. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny that the one platform that Sony is pulling away from is the same platform that even gave Marathon a chance. What if they would have made this console exclusive like they planned to? Think about how that would have turned out. That's why I keep saying, like, this whole plan that they have, both of them. I've been seeing this recently with, look at this real quick. Let me see if I can find anything on this real fast. So I've seen recently that a lot of people have been talking about Xbox going back to doing exclusives. And there's been a lot of conversation around it. I don't know if there's anything in here. Maybe. Oh my God, that's so crazy too. Man, there's been so much stuff that's happened this week. We got a lot to talk about. Oh boy. Oh man, we're going like way down in this shit. Good Lord, look at that. Look, you know what? I'm gonna give a shout out real quick to Paul Tossi. Paul Tossi, I just want to let you know he posted this right here. He says he's reached the true end game of Crimson Desert, which is Damien fashion because you have 0 skill points. Seeing this man post something like this, I would like to welcome him, at least on a probational period, back into gamer society. This is a gamer post right here. This is a gamer perspective. You know, I think you've been on the fence for years, and it looks like you might be starting to pick a side. And, you know, I just want to let you know, I respect it. I really do. I really do. Welcome back to reality, Paul. True. And by the way, he picked one of the best looking outfits for her too. So good on him. Good on him. This is bullshit. I'm gonna take that off. Fable internally reviewed. This is not worth anything. Epic employee confirmed that EG Epic Game Store's free games go back on Steam. This is no fucking shit. No shit. Oh man, we gotta hit it. We gotta hit it. Come on, baby. Where's it at? Oh my God. Oh my. There's been so much. What is it? How many days has it been? It's been a week, right? It's been a week since we've streamed. Okay. So I don't have it. So we need to find it instead. Asha Sharma. Yeah. So I saw this. The Verge Xbox The Verge says Xbox chief Asha Sharma says that Game Pass has become too expensive for players in an internal memo to employees. Short term. I'm going to say that one more time. Short term. Game Pass has become too expensive for players. So we need a better value equation. Long term, we will evolve Game Pass into a more flexible system, which will take time to test and learn around. What this actually reads as, and for whatever reason, I've seen a lot of people being like really positive about this. Oh, she's listening to the players. No, how do you guys not understand how to read corporate parcel tongue? What this says here is short term and long term. And when you hear somebody say that, what they're saying is, we boiled the frog too fast, and it jumped out of the pot. It's not that it's too expensive, or we don't want to charge that much money, or that we shouldn't charge that much money. No, instead, it's we charge too fast, too much. And we scared off the players. That's what this is. And if you listen to the very explicit language they're using here, short term, it's become too expensive for players, so we need to figure out a better value equation. So she's saying, we lost people immediately. We need to drop the price back down so people come back in because we need those subscribers in the door. Long term, we need to figure out a way to be able to charge more later, or charge more in a way that's going to make them not immediately cancel the subscription service and start running away. What this likely means is, they're going to probably start charging for features. They're probably going to start charging for quality. They're probably going to start charging more depending on what games are going to be in whatever, they're going to have more separation between what games you can access at what tiers of Game Pass. That's what that's what the plan is. And I know that's the plan, by the way. Because look at this. Amazon is removing 4K streaming from Amazon is removing 4K streaming from Prime Video starting today. It's now locked behind an ad-free tier. The ad-free tier has also increased from $3 to $5 a month. Netflix raises prices, Disney Plus raises prices, HBO Max raises prices, Amazon just removed 4K from the standard plan, YouTube Premium is now $15.99 a month, Family Plan hit $26.99 a month, average American spends $828 a year on streaming. I have no idea why anybody thinks that video game subscription services are going to be any different, if not that much more expensive and that much more predatory than what we see with movies and television. It is the exact same game plan. And anybody that plays into this, and guys, I understand that times are tough, and I understand that money can be tight, and I understand that people still want to have access to games, but I'm telling you right now, by supporting these video game subscription services, you are creating a darker and darker future, not only for yourself, but for future generations of players. Do not support these things. Let these companies sink into fucking obscurity. They'll turn it into cable TV. It's already more than cable TV for a lot of people. I think our old cable TV bill, even with a few extra channels, is probably $150 a month back when I lived at home, years ago, right? And now, if you're looking around, you got people that are you want to watch sports, that's ESPN Plus. That's going to be $20 some odd a month. You want HBO, that's another $15 a month. You want YouTube Premium, that's another $15 a month. You want Netflix, that's probably another $20 a month. You want HBO Max, you want Amazon, you want all these other things, and they all just start adding up. And the next thing that you know, all of a sudden, you are paying far more than you ever did for cable TV for this. And now if we go and we actually add on top of this for the video game players, we add on the console expenses, the fact that these people are somehow still in 2026 paying to access the internet on their console. This is the reason why they keep increasing the prices. This is the reason why they keep switching out and moving features and separating features and creating other tiers and things like that, because they already got you once and they've still been getting you this entire time, and not a single person pushed back against it. Not a single person. They just lapped it up. I'm just going to go ahead and play for my PlayStation Online, even though I'm already paying for my internet. I'm going to go ahead and pay for my Xbox Live, even though I'm already paying for my internet. It's so bad. It's so bad. And this is only going to get worse. Now, this isn't the only thing that I was looking for. The other thing that I was looking for is... that's from March. That's February. This is from March. There was some recent posts that I had missed, and I guess I didn't save it. But essentially, there has been more conversation with some insiders over at Xbox, people that have already, I guess, been talking to Microsoft about the Helix, whatever their next project is for their console. And one of the conversations that they've been having is talking about bringing back exclusives for Xbox. Exclusive games for Xbox. This is something that we're already seeing have happened with PlayStation, because PlayStation already announced recently saying that they're going to be pulling their games away from PC, or at least they didn't announce it publicly yet. It was something that was leaked by Jason Schreier, but as much as I hate to admit it, more times than not, that guy usually is a pretty reliable in-source for insider leaks. And it is going to be so bad for these guys. While I understand their need to be able to push hardware, otherwise it makes them relatively meaningless as a company that's pushing hardware. The bigger problem is that most of these companies have destroyed their reputations to the point that not a lot of people are going to be all that interested in trying to go out and buy an entirely different piece of hardware just to be able to play a game. The one thing that I will say will be moving consoles for them for sure is going to be Grand Theft Auto 6. Regardless if that game is good or bad, people are still going to line up out the door to be able to get access to it. People are going to be playing that game. That's just written in stone. That's just the way it is. That's just how that's going to happen. Okay? That's how that's going to happen. But what does the exclusivity matter if the games themselves are absolute garbage? And that's largely what we've seen from both publishers. But I'm just going to say it how it is. I mean, I will say that out of the two of them, PlayStation has far better exclusives or has far better first-party titles than Xbox has by a long mile. But they're still not very far off the same shore. I miss the old Halo days, man. This shit is depressing. For Xbox, it's a rough spot to be in, man. It's a really rough spot to be in. What is up with these Xbox guys constantly wanting to use, like, AI? These guys are the ones that use the most, like, AI imagery. Like, AI generated. Like, who is this supposed to be? Who is this? What happened to the dude? Who are any of these people? Like, I guess that's kind of Master Chief. I took a second, like, at first, you don't notice it until you look closer, and you're like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on here? Why are they all fat? Well, that's part of Xbox's initiative. That's part of Xbox's initiative. I'm probably not going to buy a console ever again. I will, but that's more like, I have no need to anymore. Like, I'll never need to buy an Xbox again, right? I'm never going to, like, one, I don't need their games, and two, their games are going to be on PC regardless of whatever happens. Even if they go back to having console exclusive, their stuff is still immediately on PC because that's honestly their primary platform at this time. But a PlayStation, like, it's part of the gig, man. Like, I have to have access to like, I gotta see, even though I was staunchly against Nintendo for increasing their prices and stuff like that to be able to review games, I still got a Nintendo Switch 2, right? So it's just part of the grind. GameCube, I'm definitely getting that for sure. Definitely getting that for sure. I think I missed a super chat. Hold on, let me check real quick. Blake Rogers with the 5. Do you think Assassin's Creed Shadows would be hyped up if Ghost of Tsushima never came out? I feel like it made AC redundant. I do think that to some degree, Ghost of Tsushima kind of took the torch from Assassin's Creed because it is just a much more refined experience from what you're looking for from an Assassin's Creed, right? And yeah, I do think it kind of like diminishes any returns on Assassin's Creed, or especially on just whatever their reputation is, because they're going to constantly be compared to one another. Yeah, I could see that happening for sure. You're addicted to Pepsi Cola? Cool. The thing is, Ghost of Tsushima was a PlayStation exclusive for a long time. It was for a very long time. All right, let's see here. Dude, I saw this. GamerRant posted after tens of thousands of votes, these are the 10 best video games of all time, according to GamerRant's readers. You can influence the rankings by letting us know which game is better in the link. I'm not going to follow your link. So here's the GamerRant 10 best games ever made, according to you, but filtered out by us. Number 1, Red Dead Redemption 2. It's on the... I'm not going to deny it's on the list. I don't think that I could actually do like a top 10 and actually like give games a ranking, but I could at least say like whether or not I think they would belong in the top 10 in some way. Are you Indian? No, actually, yes. Yes, I'm Indian and Jewish. And I'm trying to think of like anything else. There's Indian, Jewish, and I don't know, something else. We'll throw something else in there maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Eskimo, yes. Somali, yes. Yes. I'm Indian, Jewish, Somali, and Mexican. Oh, man. Party mix. Yeah. Add Asian in the flavor. No, they're coming up. No. I'm trying to be an underdog right now. I'm trying to be an underdog. That's what it is. Konnichiwa. Half angel too. Yes, also half angel. Yes. And half devil. And also part werewolf. All right. GamerRant 10 top 10 best games of all time. According to you, Red Dead Redemption 2, I would probably say, I mean, like, at least from a storytelling standpoint, and also just from, like, I mean, this game, like, here's the thing. So I understand why people are going to be like, oh, no, it doesn't even belong on the list. I'm going to make an argument for it actually being on the list, okay? And the argument for it being on the list is the fact that, like, still to this day, this is one of the prettiest games I think that we have ever seen. So, just from a technology standpoint, this game has, like, held on and stood the test of time. And I still don't think a lot of games have been able to get close to it. Storytelling, voice acting, all that stuff was really good. I think that, like, overall, it was a good game through and through. I could see it. I could see the arguments for it being on there. But, yeah, all time, like, that's the thing. Top 10 best games ever made. And, you know, one of the things that I'm noticing very quickly here, actually, yes, one of the things I'm noticing very quickly here, and somebody brings it up, this is a Zoomer tier list. So, which is so true. Because, I mean, like, the Elder Scrolls Skyrim, best game of all time. Best game, and they're all Western games. Elden Ring's on here. Or is Japan the West now? I don't know. I don't know how that works. I have no idea how that works. No, Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, true. So, the one thing that I was going to bring up though is that, like, look at this list, and I don't think anything on here has been made after the year 2000. Like, this is basically all 2018 or 2015 and forward. So, like, nothing prior to the PlayStation 3 is even on this list. Like, they just don't exist. That has to be what it is. TikTok tier list. I think that's what this is. And now the funny thing is, you see on here, it says Metal Gear Solid, right? One thing that I have noticed is that there is a growing amount of people that are just complete posers when it comes to, like, favorite video game franchises. And Metal Gear Solid is the one that is always the most commonly just slid into the conversation when they likely have never played a single one of them. Because it makes them look edgy, it makes them look cultured, it makes them look, I don't know, it makes them look like they're not just a filthy casual when in all reality, that's exactly what a lot of these people are. No shot Metal Gear Solid made this list. Like, but I'm not going to say that Metal Gear Solid's not one of the best games. In my book, yes, Metal Gear Solid Sons of Liberty is one of the best games ever made. That shit was peak cinema. It was insane. That game blew my mind. It blew my mind. And it also, I think, probably shaped the way that I saw the world after playing that game. Mario 64, Super Mario 64. Super Mario 64 was a massive leap forward in visual technology for video games. I would, yeah, I mean, like, but now we're talking about, like, are we talking, like, what are the best games ever made? Are the best games ever made supposed to be the most fun game? Like, this is why I don't like these tier lists, man. Is it supposed to be the best games ever made? Is it supposed to be the most fun games ever made? Is it supposed to be the most impactful games ever made? Because there's a lot of games that you would probably qualify as some of the most impactful games that change the face of the industry that also wouldn't necessarily be the best games ever made. Right? Like Tetris. Like, so again, that's an impact, like one of the most impactful games ever made. Tetris is largely one of the games that's the most responsible for popularizing the hobby. Minecraft, Mario 1, Tetra, Final Fantasy 7, Forza. Yeah, like there's a ton of games that are just not on this list. That by the end, here's the thing: this is a tier list of great games, of just like absolutely incredible games. Cyberpunk 2077 is one of the top games of all time. I don't know about that. I love Cyberpunk. I love that game. Okay. I had an absolutely fantastic time playing it. I really enjoyed the narrative. I love the side quests. Some of the side quests were so good. That one where you had the one dude that like thought he was Jesus Christ or whatever, that one was just chef's kiss. But man, that game was dog shit when it came out. And it took them years before they could ever fix it. I'm definitely not going to be putting that kind of game up there because that kind of sets a bad precedent to begin with. No Counter-Strike? Yeah, I almost feel like a list like this should probably just be like one, like almost included, instead of it just being like, here are all these games across the entire industry and they're just thrown onto one list. I almost feel like each position, the best way to be able to do something like this, and this is probably far too complicated than it needs to be, but what you would do is you pick the best from every single genre, or at least the most relevant genres, and then you would rank those games by order. Batman, yeah, that one throws me... Like, don't get me wrong, Arkham City's a really good game. This shit is fire. Like, that game was really good. But, one of the best of all time? Come on, man. Come on. Love me some Batman? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, man. It's always weird when I see stuff like this because none of it makes any sense to me. By the way, gamers will cry about critics, but every single time the power is handed to the gamers, they absolutely embarrass themselves 100% of the time, every single time. This list is an absolute insult to the medium. I actually kind of have to agree with this. Again, this is not saying that these are bad games. But I'm not going to say that these are the best. Like, even like you guys already know that I'm like the massive fan of Resident Evil. There's not a single Resident Evil game that belongs on this list. Dog shit take? No, it's not a dog shit take. They're absolutely right. You want to know why they're right? What was the Player's Choice Award for Game of the Year last year? It was not Expedition 33. It was Wuthering Waves. It was a gacha game. It was rigged because people thought that if the game got nominated, they'd likely get free polls. Wuthering Waves. Don't you guys remember? Wuthering Waves. Dude, still to this day cannot pronounce it right. Gamers, we don't hate gamers enough. Hey, that's kind of the best part. We have to be able to hate ourselves and hate everything at the same time. We're just filled with hate. Gotta let it out. There's nothing wrong with it. By the way, this doesn't excuse critics, okay? This doesn't excuse critics. This doesn't go, oh, the gamers are worse than critics. No, the critics are just as bad as gamers. Thanks to superb gunplay and compelling story. I wanted to actually check this out. Dead Zone Rogue. I'll have to like look at that later or something like that. Sometimes I just throw games on here that I'm like wanting to check out at one point in time. Hey, Wuwa is pretty good. I know there's been like 2 or 3 people that have been in the community Discord that are constantly like, LD, will you try it? LD, will you try it? Brother, I already have like 30 plus hours or more into Wuthering Waves. Like, I've played a decent amount of it. Like I just, the problem is that I am not good. I've said this a million times, and people for whatever reason, okay, I have 43 hours in Wuthering Waves. And I actually have a really good team, like a really, really good team in the game. I just haven't gone back to play it. I have like the sun and the moon chick, and like I have a really good party dynamic that'll like do a shitload of damage and whatnot. That's super meta. But I'm really bad with live service games, and I'm really bad with gacha games. Especially when there's other shit to play. Former Epic employees confirmed that the people only use Epic Game Store for free games and go back to Steam. So this is from that same article that I had read during the video that I put out today. And they said users would frequently log into the store for free game promotions before bouncing back to Steam, said 2 former employees with knowledge of store operations. Epic said it's reinvesting in improving the tools, or improving the store and look going forward when it launches across all platforms. It's Gabe, man. This I love. 10 years have passed. Epic Games still doesn't have user ratings, game rankings, search, community, games. It still doesn't have user ratings. It still just has a star system. How many stars do you give it? Which tells you nothing. Smelly, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Game rankings. I'm not really too sure exactly what that's for. Oh, probably like a ranking list so you can see exactly whatever, you know, like what's the top seller for the week or whatever. Search. Does it really not have search? I can't believe I'm launching this right now. It has a search. It's right there at the top. But it doesn't have user ratings. It doesn't have user reviews. It doesn't have a community tab. It doesn't have any of the like community-based features or just general like customer support stuff, right? Like just things that make it a better environment for the customer. But I think that's just largely because of the fact that like their priorities are not on the customer. Their priorities are trying to do whatever they can to attract developers first. So, GG, cool, you got a bunch of developers that are releasing games on your platform. Cool, you got a bunch of developers that are, you know, that are taking your money and doing exclusive games on the platform. But you're not doing anything beyond just giving away free games to be able to attract players into your ecosystem. No, instead, what your plan is, and like this is probably the one thing that I'll say that probably causes the most damage to the Epic Game Store, is it's actually, like, not only is it a dog shit service, like, we'll just get that out of the way. I actively do not want to support it because of the fact that they do exclusives. I see that as such a, like, underhanded and, like super unnecessary thing to do for a PC game store. It makes no sense. It's completely antithetical to like how people play video games on a PC. It's really scummy. It's very scummy. It really is. Especially because it's so transparent why you're doing it. You're doing it because you want to trap me in your ecosystem. You're doing it because you want to bring me into your store in hopes that I buy something else. This is not to my benefit. None of it. Them making games exclusive to Epic Game Store is of no benefit whatsoever to the customer. You get nothing from it. I don't like supporting a platform that wants to have a bunch of stuff that doesn't benefit the that doesn't benefit the customer. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's a fixed market too, unlike Steam. Yeah. Plus, the other thing is too, I also just don't like to pay incompetence. I'm just going to say it straight out. I don't like to pay companies that I think are run by a bunch of fucking idiots. I don't want to support that because it's like supporting bad behavior. And when I look at a company like them, and it's like, you guys don't even, how are you going to try to come out here and constantly talk to the media and the government and whoever else you can possibly get to listen to you about how terrible Steam is as a platform and how terrible Gabe Newell is as a CEO and how you guys are trying to set things straight by competing with them in the same marketplace, but you guys can't even provide even the most base level of features that you know are the reasons why people use Steam. You can't even compete with them on a storefront, at a cash register. Why would I want to support you? I ain't giving you a dime. Not a damn thing. If Steam dies, I'll go to GOG, not Epic. I think that's probably true for the vast majority of players. Actually, if Steam dies, I'm just going to pirate. Because the best customer service is me. The best customer service is me. Okay, yeah, this is that was bullshit. We took that one off the list. The Fable stuff doesn't matter. Bro. Oh my God. How did I not know this was a thing? High-speed movement, X-close range combat and combos with extremely high design difficulty. The fundamental issue is relative positions keeping adrift apart due to handling. Anyway, that's not the point that I'm trying to get to. The point that I'm trying to get to is this is a motherfucking Zoids game in 2026. And this looks raw. This is Zoids in 2026. And not only is it Zoids, it looks like it's going to be sick. Like, I'm really interested to see how the combat for this turns out. Is this Zoids? Yes. Yes. I was like, it was really funny because I saw this at first. And I was like, oh, okay, what is this? And I'm like, I've seen it's translated from Japanese. And I'm like, by the way, the Liger in the video is moving, 70 kilometers an hour. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is fucking Zoids. Fan project? I don't think so. Oh yeah, it's a personal UE5 learning project. Why'd you have to destroy my dreams like that? Then again, at the same time, I'd have to probably bet that if somebody could put together, even if it's a fan-made or like self-made project, what the fuck is Zoids? Do you want to get banned? They're too young to know about Zoids. Yeah, it's probably true. I feel bad. Never mind. I don't want to get rid of my only under 25 viewer. Zoids are effectively, it's Gundam but animal. That's what it is. It's Gundams but animals. Where like the pilots are like taking part in like these massive battles and stuff like that versus like others and stuff. It's really cool stuff. It's the show was really, I mean, I fucking loved it. What's a Gundam? Believable. Dude, I'm gonna tell you what. I'm not really one of these like streamer drama like people or anything like that. So Disguised Toast deleted his tweet about Sykkuno and his friends. I get what Sykkuno did was fucked up and why people are dogging on him, but watching his friends that have been close to him for all these years use him for their own gain when he was popular, now run to throw him under the bus for a few quick likes is why people say streamers are fake as fuck. No, it's not why people say streamers are fake as fuck. It's because streamers are fake as fuck. Like, brother. Like, the whole thing is an act. Not a single, it's all, like, 90% of them, when they talk, it's all performative moralism in one way or another. They're shifting issues every 5 seconds. Look at people like Pokemon. Like, come on, man. And a lot of these people are all a part of the exact same tribe. What you're watching is effectively reality TV, where none of those people are actually real. They don't act like that. They're all actors. They're paid actors in a lot of cases, right? And the funny thing is that like the same is true for basically anybody that is a content creator on the internet. Do you think that I talk like this in real life? Do you even think this is my real voice? Because, actually, that's not what I sound like. But I'm glad you believe me. I couldn't do it without you, chat. So there is some, like, I think that, like, no matter who you are, if you're a content creator, there is some level of acting up. There's some level of acting up. There's no, like, is this how I act in real life? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. But, like, I'm definitely going to be a lot more high energy. I'm definitely going to be a little bit more exaggerated, right? Like, I'm going to definitely choose my words a little bit more carefully and try to sound maybe a little smarter than what I actually am, right? Like, you're going to try to present yourself in a way that makes yourself a little bit more entertaining and a bit more palatable. But I think there's varying degrees depending on what you do and who you are and what you're trying, what kind of content you're trying to make. But you have to? Yes, because you're entertaining people. Because you're entertaining people. I mean, like, my rest, like otherwise would be nothing but just resting bitch face and me just being like, huh, isn't this funny? It's crazy. A lot of exhale, nose exhales when I see things. That's what it would be. You're pulling a pirate software on us with that voice. Yeah. Chet, I hit my second puberty, but I think I'm starting to go through my third. Oh my god! I cannot believe that the best part about Bethesda is that no matter how long their games are out, you always get to relive their lows multiple times because they can't help but constantly re-release the same games. It's so good. It's so good. Starfield's PlayStation 5 launch is facing major backlash as players want refunds and are reporting widespread crashes, freezes, and save issues that are making the game nearly unplayable. Across both PlayStation 5 and PlayStation Pro, users say that the game is crashing during basic actions like landing on planets, exploring, and even loading save files. Some players have also reported save corruption and hard system freezes, leading to many to demand refunds to the PlayStation Store. I saw this and I responded to it in the most appropriate way that I felt I possibly could. And I said, you have to give props to Todd Howard for not wanting PlayStation players to miss out on the full launch experience. That's all this is. You think he was going to let them miss out on the fun? Don't you guys understand what Bethesda is? You think if Bethesda will at least let everybody know they ain't going to change? For better or for worse, mostly for the worst. They're not going to change. Man. I heard Starfield was having problems on PlayStation 5 and I wanted to test it myself. The game crashed 6 minutes into the tutorial. This game was such garbage, dude. This game, and there's still people, and the funny thing is, so like, there's of course, like, so this guy right here, how to say you were paid off without saying you were paid off. This game is ass, and it's the reason why Bethesda is making bad decisions, because sheep like you keep spending money on this crap. They don't have to make anything good. This dude thinks that this is how far we have fallen as a society. This is how much people's brains have been rotted that they can't even read sarcasm anymore. This dude actually thought I was making a Starfield Defender post. So I just asked if you suffered a concussion recently. Like, it has to be a bot. No, I don't think so, because he also posted an image. Unless the bots are also losing brain cells. That's concerning. And I see like, for whatever reason, that there's also like people that are in here, of course, that are like defending the game in some way. Gotta be the hardware and software colliding at light speed. There's some people that are talking, game ran smoothly on launch. What are you talking about? There are multiple people that I've seen say this when Bethesda themselves made a post saying that they were working to address the issues on PlayStation. Bethesda themselves admitted to their fault and said that the game was running like shit and they had to fix it. But you still have people that are out there that are like, no, game's running perfect. PlayStation's never the problem. Bethesda's never the problem. Corporate dick riders. That's what it is. What? Starfield was actually the most stable Bethesda game at launch? If anything, this continues the long tradition of Bethesda games being worse on Sony consoles. Who knows why that is? It's a bunch of Xbots. It's a bunch of console warriors. I wonder who's the problem. Bro, this game ran like shit when it came out. Everybody said as much. Xbots rollout. It's so crazy. It's so crazy, man. Oh, man. It's a whole thing, man. It's a whole thing. I don't understand why people want to defend any of these companies, to be honest with you. You know what? Even if you like them, you should hate them. Just to keep them on their toes. You know what I mean? Just to keep them on their toes. Keep them worried. I'm gonna make a post about Larian Studios. Actually, I take it back. Baldur's Gate 3 sucked. Y'all suck. Do better. Be better. Get a movement behind me. Make them try harder. Stop attacking my billion-dollar company. I'll never stop. I'll never stop. Not until I have my way. This is the exact kind of person that I would expect something like this from.
Oh yeah, there was no space travel. You're not wrong, Hanny 330. There was no space travel in Mass Effect. No space travel in Knights of the Old Republic. No one ever gave a shit about those games not having space exploration.
Okay. So we got 2003, 2007. And when did Starfield come out? That's right. That's right. Nobody was mad about the 19-year-old game that didn't have space travel. Nobody cared about the game that came out 20 years. Nobody was bitching about Super Mario 64 not having space travel. Nobody was...
They also didn't give a shit about those games not having manual landing and takeoff, despite the fact that you had a ship.
It was 20 years ago, my guy. Over that. It was 23 years ago for KOTOR.
Not want to go outside.
Brother, you're old. It's like I kind of understand. I guess I'm trying to do my best to empathize when I hear something like this, where it's just like, maybe it's time dilation. Maybe he just doesn't realize that it's been 2 decades or over 2 decades since those games came out. What do you mean, LD? 2003 and 2023 are right next to each other. True. True. Nostalgia's one hell of a drug.
Right? You had a ship in Mass Effect. You had a ship in Knights of the Republic 1 and 2. All 4 of the Mass Effect games.
You know what you had in Mass Effect that you didn't have in Starfield? A lander. A rover. That they had to eventually patch in and put in just to try to keep people happy. A good game. That's also true. Yeah, you got a good point there as well. Didn't they actually remove the lander in Mass Effect 3? Or like it didn't have nearly as much nearly as much of an impact.
Had ships, and not a single person ever made a complaint about how there was no ship combat, no manual landing, no manual takeoffs. You just got landing scenes and cutscenes and loading screens, and no one complained about loading screens or any of that.
Because it was 20 years ago! Because it was 20 years ago and we didn't know any different. I don't understand how people don't recognize that. How do you not recognize that that was 20 years ago, and that was when like loading screens were normal. Long loading screens were normal. That was just how games were made in a lot of cases. There is very few games that actually had like consistent and constant procedural world generation, and it was usually on a very small scale, or it was something absurd like Grand Theft Auto. And that was like one of the very few games that figured out a way to be able to get around it. Not a lot of games were able to do that. He's gaslighting? Well, yeah, because I've seen this guy before. He's a Bethesda stan. He's a Bethesda stan.
Shit. It is a fake, made-up agenda.
What is the agenda? It's a fake made up agenda. Guys, where is I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. Do you hear that last part?
It is a fake, made up agenda.
What is the agenda? Is the agenda better games? This goddamn... Here they come in with the goddamn better game agenda. Here they come in with the not wanting the loading screens and their spaceships to actually be able to fly in and land on a planet instead of having to wait through 17 loading screens to go from one place to another. Goddamn agenda coming in trying to make my games better. Here they come. Here they come with the message of well-made and properly priced video games that deliver on player expectations. The hypocrisy of loading screens argument is so hilarious when you look at Mass Effect and KOTOR and how no one ever complained about the lack of loading screens, lack of space flight, and lack of manual ship landings to take off in Starfield. This dude actually posted this himself unironically. Game 20 years ago didn't do it, so therefore this current day game needs to be shitty. Or can't be shitty. If you need to look back to games pre-2010 to justify a lack of features in a space RPG sim in a game released in 2023, you don't have an argument. This is just crazy to me. Like, the amount of cope that people have to do when it comes to Bethesda is just crazy. As much as I've enjoyed the Elder Scrolls games, there is part of me that, like, both knows and weirdly hopes that Elder Scrolls 6 is just going to be absolute dog ass. 20 years ago, computers were 10% as fast. Excuses. True. Thank you for the 2. Is Starfield really that bad? How do I explain this? Starfield is a lot like an AI generated image of like a beautiful scene, or an AI generated image of a scantily clad woman. It's technically there, but it's not real, and it never gets you there. I think that's a proper analogy. Yeah, it's like Starfield to me is like largely it's a fake video game is what it feels like. It feels like a fake video game. None of the systems in the game are actually thought out. The progression in the game is terrible. The story in the game is terrible. The only thing that's really the only like redeeming quality of the game is that you can play Legos with building ships. Cool. And some people really like that, but that's not a redeeming factor for a game, especially when you're talking about a space sim RPG, right? And none of the elements of that space sim RPG are actually brought to any level of genuine quality or real engagement. Planets all play out the exact same. There's no actual, like, there's no experience of, like, exploration because every universe is effectively the same and you're going to the same places and it's the same sites, it's the same enemies, combat rolls out the same, and it's just... And the crazy thing is that you know it's a bad game when, like, the modding community, one, almost abandoned it pretty much immediately, and two... the mods couldn't save it. For a Bethesda game, that's a death sentence. That game's on death row. Yeah, it's not even good as a platform. That's probably the most telling part of it, is that it's not even good as a platform. It's not even good as just like something that other people could build something off of. Yeah, it's just a bad game. And it always has been, and it always will be. Thank God it's Friday. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Pragmata. How do the reviews do? Let's see. Open. I like OpenCritic. I don't like Metacritic. OpenCritic. Mostly because Metacritic is partially owned by IGN. I think Metacritic's owned by Ziff Davis, if I'm not mistaken. Pragmata, 87. Pragmata is at 87. 95% critic recommend. PC Gamer gave it an 87. IGN gave it an 8. GameSpot gave it a 9. Forbes gave it a 9. 4.5 out of 5. Why do these guys all have their own weird numbers for rating systems? I'm going to create my own, and it's going to be all in quarters. Or it's all going to be like pi. Right? Or instead of numbers, I'll use shapes. Yes, 80085. Yes, that the out of 8,000 or I guess 80,085. So yeah, it's doing really well. How is it doing on Steam? I haven't checked its Steam yet. 56,000 players. Not bad. Not bad. So one of the things, it's like, I guess we'll kind of see how the game is going to do tomorrow and the day after, because that's where you usually see the bigger spikes. This is a danger. Like, here's the thing. Like you're not going to see a game like this immediately skyrocket in some cases, because as weird as it sounds, when it comes to like AAA companies, when they put out a new IP, people are and like, it's their own fault. It's the industry's fault as a whole. And I don't think it really has a lot to do with the publisher. But I think that there's a lot more hesitation. I definitely do think that it's also on the side of Capcom as well. Well, I think that like Resident Evil 7 brought in a lot of optimism towards them. At the same time, like everything that went down with Monster Hunter Wilds is still probably pretty fresh on a lot of people's minds. And the other thing is that like, brother, we've had a lot of games that have come out already, and it's April, and not a lot of people got a lot of money. Word of mouth will sell this game. That's usually how it works. I think a lot of people are kind of holding off and, kind of chilling. Like, not a lot of people are going to be rushing out to buy it. One, again, it just comes down to the fact that a lot of these games are too expensive, and we're seeing too many of them. But still, we'll see how it ends up shaking out in the end. With a remarkable connection to the classic 1994 boomer shooter, Marathon 2026 bucks the tired trend of rebooting beloved IP for name value alone. Dude, these guys are doing everything they can. Also, a good point. Somebody brings up boomer shooter. It was just a shooter back then. It was just an FPS game back then. That's just what they looked like. It's actually kind of crazy how like games media has tried to do their best to bend over backwards. And you know what it really is? These guys are trying to save this studio. That's really all this is coming down to. They are actively doing their best to try to save this studio. And I think it's for like multiple different motivations. I think that like part of it is stick it to the gamers. They don't like the attitude towards Marathon. They don't like all the negative naysaying about it. They don't like how they think Bungie is being targeted, and they see it as like part of this like, culture war between journalists and just the industry and the players themselves. Also, at the same time, I think that something that ends up happening with a lot of these guys as well, a lot of these writers, they get in deep with some of these companies. And I think that Bungie is one of those companies that gets really close with writers. Because there's a lot of writers that know a lot of people at Bungie, and anything that ever happens at Bungie tends to like leak out pretty quickly, because it seems like, a lot of loose lips over there, right? You got a lot of people that are friends with a lot of people in media, so things kind of just make it to the market pretty quickly. But I think that closeness over time makes them feel a little bit more like protective of them. Bro, y'all should just finance me. I'd save the industry for real. I'll one-man army and save it all. True, brother. Start a Patreon. Start a GoFundMe. Have you seen the new video from Laura Fire about game devs versus gamers? I don't think did we watch that one? I think we did. Elegante Ego. Thank you for the $2. Did you see that Android devices play Steam games now? No, I didn't know about that. There's another video newer than that. Oh, okay. Maybe that's what it is then. Ryan, thank you for the $5. LD, did you hear about the new indie pirate survival game Windrose? Yeah, I talked about it. It's gotten some good traction on Steam so far. How did it do on Steam? I never actually looked at that. It's on the top list. Bro, what the fuck? Indie games, man. Indie games. That's what I don't know how, like, for whatever reason, like, these folks in the games industry just don't see it, and I can't. They keep trying to just beat a dead horse when it comes to pricing, but a $30 game, even it being early access, even with the game not being finished, that's offering as much, if not more, content than you do with a full $70 full price title, people are going to likely want to give it more of a chance. Especially when it's offering something new, something that people don't have access to, something that hasn't been around. That's really what it is. Like, it's a very fun pirate game. And there's a ton of freedom with building, and you can build your own city if you really wanted to, and you can put pirates there and get people that are building and working on stuff, and the actual, like, naval combat is really solid and a lot of fun, and your fucking crew sing shanties, which is just so epic. It just fills you with so much, like, gamer joy when you hit the button and all of a sudden the crew starts singing and you're like, oh, hell yeah, baby, here we go. And for a game that is not, like, it has some very rough edges still. It's no console edition. It's an early access game. Most early access games are going to come out on PC because that's where they're building it. And they can ship updates without any problems. Early access on console is really, really difficult to do. The platform makers make it very difficult. Part of it is for security of the people that are on the console, but yeah, it's just the nature of how that whole system works. But yeah, I mean, like, it's a $30 game that's going to offer people likely 100 hours plus of gameplay, if not more, if they're going to play it with friends. Because I forget how many people you can have in a single server. You can even... they have an option right on the main menu for you just to click and just go and make your own dedicated server. And then you could pretty much play it kind of like Rust if you wanted to. Where now all of a sudden you got a bunch of people on one server and everybody's, having pirate ship combat and all kinds of stuff like that. It's really cool, man. 170K on the weekend. If it just hit it, it's beating its peak every day. It's beating its peak every day. So it launched to 68K. The next day it went up to 97. The next day after that it went to 110. And the next day after that it's now at 135. We'll probably see another 20 to... We'll probably see like another 15 to 20% increase tomorrow. It'll probably hit 150, maybe even higher than that tomorrow. Asmon loves that game. Oh, I love it, man. I've had a lot of fun playing it. I think it's really good. I think it's really, really good. It's so goofy too, though, at the same time. I saw so many people. I made a post about this, actually, just like joking around, where I had said something like about how I had encountered I found this bug wherein there's an endgame boss named Boar that seems to have replaced common animals, and as a result, it frequently and effortlessly filters me. The amount of times I have just been completely one-shot out of nowhere by a boar while playing Windrose is... I can't count anymore. There was one, and I have a clip of it. I'll have to be able to find out where I put it. It's in like a really long, like, I recorded like 2 hours of gameplay straight, or like an hour and a half of gameplay straight. And I got one of these like elite charging boars stuck on top of a building. And I was like, oh, I'm going to be able to cheese this thing. So I was just sitting there kind of like jumping and just like slashing and getting like a little bit of like damage on it, and then jumping back and then keep doing that while it was stuck. And then I fell off and I fell to the ground floor, and I was like, I'm like, wow, do I really care about this? I'm like, no, I just want to grab the treasure and get out of here. So I just I turned my camera away from the boar, and the minute that I did, you see it just out of the back corner just launch itself from like where it was stuck like a torpedo and just fly through the air and just snipe my character, and I'm just dead, and I just ragdoll dead. And like when I die in that game, in most cases, I just laugh because it's so ridiculous. The like damage the damage multipliers from enemies hitting you, even if you're fighting enemies of your same level or even high, or you're above their, or like you're above their level, it doesn't matter. You are going to be 2-shot or 3-shot by like 90% of things in the game. Dodging and parrying is not an option. It is a requirement to survive even the most easiest of encounters. You could be fighting a bird, a literal dodo, something that is technically something that is extinct, okay? Something that went extinct because it was stupid. And that thing will destroy you if you're not careful. How's the character creator? I mean, it's baseline. Character creator is never going to sell me on a game. Actually, now I think about the character creator was a lot more detailed than I thought it was. Like, you have full like face model stuff and all that kind of stuff if you want to like mess around with it. Have you seen the Stop Killing Games EU Parliament vid? I have it up. We'll watch it a little bit later. It's a skill check all the way. You better have your fundamentals down. It's not even that, and I don't really have like a problem with this, so I'm not gonna like try to like pretend like it's a major issue, but I think it could be an issue for some players down the road, which is that Cheeseburger, thank you for the prime. Being that locked in to a survival game like that might grate on people after a while. It did for me, and that's not me saying like, oh, this is a bad game, oh, I didn't like it or anything. All I'm saying is that there are some really hefty like costs for you playing the game sometimes, because it's like, just using this as an example, okay? I had a side quest that I wanted to go and do. It was like 2 islands away, so I hopped on my boat and I sailed over there. I was just like trying to find out where the quest area was, and then I was gonna like, you know, throw down like, 'cause you can make these teleport bells that you can only have like 9 of. So I was going to place that on the shore. I went and I located where the place was. I got sniped by something. Charging boar. It was my first time coming across charging boars. So I was like, oh, God, now I die. I go back to my base. And now that I'm back at my base, I, you know, go ahead and, like, okay, here we go. Like, I got to eat again, because when you die, you come back to life and you're hungry. So you have to reapply your food buff to make sure you have that extra health. Then I'm like, okay, now I gotta go back there now. So then I go ahead and start going back, and I sail back over there. Sometimes when you play games like that, especially depending on like how far those distances are for travel, like the travel alone is going to start to grate on you over time. But you also start to I disassociate when I play games sometimes. I'm not always actively locked in. I'm not trying to fucking sweat it out playing a survival game. Okay? I'm here to like build a house and fucking dick around on my boat and fish and hunt and like, you know, gather resources. I am here to beat the game's systems by overwhelming it with how fucking autistic I am when it comes to gathering, crafting, and building a base. I'm not here for a difficult engagement. Am I against that? No, I'm not necessarily against it, but I always still look for the same ability to overwhelm it with, you know, how stupidly meticulous I can get with these games sometimes. You have to be locked in with this game. And I think it would also be kind of different if like the combat itself was a lot more engaging, but the combat is like super repetitive. So it's really easy for the game to just kind of like lull you into a sense of like security, because literally the boar Most boars. There's like one like elite boar that does like a body slam and a bunch of other stuff as well, right? But like most of the enemies have the exact same attack patterns and do the exact same attacks, but every once in a while we'll just randomly switch it up. Pirates are a really good example of this. They'll do like a overhead like slash, and then you parry them, and they do the same overhead slash, and then you parry them, and then every once in a while they'll go overhead slash, just kidding, a second one, and you're like, fuck, and then you'll get caught by it. Sometimes that's enough to kill you, depending on the situation. So it's like, it's kind of like a weird thing to get used to that you need to actually be locked into it. And I'm wondering if they actually have it kind of more tuned for multiplayer, even from the rip, but I'm not really too sure. Next thing you know, you're surrounded by dodos. That's actually something else. It's probably the one thing that I think really makes the game. This is actually something I will just flat out say is just not fun with the game. It wouldn't be that bad if it was like that dangerous when it comes to like combat or something like that. That probably wouldn't bother me as much. The issue is when, in most cases, when you go to fight something, you're not fighting one thing. You can't just pull one thing. No, you're fighting like 4 or 5 things at the exact same time. And it only takes 2 or 3 hits to be able to kill you. That shit is like... So you're sitting there like... Fucking lock in. Okay, lock it. And then all of a sudden, then some fucking dickhead zombies in the back and it's just like... Rock! They fucking one-shot you with a rock! From like fucking 20 feet away. When do zombies throw rocks? That shit fucking drives me up the wall. Agreed, it's hard to manage groups. It'd be, again, I have to be clear because anytime I ever criticize a game that people are enjoying and even one that I enjoy, people are like, L take! L take! And it's like, you gotta understand. Like, I just want it to be more fun. I'm not saying they need to make it easier, but like, I would at the very least, like, probably limit how many things are gonna fucking immediately start chasing you. Like, I don't need to go into a... I don't want to have to fight 5 things every single time I go anywhere. Okay? And then I also... Like, there just has to be better answers for it. Or you just make the combat, like, a little bit more engaging or add a little bit more variety to it or something like that. I have to sink Marlowe's ships now, and there's like 8 ships in that area, and I'm level 5, and it's recommending level 3, but there's no way to pull one ship at a time. The first time that I got attacked by more than one ship, it was 5. And I fucking ran because there was just no shot. They were dealing so much damage to me that there was nothing that I could do about it. Nothing that I could do. So, like, there's some, like, general, like, gameplay and balance stuff that I think that they're probably going to work on, for sure. But overall, I really like the game systems. I really like everything else about the game. I think it's really good. It's really good across the board. It's one of those games that you can see, like, at a baseline, it's already, like, really solid. But, like, once they smooth out some of the rough edges and then they add even more content to it, it's just going to get better and better. Tactical Retreat is a valid tech. Yeah, it is. I like how people are saying get good in chat when you guys have died just as much as I have. Motherfuckers will sit here and be like, get good, even though like they're the ones dying to like a fucking dodo every 5 seconds. They're the ones dying of like fucking scurvy. They don't even realize what happened to them. Skill issue easy. True. True. I like getting one shot puts me out of my misery. I just laugh. I think that it's funny as fuck. Especially like with the ragdolls and stuff like that ends up happening. It's just like, because most of the time it catches you by surprise. And you're just like, it's just so absurd. It's so goofy. Oh, I saw this. Jacksepticeye is going to be producing a Bloodborne feature film, an animated feature film, which actually gives me even more faith in it, to be honest with you. I like Jacksepticeye. Actually, I like that whole like era, or not that whole era. We'll just say there's a group. I like Jack. I like Cinnamon Toast Ken, and I've always been a like big PewDiePie guy, right? So, and those guys have largely stayed about as like. Those guys are straight as an arrow. Like, they are some of the most consistent people that I've ever seen on the internet, and it is absolutely no love for Markiplier. I like Markiplier. I just think that Markiplier was like maybe a little bit after my time. Of like when I actually like first got into YouTube and was like watching a lot of YouTube and like clicked onto like YouTubers. I do like Markiplier though. I do. What we really need is a sequel, but don't care about a movie. I'll be honest, if a animated feature film about Bloodborne does well enough, that should be enough proof positive for Sony to finally pull the trigger on something, but whether or not that actually happens, I actually, the thing is that the more that I've looked into the whole Bloodborne situation, I don't think it's ever going to happen. And the reason why I don't think that it's going to happen is because I think that there is some type of there's a relationship issue between Sony and From Software. Dr. Disrespect? I like Dr. Disrespect back in the day. But then, like, the whole, like, him, chatting with, minors on Twitch kind of killed that for me, be honest with you. She's not a minor in her state. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Did you play Abiotic Factor? I think it's brilliant. I did. I just haven't been able to play enough of it. Doc was exonerated. Was he? I never saw anything about that. I'm not going to get into that shit. Legally, yes. That was something that was settled out of court. I don't fucking know. I'm not going to involve myself. I'll be honest with you, dude. The funny thing, like, it's not even funny. What am I going to say? When I see a dude that's as old as him and he's talking to some girl that's like that fucking, especially like that, that was a teenager. Okay. That wasn't even like, she's like 18, 19. That was a teenager. When I see that, whether or not it's even fucking legal for the state, and there's also parental, there's not because he was married, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it's just, I'm good, dog. I'm good. I don't want to have anything to do with it. Any thoughts on Mouse PI? I really like Mouse PI. I'm going to beat the game. I've already put a few hours into it. I think I put like 3 or 4 hours into it the other night. 3 hours or something like that, I think. And then I'll probably continue to play it. It's going to be a quick play, which is really nice. It threw me off when they throw you into the car and you're like driving around and like to go from place to place. And it reminds me of like Grand Theft Auto 2, which nobody here played. Stop Killing Games movement has officially backed a proposal from a California bill focused on protecting players when online games are shut down. Publishers must provide an online mode or offline mode or a way to keep the game playable after server shutdown. If this is not possible, players should receive a full refund. The goal is to protect digital ownership and games preservation. This one right here. If this is not possible, players should receive a full refund. This is never going to happen. And this is a point that I can tell you right now is largely not this is something not coming from Stop Killing Games. Stop Killing Games is just supporting this like other movement that they're seeing within the United States of like somebody that's trying to do something similar. This here, players should receive a full refund. This is something that is being pushed by people that I think largely do not understand the industry or are not actually directly connected to the issue itself. this is probably coming from politicians more than anything else, because this is actually something that I view as like the worst point that we should be making, and also something that largely will probably like keep us from being able to actually make any of this happen. This is not the solution that I need. I don't need us to receive refunds. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking to preserve the game, because by giving us money, you're not helping me save the game. You're just saving me money, which, I mean, like, that's great. That's cool. But the games are really what it's not practical. No, it's not practical either. That's the other problem. So actually, you know what? We'll go ahead and watch the thing right now, because on top of this, not only has this gone on, but also something else that happened recently is Mr. Ross Scott stood in front of European Parliament. And he spoke on our behalf. And I'm going to be real, man. I've been following this for a while. I've been keeping up with it. I have people that are inside of Stop Killing Games that have, been talking to me on the side. I'm, if they need something, I'm going to be there. Whatever the next thing that they need somebody for, all they got to do is let me know, and I have no problem in joining and helping out in any way that I can. But this makes me like really proud to be a gamer in like the most cheesiest way possible. Because it's one of those things where I think that, like, in a lot of cases, we talk a lot and we point out a lot of issues and we complain about a lot of things, but not a lot of people ever take action. And this is a group of people that are taking action, and not only are they taking action, but they're successfully taking action. And it's gaining more and more momentum as time goes on, to the point where we are actually being represented. I think that's the reason why it hits me in the feels a little bit. Because we're actually being represented in the conversation for once. And I think like this is one of the most important things that we're probably ever going to see happen, at least from a gaming standpoint, like the gaming community and just gaming as a hobby. It's really important just from an ownership standpoint and like games preservation. But I also think it's really important from the perspective of we are not really represented, and we are being treated very unfairly within the games industry and have been taken advantage of for a very long time. And the industry has largely been under-regulated when it comes to consumer rights for video games and just actually for digital products across the board. And the importance of what these guys are doing is something that I think is going to have a massive effect, if successful, not only on video games, but across damn near every industry. So let's see how this went.
I am the founder of the Stop Killing Games consumer movement, which has many shared goals with the initiative. I'd like to clarify what it means to destroy a video game. The second slide. When we say a game has been destroyed, what we mean is a publisher has permanently disabled all copies of it that have been sold so no one can ever play them again. It would be like removing every single copy of a book or film in existence, effectively erasing it from the culture.
How video games were previously sold to customers are typically destroyed. The publisher sells a copy of a video game. The game is designed to connect to the publisher in order to work. The customer is told that when the game will stop, they'll not be told when the game will stop working at any time. After the undisclosed length of time, the publisher disables the game from the customer. The publisher keeps all the customer's money from sales. The publisher enacts countermeasures to prevent any repair of the game.
The way this practice works is first a publisher sells a copy of a video
he's actually going
game.
to say it out loud.
However, it has
I
been
won't read the
designed
slides
so that it
anymore.
must connect to the publisher in order to function. This acts as a potential kill switch. The customer is also given no information when the game will stop working.
That's actually probably one of the most pervasive things about this entire issue is the fact that how the licensing rights work is that when you say you're not buying a license, you would rent a license or you would license something, right? That's not buy. You don't buy that license. It's something that you're paying temporarily for. But nobody has ever viewed games in that light. Nobody's ever thought of games in that light. But that's exactly how games have been for the last. I probably since like 2005 or something like that, I'd probably have to say. It really wasn't something that was like started becoming a thing until really, I want to say like around the like Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 era, where a lot of games started launching where half the game was on the disc and half the game was on the network. Before that, it wasn't really like that big of a deal yet, right? And the problem is that like the language never changed. The way that, you know, how customers perceive buying a product never changed, but they changed everything else underneath it. And then when they started shutting down games, when they started making games unaccessible, well, players were surprised by it, and the industry is like, what are you talking about? You don't own that. It's a license. Like, wait, what?
Even though the publisher has decided to assume that responsibility. Then, after an undisclosed length of time, the publisher disables all existing copies of the game, but keeps the customer's money. The publisher also enacts countermeasures to ensure repairing the game. To ensure repairing the game is almost impossible, even for experienced software professionals. From this point onward, no customer can ever run the purchase again.
You know what? Something that they're not bringing up here that makes this an even more... Man, I am actually really surprised that they're not bringing it up. Maybe he will after this, but I think it's something that's well worth pointing out. So they're saying that, you know, most video games can work indefinitely without publisher support. This has been a customer expectation for over 50 years. Video games that can't connect to the internet can operate indefinitely without the support of designed responsibly. But the thing that he brought up in here was the publisher enacts countermeasures to prevent the repair of a game. He's saying that they make it, you know, expressively difficult for people to revive some of these games that die. It actually goes further than that. And it's a lot more nefarious. It's a lot more aggressive, because it's not just that they remove your access to the game. It's not that they make it difficult for people to be able to recreate that game in some way. No, they will actively go out for your blood if you try to play that game, if you try to make that game playable again, if you try to revive that game, if you try to distribute that game in any way, even though it's not a game that they are supporting or a game that they're selling, they will go after you. They will chase you to the ends of the earth. They will sue you into the ground. Nintendo is definitely a perpetrator in this cause. They are very hostile and aggressive when it comes to how they protect IP that they're no longer selling anymore. Or at least how they're... I shouldn't say IP, because IP would be the blanket phrase for like an entire franchise, but like that singular property or that singular product. A product that they don't support, they don't sell, and they don't give access to. They're not making any money off of. They're not going to lose any money by that game being preserved. But they will still go out of their way to sue you into oblivion to make sure that it doesn't happen.
To ensure repairing the game is almost impossible, even for experienced software professionals. From this point onward, no customer can ever run the purchase again. Besides destroying the game, this practice is also subverting customer expectations. Most video games can work indefinitely, which has been the customer standard for half a century, including ones that connect to the internet. Alternately, a small number of video games operate as subscription services, but those inform the customer exactly when their access ends at the time of payment. The games we're referring to do no such...
Yeah, there's a big difference. I've seen a lot of people try to make the argument where they've been going on about how like, oh, well, what about games like World of Warcraft? Actually, infamously enough, Pirate Software was the one that was really trying to push this. He was the one that was like, oh, how are you going to make these MMOs still available to people all of these years later? How are you going to do that? That's impossible. Blah, 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 blah. And the funny thing is that like that's not actually what anybody was asking for. MMOs really weren't even really a part of this conversation. Instead, what this actually came down to, it was a lot of people that they're talking about single player games in a lot of cases. It's a lot of these online access required for you to play a single player game. And it took a lot to be able to actually get some of these guys to still give us some form of offline access in some cases. But, I'm not talking like there's a very definitive end date when it comes to a game that when it comes to a game that I'm paying a subscription for, right? I have access to that game for 30 days. I pay I pay 15 or 20 bucks or whatever it is, and I have access to that game for 30 days. At some point in time, that access, or at least that service, could be terminated as long as it is still fulfilled by the 30 days that I had paid for. So, like, I'm not expecting an MMO to be given to the players for them to be able to do what they want with. That would be really nice for them to do, and it would be an incredible waste for them just to throw away an MMO after all those years. But yeah.
It's a bit of miscommunication. They almost always contain terms stating they can end at any time for any reason. What this means is customers have no real protections when they buy games like these. They are unable to keep them, and they are not informed when they will end. This behavior would be outrageous in other industries.
What is it? Pirate Software tried to kill the movement, and he actually gave it the secret breath and caused more people to sign the petition. Pirate Software, like, straight up saved Stop Killing Games. His ego and his vitriol for the movement, and also I would largely say even like his lack of education or his lack of awareness when it came to the topic itself and like what people were actually asking for, all of that led to one of the most epic blowback campaigns I've ever seen against a content creator. The complete dismantling of somebody's career, and in the light of that, and in some cases completely out of spite, everybody then turned around and wanted to support Stop Killing Games, because like who wouldn't want to support Stop Killing Games? It's pretty like it's like an obvious W to support it. That's why a lot of people are like, dude, what is wrong with this guy? Why is he going after Ross like this? I talked about this like way back. I lost any and all respect for Pirate Software the minute that completely unabated, or not unabated, I lost complete respect for Pirate Software, where for no reason whatsoever, he started to attack Ross Scott based on his character, based on his looks, based on things that had nothing to do with the movement. This dude never insulted him, but instead he was the one that was sitting there calling Ross a used car salesman, calling him a loser, calling him all these other things or whatever it is. Eat my ass. Eat my ass. Like getting like weirdly aggressive about something that was just completely unnecessary. And he was the one that was misinterpreting, purposefully, seemingly, misinterpreting all the information that was in front of him. Craziest thing I've ever seen. And even when this dude saw, and maybe he just lacks the ability to see it, even when he had seen that, like, hey, maybe I didn't read this all the way, instead he doubled down and said, no, I do understand. And just kept pushing it, and kept pushing it, and kept pushing it. And he wouldn't let off. And the more he bit, and the harder he bit down, the harder people started to kick him until they didn't stop kicking him. They didn't stop kicking him. No. So, we owe a lot to Pirate Software. We really do. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to save Stop Killing Games. Now all we can do is hope and try and do our best to be able to carry on its legacy so that we ultimately get everything that we wanted. And he has to see us happy.
If you bought a book in a store, the publisher cannot come into your home and take back your book at will. If you bought an insurance policy, you would be informed when that policy ends, not that the seller could end it at any time for any reason, but still keep your money. The games being sold this way are operating similar to scams. Publishers know customers expect video games to last, so they sell these in the same way as ones that can work forever, as a one-time purchase with no expiry date, then price them the same.
That's another really good point to make there. These games are permanently supported are permanently disabled as soon as support ends. Do not give the customer information about when the support ends at purchase. Information about the game's lifespan is integral to the customer's buying decision. This is the strongest point of their entire argument, and likely one of the key reasons why it will win. It's this right here. The reason why is because if they went out and surveyed, they didn't have to survey. It's just common sense. If you had 2 games that were $70 and they said, well, we're not going to support that one game in a year, we're actually going to cut off access to it. But the other company says, no, we don't plan on cutting off access to the game at all. Which game do you think people are going to buy? No, actually, I'll give you an even better example. Even better example. My favorite example. Live service games have become so interchangeable recently, and they've been coming out at such a rapid pace that a lot of them are just kind of jangling keys that are all over the place. So nobody's really been able to pay attention to one for a very long period of time. So the only time that people do pay attention to a live service game and genuinely support a live service game is when they do believe that that game is going to have some longevity, that their investment into that game is not going to be something that is going to evaporate within a month, right? One of the reasons that we saw a game like Highguard fail almost immediately is because everybody recognized before that game even came out that it was not a game worth investing your time in, because it likely was not going to live long enough for your investment to be worth it. Marathon, self-same. The reason why a lot of people have not invested into Marathon and a lot of people were, basically seem allergic to wanting to play the game, regardless of how positive a lot of the players have, talked about the game and reviewed the game, and the people that were playing it for the time that they were playing it, most people recognized that game was not performing the way that a game that would actually stay alive long enough for them to get their money out of it should be doing. So when people looked at it and were like, oh man, Marathon's cooked, that narrative alone destroyed any possibility of Marathon finding any success, because a lot of people do not want to fork over $40 for a game that likely will be shut down in the same year that it released. Arc Raiders, on the other hand, people had no problem forking over the money for that game because the trajectory was the opposite. It was a healthy game. It was a game people were positive about. It was a game that people had a lot of faith in, and people had faith that that game was going to continue to be supported, get more content, get better over time, and that they were going to get their money out of it. And lo and behold, what did people do? They invested in that game. So people will make their purchasing decisions based on how long they think they're actually, how much time they think that they're going to be able to get out of that game. And if you start having companies that start giving end dates for games that they're selling, that's a big problem. And all these companies know that if they put it on their game right on the front cover, this game will be supported for up to 5 years, or this game will be supported until we say so, people are probably going to be a lot more wary about spending their money.
Publishers know that if customers were informed exactly when they plan to disable their games, that
it's not just money, it's time. Yeah, it's both. It's both at the exact same time.
Would reduce sales, since the longevity of a game affects how much customers are willing to pay.
Absolutely.
The industry is trying to have it both ways, finding ways to say they're selling you a game that they're not selling you.
Yep.
This creates confusion for everyone.
They absolutely do want that, because it makes that, it allows them. This kind of goes back to the conversation that I had in the previous video where I talked about how it seems like a lot of these companies are really just trying to make very complacent audiences. They want all of you guys to be lemmings. Stop asking questions, just consumer. That's really what they're looking for. And and it's not even like a meme. It's just the straight up truth in this case. They don't even want to have this conversation. They don't even think that this is something that should concern you. Why do we even... I'm going to pretend to be a gaming CEO for 5 seconds. Why do you guys think that you need to have access permanently to a video game that I know that you're going to put down in a month from now and never pick up again? Why do you care so much? What does it matter? You spent $70 and you dropped the game. I see how much you guys actually play these games. Why are we even having this conversation? Because we paid for it? You paid for condoms and you don't even use those. It's like I'm being for real here. Like the thing is, like, a lot of these guys are really going to look at it from this perspective. They're going to look at it and be like, hey, you know what? What are these guys bitching about? We know that you're never going to come back to this game. In most cases, most players never actually go back to the games that they say that they want to continue to have access to. It is a small portion of the gaming audience that this would like greatly impact in a lot of cases, but it is our choice. Yeah.
And it's part of why it's taken customers so long to get exposure on this practice. The legality is also unsettled. Earlier, members of Parliament assisted us in asking questions to the EU Commission about how legal the terms and game license agreements were, especially being able to terminate them at any time for any reason. The Commission stated Directive 9313 EEC prohibits unfair terms causing a significant imbalance in the parties' rights and obligations to the detriment of consumers. The Commission also recommended consumers file complaints with businesses across member states through the European Consumer Centers network. In 2024, we had volunteers across the majority of EU countries submitting complaints against the French company Ubisoft for disabling the game The Crew. The responses we received from the ECC network were extremely inconsistent.
Yeah.
Some officials said,
and of course they're going to be inconsistent because the one of the main I talked about this, I think, in one of the first videos that because I made a couple of videos talking about stop killing games, but I think in one of the first videos that I talked about, one of the things that I keyed in on was the fact that, like, digital rights ownership, and that's where this conversation really goes. One of the reasons why I find stop killing games to be so important, and one of the reasons why I think that everybody should care about it, at least to some degree, is that stop killing games is not just about video games. Something like this, that is diving into a topic around digital rights ownership, is something that is going to bleed over into all digital goods. That includes movies that you buy, that includes music that you buy, that includes programs or software or whatever else, anything that you're buying for your computer that is not physical, it's going to be included as a part of this. And if this continues at the rate that it is, and it continues to go through the ranks, you're going to start to see some people that are in other industries that are going to wake up, and they're going to get really pissed, and they're going to start sending their own lobbyists and their own people to try to come and shut this down. Because if this finds a precedent in video games, it will find a precedent in every single other industry. Because what is so different about a video game and a movie that you both bought digitally? Why can't you always have access to it? A lot of this stuff right now is based around the idea that the companies that we are buying these things from will never cease to exist, that their services will never cease to exist. But we all know that nothing is forever, right? So if I go and I buy a bunch of movies on Amazon digitally, I own those movies through Amazon. I don't actually own those movies to be able to download and have on anything anytime I want. No, I have to access it through Amazon. And even in a lot of cases, even when you do own that thing, you actually still have to go back and connect and resync and be able to update it so that you still have access to it. Because even when you buy it, it's still a limited license. You get an offline limited license, a leash, 24-hour, 48-hour leash that they put you on. So this is not something that is just about video games. This is digital rights ownership, and this is something that is going to become more and more prevalent, an issue that's more and more prevalent as years go on, because more and more of our life is online. More products and services are online. And as we grow, further into the future and we become more technologically advanced, we can't foresee what else is going to be a digital good in the future. And without the proper protections in place to make sure that we are taken care of, that we are protected, and we have actual ownership of things, that's the only way that we can ever avoid the future of you will own nothing and be happy. This is the first step down that road. And there's a lot of people that I think that just don't really give this the credit that's due to it. don't understand the weight behind it, the importance of it, how much hinges on this, and people got to wake up and they got to start respecting it. They have to.
There was nothing they could do. Others said the company was required to run the game indefinitely, which is unrealistic, but the majority stated there was no clear regulation on this practice. We were independently able to get thousands of complaints submitted to consumer agencies in France and Germany, but there's still...
and the other point that I'm going to bring up too, and it's what they're talking about here, is that like they're talking about how much inconsistency there was when it comes to each single platform and like body of government and different person that they talk to about their own digital rights ownership, right to repair, and also ownership of video games. The answers varied depending on who they were talking to. And the reason why is because we've been advancing so quickly when it comes to digital goods and services that law has not caught up to it. Like, the laws are so far behind it. Look at how old these motherfuckers are in government. The vast majority of these people are ancient. A ton of these guys are over here and they're still like writing laws and documents with a chisel and a slab of stone. They have to ask people how to use their phone. They have to ask people how to get into their own email. The kind of people that are making laws against this stuff or for this stuff or whatever else are the same people that need to ask somebody else, hey, what's my Google password? I don't know. You set it up. Like, I love my mom. I love that woman to death. But every time I come home, there's some account that she can't get into, and she will always look at me and go, what's my Google password? And I'm like, how would I know that? And then she gives me this look like of disappointment. Like, how do you not know? That's the point of it being a password. Like, what do you mean? My mom too? I know a ton of people have gone through this exact same thing. But like, her generation and people older than her, honestly, people that are fucking 10 years older, 20 years older, or 15 years older than my mom are the ones that are running the world right now. And those people know even less about some of this stuff.
There's been no decision on them on the legality either. To the best of our knowledge, no one in the EU has ever been compensated for this and hundreds of other titles.
No.
In short, governments in EU countries are not sure how to handle this situation, and customers are overwhelmingly not being compensated for the loss of their purchases. It is an ideal situation for clear regulation. This is not a new practice. It started approximately 2005 and began negatively impacting customers for them around 2010 onward. However, it often affects a minority of customers whose complaints can get lost in the system. It wasn't until a large case affecting millions that any attempts to get government attention were possible, and there still is no answer. The EU Commission says this must be handled on a case-by-case basis, but this practice is extreme.
You're not going to be able to do that on a case-by-case basis. That makes this way too messy, and it's going to slow it down. This is just normal fucking government bureaucracy. I hate bureaucracy. It's all of these systems of people that are creating more and more pathways to be able to slow things down because all they want to do is justify their own position and justify some other jobs that they want to create or whatever it's going to be. If you made this a case-by-case basis, you may as well not even do it because nothing will ever come from it. Nothing will ever come from it.
Extremely widespread. Future slides. We have formed an amateur study examining over 1,100 video games that require a connection to the publisher. The majority of these have been deliberately disabled by the publisher, with many of the rest still at risk of being destroyed.
Oh my God.
Under the strictest interpretation of what it means to disable a game, the study found that out of over 400 titles, publishers disable a customer's purchase 93.5% of the time when ending support.
Holy shit. Games plus multiplayer modes. Publisher let customers keep the game. 28. Publishers disable the game. So this is full game only. 6.5% let people continue to play the game. 93% shut the game and disable the customer's purchase. Games plus multiplayer modes, 4.6. So when multiplayer is involved, even less of a chance that you're going to be able to play the full game. And they're saying this is just full game only. So this is like single player games that should be able to be playable offline. And only 6.5% of publishers let the customer keep the game. Examples of publishers that have engaged in this practice: Activision, Atari, Electronic Arts, Rovio, Sega, Sony, Square Enix, Ubisoft, Warner Brothers. It's literally all of them.
This business practice is responsible for more...
The only one that you're probably going to see that's not really going to be too active in something like this is probably going to be like Xbox, but that's largely just because it's something that they see as value for their Game Pass subscriptions, right? So like that's how they keep it alive in a sense. But it's still not the equitable outcome, because Game Pass as a service could go away at some point, and then what happens? Netrunner, thank you for the $55. Holy shit, you guys are so generous today. Thank you so much, man. Fucking insane. Thanks for all you do. My daughter and I are listening to you, getting ready for daycare in the mornings. She doesn't know what you're talking about, but she calls you the very nice voice guy. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Instruction to the medium than anything else by an enormous margin. There is also a strong correlation between this practice and the size of the publisher, as most small studios do not engage in it, as it requires far more resources, work, and liability than they can handle.
Yeah, no, the vast majority of people that are going to be making indie games, or just smaller publishers in general, are not going to be, like, notice that the vast majority of games that you can buy that are not... Oh, no. I mean, no, that actually works. That works to our benefit. Never mind. That works to our benefit. The vast majority of games that you can buy, just by sheer volume, are mostly going to come from indie and like single A studios, right? So most of those guys don't have the time or money or resources to worry about trying to stop you from playing the game that they want you to be playing anyway. Most of these guys don't want their games to go away, even if they can't support it regularly anymore, right? They don't really care. Like, it is what it is. They just, yeah, okay, like, yeah, let the guys get access to it. Like, it's kind of like the guy from, it's the guy that made Ultra Kill, right? Where they had the people that were talking about how they were pirating their game. I love pirating indie games or whatever. And that dude came out and he said, I'm not a arbiter of, culture. I think that people should have access to culture. I have no problem that people, if somebody has to pirate my game because that's the only way they're able to access it, all I ask and all I hope for is that they tell their friends that they enjoyed it and they suggest it to other people in hopes that maybe somebody else can buy the game. But that's how a lot of these guys think. It's how a lot of these guys are programmed. Yes, they want to make sure they're making a living. Yes, they want to make a profit off of what they're making. But at the same time, they're creating something, and they want that thing to live, and they want that thing to be out there, and they want people to enjoy it. So in most cases, the smaller the company, the less people that you're going to see that are going to be, the smaller the company, the smaller the developer, the less you're going to see these people that actually want to take your access to video games away. No, this is something that is primarily just AAA large publishers. They are the ones that are in control of all of this. And they are the weird thing is that they're technically, in this case, the smallest amount of perpetrators. But I would also then go to say that not only are they, while they are the smallest amount of perpetrators, so like the group of people that are doing this is really small, right? Like, let's say it's 1,000, like, obviously this isn't true, but like, let's say that there's 1,000 publishers, but it's really only 10 publishers that are doing it. But the problem is that those are the top 10 publishers that are doing it, at least by volume and by sales. So, in effect, the industry isn't the one impacted by this at a large scale, but the customer is. Because even though it's a small group of people doing it, they're the ones that are distributing the most games, the most recognized games, and the most purchased games in most cases. Obviously, that script has kind of flipped over the years, but yeah.
So even though this impacts a minority of games, it disproportionately affects customers due to the scale of the largest offenders.
This is also something that I would make sure if I were them that I would really harp on this point big. This kind of goes back to the other discussion that I was saying before. Like, this is what I call a winning argument. This is another winning argument. There is nothing more that a lot of these politicians really enjoy that it's having an easy target. And there is nothing more easy than big corporate companies. Big, fat, corporate money bag companies that they can hit and they can do and they can basically get whatever they want out of them. And the best part is, and again, I think this works. The real thing that I should say this. I'll bring the politics out of it in this case, right? My disdain for politicians. The benefit to the movement is the fact that there's not a lot of perpetrators. It's a small group, which is a lot easier to target than a widespread industry issue. It's much easier to be able to define what the problem is, identify who's causing it, figure out what the solution is, and then make that the standard. And by showcasing how it's a small group of people that are having a massive impact on the wide majority of customers, that's going to be the most effective way for you to be able to communicate to the government that this needs to be fixed.
From sales figures, it impacts tens of millions of customers, minimum in the EU. This impacts developers as well. This may seem obvious, but based on interviews and feedback, we found the majority of game developers do not support having games they've worked on destroyed. They can spend years of their lives creating them, but they are often not the ones making these business decisions, and sometimes even sign non-disclosure agreements so they cannot voice their opinion on the matter. The main point I hope that does not get lost in this hearing is this initiative welcomes any solution that will solve the problem of video games being destroyed on this scale. We want this to be as easy and as practical as possible for all parties involved, and are very open to how to...
What is this? God, this stupid chat box thing. Dude. I gotta fix this somehow. Hey, LD, thank you for doing these streams. They get me through my Saturday shifts. You mentioned it a few weeks ago, and I wanted to let you know that I appreciate what you do. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Glad it gets you through, man. Glad it gets you through.
That is achieved. We are not even asking publishers to change their business or monetization models, only that once they end support, they do so in a responsible way. Our only goal is to prohibit this destructive practice and thus obtain basic protections for consumers and the medium as a whole.
Yeah.
I'd like to add a little bit on the economic aspect. Again, when planned for from the beginning, the cost can be very small. It's mostly about when it's undoing that's more of a cost related.
Yeah, no, and that's something to kind of make sure to bring up as well, is that a lot of these companies are going to use it as an argument of how expensive it's going to be for them to have to go back and somehow return access to these games that have long laid dormant, that they have taken away or gotten rid of or whatever it might be. But if this is planned for from the very beginning, then that's not really going to be an issue. And also at the same time, another important thing to keep in mind is that Stop Killing Games basically from the very beginning have said that this is not necessarily something that they are looking to do retroactively. They're looking for it to be something that's just the plan going forward. They're not expecting all of these publishers to drop everything that they're doing and go back and give everybody access to all these games that have been shut down. They're saying that a precedent just needs to be set from here on out. That's probably one of the things that, again, this is something that irritated the absolute shit out of me when it came to the pirate software drama around it and his response to it, is that this movement's proposals are some of the most reasonable things, and they shouldn't even be reasonable. The players, the customers shouldn't even be reasonable in this position because they've been taken advantage of for so long, and the plan is still to take advantage of them as much as they possibly can. Yet, regardless, they're doing their best to stay as reasonable as possible. We don't expect you to go back and undo all the damage that's been done to all these old games. No, we just want you to make sure that you stop doing it going forward. That's already a huge step in a direction that most people probably wouldn't take when it comes to a lot of this stuff.
Earlier the game Concord was mentioned. That's actually an excellent example because has publicly stated that at least 370 million euros were spent developing that game, and it did not include an end-of-life plan like what we're seeking. Most of the cost for developing games tends to come from other areas like art assets or marketing. This is just one element out of hundreds that already go into making a game.
Yeah.
The other thing is sometimes industry costs or estimates of how much this would cost can be faulty because they're expecting the game they're asking for to have every last feature it did while it was being supported.
So here's the thing, and he's not going to word it like this. This is probably also a good reason why I'm probably not the kind of guy that would be the best for this kind of situation, because I would go up there. Maybe I would be. Maybe that's exactly what they fucking need sometimes. I'm not really too sure. But the one thing that I would say is that that's done maliciously. This whole idea that like, oh, there's all of these like sub-services essentially is really what he's talking about here. About like how a lot of these games have like server-side stuff that they're paying for. They have anti-cheats that they're paying for. They have DRM that they're paying for. They're having all of these different things that they're trying to pay for. All these sub-services that are connected to, especially online games specifically. And they're like, you know, we can't keep these games on forever because it would just make us go bankrupt. It would make us go bankrupt. That's what a lot of these companies say. Ubisoft, actually, that entire board of European game, whatever the fuck they're called, the people that pushed back against the Stop Killing Games movement. I can't remember what their name was, but either way, there were some lobbyists that came out and they had said that this would be prohibitively expensive to do and it would bankrupt the entire games industry, and this is all just so unrealistic. That's what they said. This is so unrealistic because of that. But we don't need nobody's asking for any of those sub-services. That's something that these guys are just making up. They're like, oh, well, you want us to pay for all this. No, we just said, just give us something that if we need to be the ones to take it over, if it has to be some community that grabs the game and makes their own servers and supports their own servers and their own anti-cheat and a bunch of other stuff, that's what they'll do. Nobody's asking you to financially continue to support these games going on to the future. Nobody's asking you to continue to support these games, you know, even from like a community standpoint, whether that's banning people or whatever it is. No, all that we understand and we are completely fine with having all that stuff end. That's likely, I would imagine, in a lot of cases for most people, that's the assumption. But the problem is that you're going to have a lot of these guys at these companies that are going to pretend like that's not the assumption, and they're going to try to use that as the excuse for them to not have to do anything at all other than just completely shut down any access to the game and any support for the game and the game entirely and just take it away from the customers. They're going to use that as they're going to use it to gaslight, effectively, is what it is. It's a straw man. It's a straw man. Whole thing's straw man.
And many of those can be retired and don't even make sense for a game that's no longer being supported, like administration or anti-cheat measures or account management or things like that.
Yeah.
So that can there can be hundreds, or known as microservices, associated with these that can be disabled.
That's the word I was looking for, microservices, yeah.
And the customer still has the core game. So that should be taken into account when...
I'm glad that he's bringing this up because this was one of the first points that was brought up against them, not only by like Pirate Software, but also by like the lobbyists.
Figuring out the potential cost. And it might have been mentioned earlier, but we also want to emphasize the companies have been paid already once for the working game. So that should be factored into the budgeting. There were some other points mentioned on the right to repair, whether we need it and how long a product should work. With right to repair, that's a little bit different issue. Well, that's certainly welcome, having the right to that. As I mentioned in my presentation, there are deliberate countermeasures to prevent repair. That it's almost like a small miracle when it does happen from extremely experienced software professionals for resurrecting a game. However, if there were repair instructions, that would be...
Dude, they're not bringing it up. Brother, Ross, my guy, I mean, I get it. He's under a lot of pressure. This is not his normal forte. This is not a position that he'd normally be in. But one easy dunk that you are missing right here is the fact that not only is it like very difficult to resurrect a game because the developers or the community developers don't have any tools to be able to put a lot of these games back together. And, you're just like, well, it'd be great if we had instructions on how to, fix some of these games in some way. That shouldn't even be the point. When you're talking about how prohibitive it is for these guys to be able to bring these games up, you need to be bringing up how there is a legal factor of how much these guys will go after you and they will sue you. It doesn't even have anything to do with trying to bring the game back. We're talking about they'll stop you from even thinking about it.
Be very welcome. I think we would even consider that a viable alternative to what we're asking if it was practical to resurrect.
Ross isn't the guy. He's the guy who stood up because nobody else is trying to be that guy. No, Ross is the guy. Ross is the guy. Bro's forehead is crazy. Bitch, I bet you fucking ugly as fuck. Only some fucking fat retard to be in here talking about some dude's forehead.
The game that way. And for how long it should work, it's kind of again, the customer standard is indefinitely, as long as they keep the game in good working order on their end. And we're not trying to hold any publishers responsible for updates that break things that wasn't their doing. So how long they choose to support it, we're completely open to. I mean, I think there's already existing EU regulations on that, but I mean, they, as far as we're concerned, they could end support the next day, but as long as the game isn't destroyed, we would find that acceptable.
Oh, wait, hold on. I missed what he said there.
There's already existing EU regulations on that, but I mean, they, as far as we're concerned, they could end support the next day they're doing. So how long they choose to support it, we're completely open to. I mean, I think there's already existing EU regulations on that, but I mean, they, as far as we're concerned, they could end support the next day, but as long as the game isn't destroyed, we would find that acceptable. And the last point on the, for doing this through the existing, just doing this through the courts, through the legal action, that still doesn't get to the heart of the matter of the game itself being destroyed. We're not really refunds and compensation. Those are a secondary measure that when the game itself can't be
why would they put this up right here?
Reinstated. We just want the game preserved. So
and that's also so he's bringing. Why is this? Why can this go? Can I make this go away? There. Okay.
That when the game itself can't be reinstated, we just want the game preserved. So doing it through the existing framework doesn't quite get us there necessarily.
Oh, he's talking about money. Is that what this is?
The game itself can't be reinstated. We just want the game preserved. So
come on.
Really refunds and compensation.
Yeah, it was refunds and compensation. So one of the problems that you're going to run into is you're actually going to go ahead and you're going to see a lot of these people. They're going to be talking about how, oh man, from like a politician standpoint, these guys really only think in ones and zeros in some cases. So they're going to be thinking about, well, we need to get this money back for the customers. That's not what we're asking for here. That's not what we're asking for here. This is bro like literally just sitting in chat, just like talking shit the whole fucking time. LD means little dick. You poor little bitch. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking. What the fuck, a little bitch. Fuck, chatter is schizophrenic. It's fucking. Sometimes some of these fools in YouTube chat, man, they're fucking crazy. So the thing that he's bringing up right now is he's talking about how like a lot of the people that are in government are essentially talking about how they should use existing framework to be able to go back and get players their money. Oh, well, we need to go back and we need to get if all these games got shut down, we got to get their money back. No, because also you have to recognize that again, that is another one of those situations that is likely going to end up turning this whole situation into something that's like basically getting shut down, because it's unrealistic for us to actually get compensation for a lot of this stuff. It'd be really difficult for you to be able to actually like, it'd be difficult for you to be able to find, I don't know, man. Like, I just feel like getting stuck on the money would likely drive this thing into the ground. You have to make sure that you're using the most reasonable approach, you're using the most reasonable points, and you're using the most relatable issues. If you try to navigate outside of that and you try to do something that's unrealistic, something that's going to require a lot of bureaucracy, like trying to get a bunch of people's money back, one, that doesn't solve the issue because that's not what we're looking for. I'm not looking to get my money back for a game that I bought 6 years ago. I'm looking to get access to the game that I bought 6 years ago. Getting money for it isn't going to fix the problem. We want access to the games. So I think that it's way better to make sure that you're trying to do your best to like just, I would probably just ignore the entire money conversation entirely. Personally. Maybe some people are going to feel a little bit conflicted on that, but yeah. Imagine if a book was impossible to buy if you made a free copy and someone in that company goes after you legally. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think he even mentioned it, in the video that, like, you know, there's no precedent for this in any other industry, and if there was, then people would freak out. But the funny thing is that he's actually wrong. There is a precedent for it in basically all digital goods. If you buy a digital book from Amazon, it's the same thing. If you buy music or whatever else from a digital platform, it's the same thing. If you buy a movie from a digital platform, it's the same thing. If you buy a piece of software, in a lot of cases, it's the same thing. Or in some cases, what these companies have done is that they've already positioned themselves to be able to get around all of this shit, right? And how they've done that is that they've turned themselves into subscription services. They've changed the definition of what their product is. That's why, like, this is, again, one of those things where I really do not like things like PlayStation Plus. I do not like things like Xbox Game Pass, because that's effectively what these guys are trying to do. They're trying to get ahead of the curve on this, and they're trying to turn their games into services so that there can be no argument for whether or not, you know, you own something or not. They're trying to get rid of the entire thing completely. If Ross used the artist's favorite talking points, art is a luxury, and just say you're broke, he would be going home in a Bentley limo with a early retirement. True. Thank you for the $10, man. Thank back and forth. Thank you for the 10. I actually kind of wouldn't be surprised if there weren't some people that were probably knocking on Ross's door asking if he would take some money to shut the fuck up about a lot of this stuff and walk away from it. But I think that it's largely kind of gotten out of their control at this point. From buying turns to renting, yeah. I don't see any of the crazy shit on YouTube because you have a chat bot that locks it down. That dude got all fucking twisted up because I called him fat and ugly because he was making fun of Ross's forehead. And then he took it personally. It's a bit revealing, isn't it? Ishmaster 2020, thank you for the 5. I wouldn't mind a refund for an older game that I don't play. It's better than what GameStop pays for older games. Yeah, but you have to understand, would you rather, like, what outcome? Here's the thing. If people were looking for that outcome, right? If people were looking for that outcome, chances are you would get neither. I'm just going to keep it fucking straight with you. If people are looking for the financial outcome, we're not going to get games preservation, and we're also likely not going to get the money either. It'll get killed before it ever becomes a thing. Perhaps he was projecting. The vast majority of people that talk shit about how other people look online are ugly themselves. Yeah, it's 90% of it is projecting. 90% of it is projecting. Yeah. And the best way that you can also bring that up as well is be like, well, you know, it's like anything else, like women's beauty standards. Who's pushing women's beauty standards? Women. It's women. Yeah. The only people that hate women more than anybody else is other women. I'm not ugly. I don't throw stones at a glass house and call other people ugly. Yeah, it's also just like really weird. Like we're sitting here like listening to this motherfucker is like also like how fucking weird you got to be to sit here and watch a video about a dude that is quite literally like fighting for your right to digital ownership. And you're like, look at his forehead. You fucking retard. Shut the fuck up. People like that, they need to spend, they need, they're you know what, they're born in the wrong timeline. That's somebody that was like supposed to be, like, you know, in the mines, right? It's supposed to be, that's serfs. Yes. That's exact serfs. Yes. These are people that like they shouldn't have had. They didn't need the freedom to think. They didn't need the freedom to think. Victorian factory worker, also true. They need a lord to lord over them. Also true. Yeah, so I'm really happy to see the direction that this is going in, to see how much like steam it's picking up, how much momentum it's getting now. And I'm excited to see where it goes. LD, have you tried out Road to Vostok? I have not tried it out. I've heard really good things about it from some folks in the Discord. Trailer for De-Extinction in an upcoming body cam survival horror game set inside of a research facility that's suddenly gone dark. Players take the role of a rookie agent sent in to investigate. The mission quickly turns into a fight for survival, discovering that prehistoric predators have escaped.
Rookie, this is Control. Do you read? You're being redirected to Site Delta 9. They're simple. Attempt to establish contact with any surviving staff. Control out. Control. Image received. That's security.
Nah. Like, this right here didn't do it for me. I saw this, I was like, okay, this is a little, like, you know, it's early development, right? I don't think this is something that's coming out soon. But I'm gonna tell you right now, if I'm playing a survival horror game and I walk around a corner and I see that, nah. I'm gonna nope the fuck out. Looks jittery, bro. You know what's really funny is that like it's like our perspective on video games is distorted over the years as games have become a lot more advanced and realistic and things like that. I remember playing Dino Crisis. That game terrified the shit out of me. That game would scare the shit out of me sometimes. Original Resident Evil games, also those were like so scary, man. So scary. Raptors in the bushes, yeah. Jurassic Park on Sega scared me way back in the day, dude. I'm trying to think like I feel like I don't know, like it's not, this isn't to say that like horror games aren't as good they're not as good anymore. I still think that like horror games are like pretty solid, but I don't think that they're as scary, and they like a lot of them have to get off on shock value or like disgust factor more than anything else. But like back during like the heyday, man, dude, man. And actually, it's not even like it was really, I mean, it's a long time ago, but it's also not at the same time. Like, where do I think that, like, I think survival horror peaked. This is going to be a hot take. I think the survival horror peaked with Dead Space. Dead Space 1. when that fucking tentacle grabs you out in the middle of that hallway, oh my God, my soul jumped out of my body. My soul, like I'm sitting there, I'm playing the game. I partook of some mind-altering substance, and I was playing it at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Blanket over me, and I'm sitting there. All of a sudden, that fucking tentacle grab my what? My soul just I transcended, and I just threw the fucking controller down. And I'm like, no, nothing but this, nothing but this. Dead Space got nothing on older Japanese games like Haunting Ground. I'm saying it peaked then. I'm saying that like that was like, at least for me, that was like some of the last games that were like horror games that like really like got me with their horror. Now, like, yeah, I'll get a jump scare here and there. Maybe something's like a little slightly unsettling, but like, not the same. Not the same. Okay, I'll push that out. No. It's a tie for me. Because I would also I'd probably caveat to say that I would say it's pretty much on the same level in a lot of cases, but Resident Evil 7 Biohazard totally brought that back, but it really only brought that back, and this is, some people might agree with me, some people might not. It's really just it's the found footage part. After that, once you're just Ethan in the house, it's not really that bad. Like once you get into like all of a sudden like, oh, this is a Resident Evil game, and you like understand your Resident Evil loops, and it was still really good. It's one of my favorite games, one of my favorite Resident Evil games. But yeah, that game proves your point. Yeah, I think so. Most games are just are just run and hide, boring as fuck. Yeah, actually, you got a really good point. Like, it's really just that same run and hide mechanic. Find a closet or a cabinet or a table to hide under until the creature goes away, or the killer or whatever, and then continue back on the thing. And then after a while, you just kind of gamify that, right? Alien Isolation. I have heard really good things about Alien Isolation, and I have still yet to play it. And I am a huge survival horror fan, and I've just been kind of waiting for it. And I don't know, I probably should play it. I probably should. Right now, I got too much shit. I got playing. Shit I got to do right now. But yeah. Things are scarier when you're younger. I'm not that hard, dog. Not that hard. Shit could still scare me. Shit could still scare me. Fucking liminal spaces will fucking catch my ass sometimes. I'll walk into a building and it's dead quiet and there's nobody in it and the lights are just dimly turned on and I'm like, is this motherfucker haunted? Is this motherfucker haunted? Yeah, we'll see what it turns out to be. The problem that I have with some of these games, like some of these indie like survival horror games and stuff like that, is that they kind of just like they miss out on some fundamentals that you need to hit. I don't know. We'll see what it ends up looking like. See what it ends up looking like. So, do you guys remember that they had a Grand Theft Auto hack, and they were holding holding Rockstar's data hostage and said, you better pay us by this timeline, otherwise we are going to leak it. And then Rockstar was like, go ahead. Well, they leaked it. And what they leaked was Grand Theft Auto Online platform breakdown revealed. PlayStation 5, 3.4 million weekly in revenue. 4.4 million weekly users. PlayStation 4, 1.8 million weekly revenue, 973K weekly users. Xbox Series X, 1.1 million weekly revenue, 1.86 million users. Xbox One, 1 million weekly revenue, 900,000 users. PC, 890K in revenue, 264K users. This is also disproportionately not like most of the people on PC are playing the game on custom servers. These are the people that are playing like GTA RP. And like I've seen a lot of people talking to like, well, this is the reason why they don't want to put it on PC. It's also the reason why they're doing, but it's also the reason why Rockstar is partnering with the people that are the ones that are behind Grand Theft Auto RP. They're trying to make GTA RP something that is actually intrinsic to Grand Theft Auto Online in some way. Smart. Very smart thing for them to do. I actually, you know what the funny thing is, and this is something that I think a lot of people are going to miss out on, and it blows my mind, dude. It blows my mind. For all of the people that have been trying to push metaverses and stuff like that over the past like 10 years, all the money that's been sunk into it, for all the people that have been trying to make live service games and everything like that, Rockstar is one of the very few companies that seems to recognize what the next trend actually is and what people are looking for. If you guys have listened to me in any of my videos where I've talked about live service, the one key thing that I think is huge right now, what I think a lot of people are looking for, and you're seeing that in games right now, like that are just making a ton of money, like friend slot games and stuff like that, people are looking for social experiences. That's why Arc Raiders did so well, because it was such a casual game, and also it felt a lot more like it felt like a more social experience where you're just running around and talking to people and meeting people and making alliances and betraying those alliances. You don't have a lot of that same stuff in other extraction shooters. It's just not the same. Maybe you run into one guy alone, in some case, somebody that actually has a mic, but if you're playing Escape from Tarkov, if you're playing Marathon, it's shoot on sight. Like, yeah, is there the ability to talk to other people? Absolutely. But maybe it's TTK, maybe it's something else. I'm not really too sure, but for whatever reason, the vibe of those games just does not turn it into the same kind of social experience. It makes them more competitive. People are looking for social experiences. If you want further proof of that, what is the other most successful live service game that we've seen since what is the other successful live service game? Hold on. Yeah. If you guys want proof of this, the other successful live service game that we had seen recently, that came out recently, was Helldivers 2. Again, that's another game, and that whole thing is nothing but a social experience. It's a live social experience of everybody effectively playing Dungeons and Dragons together in space. Is it about the combat? Is it about fighting bosses? Is it about getting gear? Is it about metagaming? No, it's about the whole hilarious nature of the game. It's about coming together as a community to be able to achieve a goal. It's about role playing. And I think that GTA RP, if they lean into it the right way, if they can make it attractive enough to be able to bring in even more casual people, not only is it incredibly entertaining content to watch live, to like watch it on Twitch or YouTube, so it's really good for content creators, which then becomes very good to market the game. But if you have more and more people that are searching for that kind of like social experience, that could take off in a way that I don't think anybody else is going to be able to compete with. It's that Second Life sim. It's that metaverse thing. You know what it actually reminds me of? It reminds me of old chat rooms. It reminds me of like chat rooms back in the day where people would go on and pretend to be somebody else all the time. And it was so fun. It was so funny. And people enjoyed the fuck out of it, right? And I think there's a desire to go back to some of that kind of stuff. And if that ends up being the next turn, then, boy, there's not a lot of other companies that are going to be able to compete with it, because you're not going to be able to create something like that inorganically. That's not a trend that you can really build around. And I don't think a lot of people can figure out how to be able to find that nexus, that cross between a video game and a social experience, and something that actually like melds both together. You see the new Metro 2039 trailer? No, not yet. You don't have to be the best. You just have to be the first. I don't think it's necessarily being the first in this case. I think you actually still have to have something that's like a core, fun, like relatable experience to like from the get-go. But the one thing that I'll say is this, is that Grand Theft Auto, like I get that a lot of people have like a negative opinion on GTA or on Rockstar or just on AAA in general, which a lot of those things in most cases I'm going to side with you on. But there is something at a base level when it comes to Grand Theft Auto that makes the game so inviting and so comfortable for the vast majority of people, because you can instantly find something to do. Like it's like, why did I like playing Grand Theft Auto when I was a kid? Was it because I liked doing the missions? Was it because I liked the story? No, I don't even fucking remember doing any of the story in Grand Theft Auto. Like I know I did because I had to do it to unlock stuff or whatever, and I'm sure that I did. And I remember like parts of the story, but like I can't even tell you probably how many hundreds of hours my brother and I put into Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City and San Andreas, and we weren't doing anything other than just fucking around. That's all we did. Sandbox was the key, but it's a sandbox with an absurd amount of like freedom and an absurd amount of just fun at a base level with very simple controls. Anybody can pick it up, and you can like I remember like telling my mom, like, you know, go over to that car and press triangle, and then she pulls somebody out of a car and she's like, oh my god, and then she gets in the car and I'm like, drive away, the police are coming, and she's like, ah. Like anybody can pick up a controller and do something like that and have even like a memorable experience, I think, for like some people that might be a little bit newer to it. But anybody can find fun in that. So these guys make a lot of money. These guys make a lot of money. 3.4. So you're at 4.2, 5.2. You're at $5.2 million. 6.3. 7.3. So they're over $8 million a week across all platforms. And what ended up happening is it's come down today a little bit, I guess. But in the week that it came out, when the information was revealed, it sent their stock to the fucking moon. Their stock price rose by over $15. So these hackers are like, give us the money or we release the information. And they're like, okay, do it. The hackers go and release the information. Rockstar makes more money. Rockstar makes more money. Yeah, thanks for the marketing. Exactly. Thanks for the marketing. No wonder there's no rush for GTA 6. No, because people are finding a way to have fun playing Grand Theft Auto Online already. They don't really need to. This is like the same, like, this other thing I have to say, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not really a huge fan of the monetization, but I could have the exact same argument. I'm not saying these guys are on the same tier, okay? I'm not saying this is on the same tier. But but Take-Two is effectively in the exact same position as Valve. Valve doesn't need to worry about when their next game comes out, because they're so good at making money outside of that and holding on to customers and treating customers right or giving them an experience that they're looking for, that they can release a game whenever or never. Now, obviously, that's not going to be the same thing for somebody like Take-Two, because eventually Grand Theft Auto would lose steam at one point in time. But yeah, they're making enough money that why the fuck would they care? Yeah, Grand Theft Auto could take 15 years. I would imagine that they'd probably hit the gas a little bit if they saw the numbers declining. But obviously, I mean, when you're making that much money a week, nobody cares. You're raking it in. They have Deadlock. Deadlock's not even out yet. And you know what the crazy thing is with Deadlock? This game averages like 70,000, 100,000, 80,000 players a day. And it's still in closed beta. Or closed alpha, even. Most of the characters aren't even finished. Character art isn't even finished. Most of the mechanics that they plan on having in the game isn't even done. The map, even the map, the way that it looks right now, is probably going to change by the time that this game comes out. The only way that you can get into playing this game, it's not really hard to do, but you have to get an invite from a friend. You can't get into the game any other way. If I just went onto the Steam store, or if I went onto Steam and I just like typed in Deadlock, I can't just download it. I have to get somebody to give me access to it, right? Yeah, closed beta, but 70,000 players. And by the way, so since August of 2025, it started averaging 60 to 40,000 players, dropped down to like 2028. It was still kind of in a really like odd, rough like spot here. But this is when they added 6 new heroes. And then this right here is Old Gods, New Blood. This update that they did here back in January added in like it completely like reskinned the maps, updated the looks of the heroes, added new heroes to the game and a voting system to the game and stuff like that. And immediately it just blew the fucking doors off the place and people just started playing the fuck out of it. And it just continued to play the fuck out of it for months now. And these guys are getting so much valuable data when you're seeing this. And by the way, I suck. I still suck. I'm going to suck for probably a long time because the learning curve is like really high. There's just a lot to learn in a game like this. I'm already almost up to 100 hours. But it's become that game that I'm totally cool with just like throwing down on a couple games of it real quick and then going to do something else for the rest of the day. Or sometimes I find myself in that spot where I'm like, I just rot and I just play the crap out of it. LD, any tips for Magic the Gathering Arena and collecting? I don't play Arena. I played Arena when I first started playing Magic the Gathering just to kind of like learn the game at a very base level, but I play paper. And I don't suggest collecting. If I was anybody that was like looking to get into Magic the Gathering, motherfucker, I would be proxying everything. I'd be proxying everything. Nothing would be sacred. Even I'm sitting here right now, there's a couple cards that I want, and I'm like, brother, I do not feel like paying $60, or $70 or whatever it is. There's this like mana ramp that I want. I want a Mox Amber. But like nowhere near me actually has one, so I'd have to order it online, and it's like $70 to get one. I'm like, dude, I feel like I'm probably just gonna have my buddy print me one. Cardboard with ink on it. Rare cardboard with ink on it. Rare cardboard with ink on it. Like, I get what you're saying, but I did get really lucky. And I pulled one of these, like, neon pink chocobo cards when they did the Final Fantasy set. And I sold that motherfucker for, like, $2,800. Sold it. Not like, oh, this is an imaginary thing that's worth imaginary money. No, somebody fucking bought it. Like, it would be different if it was like, that's the one thing I will give Magic the Gathering, where I think some of these other card games, like a lot of these like prices and stuff like that are nebulous. Like, who the fuck is going to buy this stuff? The funny thing is, Magic players, they do buy these cards because they are going to play with them. They will buy the bling just to have the bling. It's part of the flex. It's part of the flex. It's not a kid's game anymore. I think that it still can be, but you have to keep it low to the ground. Just stay away from the collector shit. Like play boosters are still like $5 or whatever. Like play boosters are not like super expensive. The like commander decks are kind of pricey depending on what they are, but like some of the stuff is not really that expensive. It just depends on what you're actually trying to do. What are your opinions on Magic the Gathering crossovers? I think that they're overdoing it. I think that they pushed it a little bit too far. I had no interest in like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shit or the Marvel shit that they have coming in the pipeline. But I think it's like it works and it does really well when it's something that like makes sense and like feels like thematically connected to the world, because like Magic has like really good like cool lore and shit like that and really cool mechanics, and sometimes they put the effort in, other times they don't. The reason why the Final Fantasy set did so well for these guys is simply because like they quite literally made it where like every single card in the Final Fantasy set was like 1-to-1, like the mechanics are built around like what the characters do and like who the characters are in some way. I think like the flavor, I guess, like the flavored mechanics and flavor texture of like that set would just, it fits so well with Magic. It did so well. That's one of the reasons why people liked it. Like I think like as an example, like the Aerith Gainsborough card, like her whole thing is that like when she dies, she powers somebody else up. So if somebody kills her in combat, you know, or somebody kills her, like, you know, kills her off the board or whatever like that, when she dies, or maybe you sacrifice her, she powers up another character. That's incredible. Yeah, like the flavor stuff is like really good. It's really good. They did a really good job with it. Especially some of the Final Fantasy 14 stuff, which really surprised me. Like Xenos Galvas? I forgot how you say his name. Like Xenos' card is all about like picking one player and you guys become best friends. And then if that player dies, then the card flips and it becomes all about you killing one player, and if you kill that one player, you win the game. It's so fucking insanely lore accurate that it's just like, holy fuck, dude. They so nailed this. They just nailed the fuck out of this. Oh man. The FF crossover went super hard, coming from a niche collector as well, but I was very specific about the shiny cardboard chase. Man, I wanted the Magic XFF. Yeah, I think that like it just widely depends on what the a test of your reflexes. Yeah. Man, what a fucking insane arc for Final Fantasy 14. It's so fucking good. I think it just widely depends on them just like continuing to like, if you're gonna do these crossovers, do it with somebody that it makes sense with and it fits in the universe well, right? Like I that's really all it is. That's why like Lord of the Rings did really well for them, even though they made Aragorn black for whatever. Like they did some weird shit with that set. They didn't do it with Final Fantasy. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird how they didn't race swap any of the characters in Final Fantasy? I thought it didn't matter. Base Japan, I guarantee that's what it was. I guarantee Square Enix was like, you want to do what? Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of my office. Get out of my office. Cloud was black? No, Cloud was white. Quite literally. Not only as a character, but also as a card color. Oh, man. What is this? Oh, speaking of stop killing games, various Disney games have been delisted on Steam. Why? Are you paying? Do like... Actually, I don't know the answer to that. I'm curious now. I'm going to look it up. I asked, do you have to pay yearly to keep your game listed on Steam? No, there is no yearly or monthly fee to keep your game listed on Steam. Publishing cost, Steam uses a pay per product model rather than reoccurring subscription for developers. You pay a $100 US fee or equivalent for each new app you wish to distribute on Steam. Recoupable fee, this is a $100 fee that can be refunded once your game reaches $1,000 in adjusted gross revenue. Steam maintains a platform by taking 30% of the cut of your game sales. Once paid, the app does not expire, and your game can remain listed indefinitely as long as it complies with Steam's subscriber agreement. Epic Store, they're going to push them on Epic only. You're right. You're right. That's exactly what this is. They're pulling all of their games off of Steam. Maybe not all of them all at once. And they're going to push all of them through Epic because of their partnership. Double check the sources. I've gotten wrong answers from AI a lot. I'm not really worried about it all that much, to be honest. I really like sending out misinformation. I think it just makes things a little bit more interesting and gives things a little bit more flavor. You know what I mean? Keeps people on their toes. Yeah. I actually wouldn't doubt that. I could easily see this being Epic related. I'm not seeing anybody bring it up, but I could. I mean, they put $2.8 billion it's like 2 point something $billion into. No, 1.5 billion dollars into Epic. That's how much Disney gave Epic. Grand Theft Auto 5 actor Jay Cloud said, "Wouldn't be surprised if the satire in Grand Theft Auto 6 doesn't hit as hard because of what we're seeing is that's happening in the real world." Actually, you know what the thing is? I was thinking about this recently. I don't think that people have the same sense of humor. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but like, I don't know if like some people are worried that the game's going to be woke, right? Like I've seen some of those criticisms or whatever. And I think that's more just based on like other games and shit that people have played that they're like worried about or whatever. But like the one thing that I will say is this, is that I actually don't think that people are okay with both side stuff anymore. I just genuinely across the board do not think that people like anything that tries to exist on both sides. Like a game that is making fun of like the left and the right, a game that's making fun of, you know, one group or another. I don't think a lot of people are seeing that. If you're worried about it, you'll find it. And that's a part of it as well. I think that like people are so absorbed by like social politics, political discourse, everything that's going on in general anymore. Like, and it's it's inorganic. It's an inorganic like situation that we're in. It's all driven by social media. It's outrage that's driven by people just being on the internet a lot, like way too much. And also giving too much attention to people that probably don't deserve it. And they're just getting hooked on a lot of this shit. And because of that, I think everybody is kind of like in this like heightened sense of like panic or defensiveness or something. Like, I don't really know exactly how to describe it. This is like one of those things where I've like written it down as a video topic and I need to like sit down and really cook on it and like at least come up with what I think it's coming, like my opinion. Am I like somebody that's actually divining this from the stars? Am I, you know, a philosopher in this? No, I'm not. Am I philosophizing? Yeah, I think it's philosophizing. Yes. Yes. But I'm wondering how well the humor will go. I'm wondering how the humor is going to go over with this. I don't think it's going to go over very well. I think some of it will, some of it won't, but a lot has changed. People's sense of humor has changed in the last 15 years. Right? Like, we're thinking about since Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, right? In 15 years, a lot of people's opinions and personalities and sense of humor and all that stuff has changed over time. And one of the other things that I've also noticed as well is that, like, if we're specifically just talking about the humor of the game and the satire of in Grand Theft Auto 6, like, comedy is dead. Today, comedy movies are gone. Funny TV shows barely exist. It's like one of the areas in entertainment that's suffering the most right now. Most comedians don't really like tour all that much anymore. And the pipeline of comedians into film or into television is largely gone because most of those guys just go and start podcasts now because it's far more profitable. It's way easier to do. They don't need to leave their house and they make a shitload more money doing it. So you're not seeing a lot of these guys go, like, we used to get a lot more comedy movies because a lot more comedians were the ones that were acting in or making those movies. But none of those guys are doing any of that kind of stuff anymore because they're all just doing podcasts instead. Or they're all doing YouTube channels. Speaking of movies, the new Street Fighter movie trailer is amazing. Oh, we should probably take a look at that, actually. Speaking of movies, I did actually take the time to go and see Hail Mary. Fire. Great movie. Great movie. I it's been a really, really long, and like that was something else that like it made me think of as well. Where like I have like, dude, I very rarely go to the movies. Nothing really drives me to go to the movies anymore. That did because there was just so many people that were like, oh, dude, a lot of people kind of felt like it was like, I don't know, like how films used to feel, right? And by the way, it's not like it's like, the crazy thing is that I would say a movie like Hail Mary, like 15 years ago, would be just like a solid movie. And this is why I'm talking about that thing where I'm like, I really do feel like in the entertainment industry, you have a lot of people that are trying to lower the bar of expectations. Well, I think that Hail Mary was a fantastic movie 15 years ago. It just would have been a good movie. Not like a great movie, not an insanely good movie, but in comparison to everything else that you see, Project Hail Mary is a fucking absolute banger in comparison to anything else that's out. Like, it's not even a fucking competition. Gosling be Gosling. Dude, that guy is so fucking talented, man. He's such a good actor. He's such like a, he's a very comfortable actor to watch. It's like, he's like one of the very few, like celebrities where you're like, man, I'm happy to see this guy doing well. I'm happy to watch a movie and support this guy. You know, he just seems like a good dude. Like, I don't want to go see anything with that one weirdo. Who's the guy that always needs to be holding somebody's hand all the time? I don't think I've liked that dude in a single fucking movie. Pedro Pascal. I don't think I've liked that dude in a single movie. Maybe one, but he wasn't like the main character or anything like that. But I've never liked that guy. I was just like, how's this guy in fucking everything? Why is he in everything? Timothy Chalamet? I like Timothy Chalamet. I think the guy's all right. I'm not going to say that like all movies are... I mean, I like the Dune movies. The Dune movies are solid. Wait a minute. Did I not see... Shut the fuck... Is that who I thought it was? Hold on. I'm so here for it, dude. That's the fucking man, okay? I'll hear nothing from nobody. 50 is the fucking man. He is the fucking man. He's into club. Oh my God, he is into club. This is the old trailer? Is it? Oh, this is from 4 months ago. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I haven't seen this one. We'll watch both of them, I guess, because I haven't seen this one either. They got Akuma in this too? I'm here for it, dude. As long as it's just dumb action and fighting and shit, I'm so here for it. Fight! You win. Hell yeah. All right, let's see the actual trailer. Street Fighter official trailer. Here it is.
I got good news.
What is this?
Gathered here are the world's
Oh no.
best fighters.
I won't deny it, I'm a street fighter.
But only one of which will be crowned the world champion of Street Fighter! You win! Perfect.
You're not a warrior anymore, you're a sideshow.
What's up, MTV? I'm Ken Masters.
This is your shot at redemption.
Who are you gonna show?
I'm gonna tell you right now, this was totally 50 Cent that was the one that got these guys to use fucking Tupac in the trailer. 100% 50 Cent getting them to use Tupac in the trailer. Like, undoubtedly.
The path I'm on now is not one of combat.
Maybe it's Ken's turn to be champion.
How did you find me?
I'm paid to find champions. Even if they're lost.
Good to see you, old friend. Still reckless. Sit down. This tournament is not what it seems. We have to be ready.
I like the actor. I like the picks for the actors. I think this actually looks not too bad, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Everyone keeps going on about your thighs.
Everybody keeps talking about your thighs.
I don't see what the big deal is. Bitch, please!
Hell yeah.
That was some abracadabra shit.
Oh, what's going on?
All right, yeah.
That a fireball came out of Ryu.
Do it, Ryu! Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Do you know what the thing is? Is it like the only thing that I can ask for when it comes to a lot of these like video game adaptations and stuff, and like they're like people are like I could talk shit about video game adaptations, obviously that being like a fucking major trend for a while, but also at the same time we've already had Street Fighter movies, so like what are we talking about? as long as they just keep it dumb, fun, campy, and goofy, just like it was before, or just like how a lot of these game movies should probably end up being, right? Like, I just, the problem is that I think a lot of the times these guys want to take some of this stuff a little bit too self-seriously. That's probably one of my biggest worries when it comes to like the Resident Evil movie that's going to be coming out, where like the original Resident Evil movie series is just, it's a thing. It's like trash watching that I kind of enjoy for some weird reason. I'm not gonna say that like they're good movies. It's just it exists and I watch it. I watch them, right? But the new movie that they're gonna be making for Resident Evil, like the new series that they're gonna be making, that apparently is gonna be like a little bit more like closer to the actual lore, but within its own like story or something like that. The problem is that, like, I guess I'm worried that they're going to try to just make it a straight up, like, horror, right? I guess if you're, like, doing the events of the first game, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But even still, there's some campy shit in it because they're video games, right? So it's just like, I just don't want to see some of these movies take themselves too seriously. I think that video games do have a place in, like, larger media when it comes to television and television and movies. I think that, like, some of their stories really lend themselves to it. But you got to be really careful about how you adapt it. Man, this movie really doesn't take itself seriously at all. I'm sold. Same. Yeah, no, I'm this kind of reminds me of, again, and like, it's not the greatest movie ever, okay? But it also kind of reminds me of like the D&D movie. That was just fun. It was just a fun movie to watch. Was it a good movie? Was it a great movie? No, not really. It was fun though. That's like all I'm really asking for out of some of this stuff, right? That's it. That's it. A couple of chuckles of an enjoyable watch. Yeah, that's really all that I want. I kind of want them to start from Resident Evil 2 with the for the movie, but see, the thing is that you're effectively just go ahead and make Leon the movie. I don't think that's the best. I don't think that's the best route for a lot of these guys to go. I really don't. Tree Rex. Thank you for the 10, man. Appreciate that. I DLD MTG, or I downloaded MTG Arena because of you. Oh my god. I didn't mean to collect, but I play like you. Any tips? I want to get into it. I really like the artwork. Cards would be nice. Just don't know anything about it. Game is fun though. If you're trying to play paper, the best thing that I can tell you is figure out what kind, like how you want to play, like the kind of thing you think would be really cool to do. Like, do you want to be somebody that like casts a shitload of spells? Or are you somebody that wants to, reanimate creatures? Or do you want to be a necromancer? Like, think of it almost like picking a class. Once you find a class, I highly recommend, it's really tough. I recommend people playing Commander because you can just go to a local game store and just play on a Commander night and enjoy yourself and meet some new people and just jam a couple of games and have a good time. It's really laid back. Is there a Get Laid deck? Who we kidding? Who we kidding? Come on, man. Come on. So yeah, I would personally get into Commander because you can just buy a Commander deck pre-made, and then just jam that. There's a whole new set that's out, so a lot of people are super hyped about that, and they're buying into the new like Commander decks that are coming out now. You can find one that you kind of think might fit like what you're looking for, and then just go jam it at your local game store and learn to play that way. I think that like mechanically, MTG Arena is really good just for learning the mechanics. Just do the story mode in MTG Arena. You just play against the AI. Don't worry about trying to play against other players. Just do the training missions and stuff to like fight through the story or whatever, and you'll just learn the basic mechanics of like how to play. So playing the game in standard or modern is like the smartest thing that you can do because it's all like smaller and more focused decks. Like Commander's 100 card deck, so it's like there's a whole lot of shit going on. But yeah. Can't read my name. It's T-Rex. Brother, Like, I go letter by letter, okay? I got it after the fact, but I wasn't going to go over and say it again. Johnny Somali has been found guilty on all charges in South Korea and has been sentenced to prison with labor. I also saw that the sentencing was only just a few months and it's not anything longer than that. And then after that, he'll be on like a probationary period and he'll stay on a registry in South Korea and likely be sent home right after that. It should be longer. I'm just going to say that. I think it should be longer. I think that people like this should be charged to the absolute, to the absolute limit of the law. With zero regard for anything else. There needs to be a very clear message sent. There needs to be a very clear message that is sent to anybody that's making content like this, to anybody that's trying to act this way, to treat other cultures this way, to try to use people in public for their content, to try to take advantage of other people, to make people feel at risk, or to whatever this shit is. They need to be charged to the utmost extreme to send a message that this is not acceptable. And I'm not only saying that because it's like for the other people, it's also for them as well. Because if they don't do this and more people come up doing this kind of thing and thinking that they can get away with it, it's also putting them in danger as well. The more often that you go and you let these guys run wild and do whatever they want to do, the more not only are they going to put themselves in danger, but they're going to put everybody else around them in danger too. What did he do? A lot. He went to South Korea, which has notoriously really tight laws when it comes to like deep fakes and like misrepresenting people and stuff. And he like made a bunch of like deep fakes of him like kissing and doing stuff with like some other like South Korean content creator. He defaced a statue. He harassed a lot of businesses and went inside businesses throwing food at people inside the store, screamed at people, pushed people around. He went to grave sites and danced on people's graves. He went to Japan and played music and was like yelling Hiroshima, Nagasaki, talking about dropping bombs and nukes on people in Japan. Literal scum. Yeah, absolutely heinous piece of shit. Yeah, guy's horrible. But regardless, the point I'm trying to make is that like if you do not punish these guys to the utmost, to the farthest the law can go, you're going to send the message to a lot of these people they can continue to do it, and you're also telling them that they can get away with it in a lot of cases. And like guys like this, the more notorious they get, some people confuse notoriety with fame. So they see this guy as famous. I mean, technically he is. Is he rich? No. Is he making a lot of money? No. Is he worth anything to society? No. People just don't like him and they like to see him fail. And while he's maybe making a living off of it sometimes, not all the time, like for enough people, that's enough. That's enough to do it the same. I went through this exact same thing. I met one of these people in my own day-to-day life before. Actually, ironically, we were talking about Magic the Gathering earlier. It happened when I was playing Magic the Gathering. I went and I played at a ball, and this dude walked in with his girlfriend, and she was holding a tripod, and he walked in with his girlfriend. She was holding a tripod, and he goes around to each table, and he starts like fucking with people. He starts grabbing their cards, asking them questions, sitting down. And by grabbing their cards and asking questions, I mean things like sits down. He's like, "You ever get pussy before?" You ever had a girlfriend? Then grabbing people's shit. What would you do if I tore this in half? Where you're just like, I want to take a fucking bat to this dude's head right now. Oh my God. How do you exist in real life? Get out of here. And he's trying to mess with me, and I was like looking at him, and I don't really fuck around with people trying to push me around. I don't, man. I was a very kind and quiet kid that turned the other cheek when they were younger, but as they got older, I recognized how weak that was and would never let it happen again. And this dude, he was sitting there trying to push me around, and I called him out. I'm like, I see you're streaming. Get out of here. Did you ask anybody at this table for permission to be filmed? Wow, what were you talking about? I'm like, dude, I can see your phone right there. You have Kick Chat up. By the way, nobody was actually watching this guy. Nobody was fucking, like, there's like one or two people in his chat. That's it. And he didn't know who I was either, and I don't think I was really like that big of a deal. I mean, like, I was doing this for a living at that point, but he didn't know who I was. And I just went to the management and told them, I'm like, you guys got to get this guy out of the store. And they're like, They really just didn't want to do anything about it. So I went back and I sat down. The dude kept going. And when I called him out again, this dude, like, this dude looked at me and he had said, he's just like, what's in the bag? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's talking about like the backpack that I have that has like my cards and stuff in it. And he's like, why are you calling me the, and he, like, you know, dropped the N-bomb, right? So he's like now trying to make me out to look like a racist. And he's like, your president already won. What more do you need? Why you got to call me those things? Why are you so racist? And I'm like, by the way, not saying any of this, not saying any of the things that this dude is alleging. And the whole table of people, all these other nerds are sitting there and they're just not saying anything. And I'm like, are not a single one of you guys going to speak up? Not a single one. They're just watching this happen, all terrified. And I'm like feeling bad for these guys because like they're just not built for this kind of thing, right? And he pushed my buttons enough to the point where I'm just like, if you want to handle this, we can handle this, but we'll do it outside the store. And he's just like, then that's when all of a sudden he's like, you have a gun? And he starts yelling that in the middle of the store, in the mall. So people start freaking out, looking all over the place, looking at me. People getting scared, people getting freaked out. I get up, I walk back over to the management, I tell them what's going on. They come back, and they come back to ban both me and him from the store. They call security to get rid of us both. Me for trying to get him to leave, and them being worried because they also heard that apparently I was being racist. And him for harassing customers. And the crazy thing is, and it just goes to show like how like awkward people have gotten in public over the years, is that like while I'm sitting there and I'm like, that's not what happened though. I'm like, I literally just was telling the guy to get out of the store. I was trying to get him to stop harassing your customers, stop harassing the people that I was trying to play a game with. I'm like, I came in, I warned you guys. You didn't do anything about it. I came back. I'm like, I'm not going to let this dude just walk all over me. I don't know what you expect. That's not even what happened, blah, 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 blah. I'm trying to like explain myself. I'm like looking at the other people that were sitting right there watching this whole thing go down, and not a motherfucker wanted to say a word. Not a single one wanted to say a word. And I'm sitting there and I'm like these guys were like literally letting these people think that that's what I was doing, that I was acting that way, or that I was calling these guys this thing. More cowards, exactly. People were being cowards. Luckily, one of the guys at the table finally was like, that's not what he did. And then finally spoke up and then explained the situation. And then they let me sit back down and play. But like, if it wasn't for that one person that said anything, those guys were completely fine with the guy that was defending them getting banned from the store too. It's bad, dude. It's so bad. Like people in like social spaces and stuff is so bad. And like people like this make that shit even worse. They make it even worse. So, well, and here's the thing. And it's just like, I get the judgments that people are putting on folks. These are guys that are playing Magic the fucking Gathering, dog. Like, this person that came in that store was looking to take advantage of some of the most socially vulnerable people that are out there. People that you know full well. If you're going to a place and it's a bunch of guys playing Magic the Gathering, if you want to go based on percentages, How social do you think those people are going to be? How well adjusted socially do you think a lot of these people are going to be? In a lot of cases, most of these guys are going to be a bunch of fucking geeks and dudes that just, this is their comfort place. This is the group of people that they're normally the most comfortable around because they're a lot like them, right? The whole reason he was there, it was the whole reason that he was there. He was there to take advantage of the most socially vulnerable people that he could. This dude thought to himself, where could I go to harass people and I would likely bother people the most? Oh, I know. I'll go to find where the nerds are. I'll go to find the guys playing Magic the Gathering. How long was this guy? Oh, this guy here, he's only sentenced 6 months. 6 months and that's it. But yeah. You got to have a coach in the corner and management not doing anything is crazy. They should have known better. I'm going to be straight with you guys. I'm not good at handling those situations. I'm, as the Zoomers say, my fucking cortisol spikes. like if somebody starts getting under my skin and somebody starts irritating the shit out of me, the back of my neck starts getting real hot. And the next thing you know, I have a real hard time speaking. And then eventually it's just going to be like, okay, can we just fight? Because that's just going to make this so much easier because I don't think I can think of anything else. I'm not going to be able to be the one that's going to be able to, I'm not going to be able to talk this situation down and I'm also no longer interested in doing so. I get to that point. I'm one of those people where it's just like, fuck man, it doesn't really take that long. It doesn't take that long. Honestly, in a lot of cases, the minute that my receptors are like, somebody is trying to be aggressive towards me is like the minute that I'm like, okay. And I'm like, my like fucking logical side of my brain is like, let's try to talk our way out of this. Let's try to talk this down. We don't need to do this. But my body's like, no. But my body. Same, it's rough. It is, dude, it is. LD never change. Sometimes I wish I could in those cases. I wish I could. I wish I could be like my friends that were like my friends in high school and college that were like good at managing their emotions when threatened or like when like in an aggressive state. Like that is that's peak fucking masculinity that it's hard to fucking get, man. It's a really hard trait to have. It is. It's a very hard trait to be able to get, to be able to manage your emotions while still being able to stay in that position of like, I'm ready to still ready to go at any moment, but completely fine and completely calm at the same time. Man. Right. But you're right. LD social tolerance went overboard since COVID. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. I was bullied as a kid, so now as an adult, if anyone comes near me, I endanger myself. Maybe that's probably what it part of it is as well, right? That's probably what it is as well. It's probably like an upbringing thing where you come up and that's actually the difference. I was never really bullied and I was never really put into any situations where I went to a smaller school. Everybody was friends. There really wasn't anybody that was aggressive or mean or bad or anything like that. And it wasn't until even when I went to high school, no, it was in high school that I finally came across a lot of that stuff. And it was so foreign to me that I didn't even know how to react to it. So I was really easy to bully from that perspective because I just didn't know what was happening. Because I was like, what? Why are you doing this? My brain is trying to figure out why. But I can't. There is no reason. And it doesn't make sense until one day it does. And then, and then after that, you kind of develop maybe a little bit more of a, like a defensive mechanism because of it, I guess. So I saw this. IGN, Mouse PI for Hire is solid enough FPS that nails the aesthetic of both the 1930s cartoons, but its writing is too busy making references to other things that it's actually painful to sit through at times. 6 out of 10, okay. These guys have no, like, this is what I talked about before. Remember I talked about this with, I talked about it with Crimson Desert. These video game critics, they pontificate. That's what they do. They're pontificating. They are of the mind that they are these connoisseurs of video games, that they are connoisseurs of writing because, well, their background is in writing. I'm a journalist. I'm a journalist. And you have a mouse that's making jokes about cheese? How garish! How dare they! You have everybody referring to them as being mice and making music for rats and it's just like, oh, God. Oh, God. It's just like, you bunch of fucking losers. The game is fine. Is it a 6? No, I think it's probably more like a 7 or an 8. It's a good game. It plays really well. It performs really well. It's artistically very creative, which makes it a very different kind of experience. Also, the other thing too, playing a game in black and white is very comfortable on the eyes. It's very comfortable on the eyes. It's almost kind of relaxing in a weird way. But it was really enjoyable. So like as I'm playing it, I'm like, man, like this isn't like a strain or anything like that. It's also like it also makes it where like the most important details of the game kind of pop out a lot more because it's not like overbearing with, you know, color and them trying to like wow you with a bunch of other shit. Instead, you're just like, man, these characters are like really cool and detailed looking, and the environments are really cool and animated and stuff like that. Bender, thank you for the 10. IGN needs to rebuild as RBN Rage Bait Network. Ain't that the fucking truth? I think I missed another super chat. I'm sorry about that. Hydro Cannon Gamer, $10. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Legal Mindset is trying to get an extension on Johnny Somali's sentencing for 2 to 3 years. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Can you do that? Is it like a citizens thing? No, because he doesn't live in Korea. That's wild. Okay. He's probably working with like local prosecutors maybe or something like that. Why do they have such power to even affect stock prices? Like what happened to Crimson Desert at first? It's a means of gatekeeping. I hate 1930s. It reminds me of my boomer grandpa. Aw. I love the 1930s cartoon aesthetic. I think it looks really cool, man. It's really easy on the eyes. The gameplay is really good. I like the puzzle solving and stuff is really intuitive. The controls themselves are really intuitive. I think that the story and stuff like that is pretty funny. It feels like you're playing a 1930s cartoon. I don't really know exactly what these guys expected it to be. Do they expect it to be some type of like modern satire on, you know, current day politics? Like what were you expecting here exactly? It's about it's Mouse PI for Hire. It's supposed to be like you're playing a PI in a 1930s cartoon, and it's that kind of humor. Like it's really weird that like that would be their sticking point for why the game isn't very good. It's Marathon testing a battle royale-ish mode and offering to casuals. Guys, hey, the current trend thing we're chasing isn't working. What if we tried the decade-old trend? One brain cell. Dude, it's my line that is going to be proven right time and time again. There isn't a single original idea that is left in AAA. It is the constant recycling of the same things over and over again. It is the definition of insanity, just trying to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. And you know what the funny thing is that I think that eventually what you're probably going to see is you're going to see Sony take the game free to play, which goes against it goes against their own principles, right? Like Sony, I don't know if you guys know this or not. The reason why Sony charged $40 for the game is because Sony in the games industry is supposed to be viewed as a premium brand. I've talked about this in other videos. It's part of what it's part of what their brand used to at least represent, I think, to a lot of people. It used to be a brand that was about like high quality cinematic experiences, and like that was their bread and butter. Like they were supposed to be the high-end system. They were supposed to be the premium system, the more expensive one, the flashier one in a lot of cases. And they're still very much stuck on that idea of being that platform. And I think in some ways they still represent that, I think to some people for sure. But for them, that's why they don't want to sell they don't want to make Marathon free to play, because free to play is not premium. $40 is premium. We're making a live service game, but you got to pay $40 to get into it. It's part of the aesthetic. It's part of the brand identity for these guys. And if they go free to play, it's going to go against their own like business principles and business morals and personal image and public image that they have for themselves. But it's also not going to work. Like nobody's going to get into it. It's just not going to happen. What do you think of Star Citizen, and will you cover its single-player Squadron 42? Has it actually released? Thank you for the 5. Squadron 42 isn't out, and I don't think Star Citizen's out. I think Star Citizen, I feel bad because I know like a lot of people are I think conceptually Star Citizen is really cool, but I largely view the entire thing as a scam. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. It's essentially like the same thing as Ashes of Creation, just at a wider scale for a longer amount of time. I'm just going to be honest with you. Any game that's out there that's selling like $40,000 ships or has the ability for players to be able to spend tens of thousands of dollars to unlock secret shops that the regular people can't even see. Nah, dude. No, you're in a trap. That's a money trap. What do you think Marathon's problem is? Release the Kraken. What do I think Marathon's problem is? Camesteer, thank you. First time chatter, but also a sub. Did you get gifted? Hey, LD, I may not agree with everything that you say all the time, but I really value you as a creator that has a consistent message. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. That's actually a very kind compliment. And a good compliment to have, especially as a content creator. Thank you for being consistent. I try. It's way easier not to act like anybody else. That's all. It's way easier not to act like anybody else. Oh, I used the Prime on you? Did I miss it? I'm sorry, brother. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that, man. My chat keeps bugging out on Twitch. I have to like move it around to get it to like not do that. I think I need to use the pop out from the website instead of using the one that's actually on my OBS. Anyway, so going back to the question, what do I think that Marathon's problem is? I think it's multifaceted. I think it's like a multi-leg issue and there's no actual real solution for the game itself. I think that it's partially Bungie's bad reputation from burning their customers, from taking content away from them with Destiny. I think that it is Bungie's reputation with Destiny. I think it's the Destiny community in a lot of cases that's the bigger problem as well, where you have an audience of people that are underserved and underappreciated. A game that has been left basically to die in the wake of this new game that they're putting all of their momentum and all of their effort behind, right? Like if I go and I look at Destiny I think is under 10K now, isn't it? No, it's at 10K today. But this is horrible. Like this is not good. Like this is the lowest this game has ever been in its history. 10,000 players or less on a daily basis. Like this is effectively a dead or soon to be dead game right here that you're looking at. So you have a company that has a bad reputation for abandoning those players. There's also the other problem that they have is that there is a huge crossover between the people that play Marathon and the people that play Destiny. So you have people that are also coming over that know your history and don't like your history that are coming to play your new game because they know that you're not going to be supporting their old one. At least not in the same way, right? The other problem that I think as well is the competitive nature, and this is something that I'm actually not going to throw any shade at Bungie for. Like, they very specifically made a game that it's such a weird mismatch of priorities. They very much did make the game that they wanted to make. It just so happens that the game that they wanted to make is not something that's going to resonate with a large audience, which is fine. But the problem is that Sony did not invest this kind of money, and Bungie is not the kind of studio that can afford to make a game that is not going to resonate with a large audience. It's just the nature of these, like, I talked about this before, and I still am going to hold to my position on this. I just do not think that extraction shooters are something that are going to be popular on a wider scale. They're never going to reach the same heights as battle royales. They're never going to reach the same heights as, most of the live service games that we see today. They just don't have the same kind of motion. Mostly because people don't like to have their time wasted. And, just to have the opportunity for your, 9 to 5 dad of 2 that only gets to play games maybe twice a week, 3 times a week if he's lucky, or if he does get to play every day, it's really only for like an hour. That guy's not going to feel very good about playing a game where he can lose all of his progress in a bad night. One bad night and a few bad deaths, and all of a sudden all his shit is gone and he's starting over from square one, essentially. Most people are just not going to be down for that. It's a huge waste of time. It's a huge waste of commitment. It's a huge waste of money in a lot of cases. And people just aren't going to be into it at all. I think the other part of it as well is like Bungie's reputation for like PvE, and like I think a lot of people are also kind of like looking for I think most people just kind of expected these guys to go make Destiny 3. I think that's what like the vast majority of gamers were like interested in. Even I would be interested in it, where I'm like, maybe it's just time that they let Destiny 2 go. Maybe that's where Destiny is right now. And while I would not give them money to play Destiny 2 anymore, I could maybe be interested in them starting over with another game. That sounds stupid, and I realize that. I know. But I think they fucking desperately need a fresh start. But this is not the fresh start that they need. I'm going to tell you that right now. So it's the competitive nature, it's Bungie's reputation, it's Destiny's reputation, and then there's also this other factor. And this is something that I haven't really talked about yet. And I've talked about it kind of a little bit. Like, I brought up parts of this theory, but it's something that I think I might actually make a video on it next week. I think I might end up doing this. So I think that, like, one thing that I've noticed is that originally, like, I had this belief, and I still hold this belief, which is that with every live service game that comes out, you're continuing to divide the existing audiences that are out there into smaller and smaller pools, right? So if we're going to say that, like, there is 5 million gamers or whatever, right? We're going to pretend like those 5 million gamers are in this water jug, okay? We're saying 5 million. We'll say there's a lot more gamers than that, but we're just using this as a vague number. So we're going to say there's 5 million gamers in this water jug. Well, I'm going to put a live service game right here at the bottom, okay? And well, we'll put the first live service game in. There you go. First live service game comes in. It grabs a huge audience. A ton of people are playing it. But then another game comes in. And that game isn't going to get this portion here. It's going to get a little bit. It's going to shave off of the top of their player numbers. But it's going to take its own area of players that weren't playing that game that first came out. And then another game comes out, and it takes a little bit from this, the first guys that came in. It takes from the other game that's right here, and then they cut off a little bit of their own audience. But now we're getting to the top of the bottle, right? Where all of a sudden your, total activatable market, which is a marketing term that they use, which is like the amount of people that are actually available to be able to play your game. We're starting to get towards the saturation point where we're actually hitting most of those people, and the ones that are outside of that are more on the fringe, and they're not going to move the needle enough. But now we've already filled up the bottle almost, right? So now we're going to drop another game in there. Well, now that's going to take from all three, and now all three that are already in there are going to have less people that are playing theirs, but that also means that next game that comes in is going to have less people to pull from outside of those games, and thus less players overall. And then the next game, and then the next game. And essentially what that's doing is it's crowding the space, and it's making it where everybody's getting a smaller and smaller piece as they come in. And some of them don't even get to come in. They just get shot right back out because there's just there's not enough people to be able to support it. So that's one issue. Essentially, it's a bunch of people trapped in a room, and that room has a fixed amount of oxygen, and the more people that you add to it, the less oxygen there is for each person, and eventually they're all just going to suffocate. So every time they keep adding one, things just get worse and worse and worse and worse. That's just from an audience perspective. That's just from an activatable market that you have access to. There's another problem though, and this is something that I haven't really talked about, and I haven't really seen a lot of other people talk about either, which is the frequency in which we are seeing these games, how many there are of them, how frequently they get updated, and also just the sheer volume of games overall that we see that's not even in live service. So we're talking about like single player games. We're talking about all kinds of different games at this point. We are being so we're having games rained on us like crazy. That there are so many sets of jingling keys all over the place that people's attention span for games is running thin. Now, the games industry want to explain this away, and they want to say that they're in an attention war with social media, that we're losing attention space because everybody's watching YouTube videos, everybody's watching TikToks, everybody's doing this, or everybody's doing that. I largely think that this is the dumbest discussion and the dumbest argument that these guys could make, because they have always been competing with time from something else. Whether that's competing with work, whether that's competing with your school, whether that's competing with kids that were going outside way back in the day. But that was never a concern for these guys. They never cared about those things back in the day, but they do care about those things now. And really what I do think it is it's the fact that, like, I don't have to put up with any of your bullshit. If there's a single thing that I find that just slightly irritates me about your game, I'm just going to move on to the next. And I think that what's happened is because there's just so many live service games that are coming out and so many games that are coming out that it's getting to the point where people are becoming desensitized to any game. And their patience for games, their tolerance for games, and their interest in games is being destroyed because of it. So you're seeing these games that are coming out, like, why did this game only get 88,000 players? This game got 88,000 players because it's one of the last ones to drop into the bottle, right? So it only had a very small part of the market to be able to capture. But also, while it's the very small part of the market to capture, well, then this game updated, and then this game updated, and then this game updated. But then all of a sudden, all these single-player games over here came out. So now those same players, that same pocket of players that they had inside that room, have now shot over to other games, other ecosystems, or just completely lost interest because they have been trained to lose interest because these companies, the industry, has built itself for people to lose interest. Long explanation, but I hope that makes sense. This is why I make videos, because I have a lot to say. Do you think this applies to all games or mainly live service games? I think that live service games are the ones that are the most, live service games have an outsized impact. Or their impact is outsized, I think is probably a better way to say it. Like, they're the ones that are being hit by it the hardest because they're the ones that require the most time and attention from players. A single player game doesn't need me to be there. It doesn't need me to constantly play it. I can come back and I can play it whenever. All that matters is that I bought it, right? That's all these guys care about. It's only whether I bought it or not. So really the only thing that matters for most of these single player games is really just the first few weeks. As long as the first few weeks are really hot, that's all they really care about. And then after that, the game is going to get its own, like, long-term sales that it's going to get over time. But they're still affected by it in some way, but I don't think that the impact is the same. And I actually think that, like, because of like how fast and how quickly we're seeing live service games not only release but also fail, it's probably making it, the single player games are becoming more attractive because of it. I missed a couple super chats here. So do you think extraction shooters is just cooked as a genre, or do you think new extraction shooters like Fragmentary Order will be more successful? No, it is not going to be a thing. It is a niche genre. It is not going to be a mass market success. These games have to be built economically. They have to be built responsibly. They have to be built with an understanding that you are likely not going to maintain an audience over 100,000 players all year round. At least on Steam. We're going to say that, you know, if it's multi-platform, that number could be a little bit higher, you know, whatever it might be. But you're likely not going to be able to maintain a very large audience year round. Like, I realized that, like, so Tarkov averages 16,000 players a day on Steam. 47,000 players at peak. Keep in mind, Tarkov, most of the people have been playing it on the original launcher. This is a game that's been out for a very, very long time, and most people own it. I own it on the launcher. If I was going to play Tarkov, I'd rock it up on the launcher. I wouldn't bother buying it on Steam because I already own it, right? I'm not going to buy it again. Even still, I would probably assume that Tarkov's not a game that's, like, Tarkov probably doesn't have more players than Arc Raiders. I guarantee it. I guarantee it doesn't. It's just a genre that's just not going to have a, like, wide mass market appeal. It's not that the genre can't exist. It's not that the genre is bad. It's just not something that's built for everybody. It's a lot like, I don't know, man. Like any other fucking game, right? It's like any other fucking game, and not everything is made for everybody. And some things are made for even less. A really good example, puzzle solving games. How many of you guys play puzzle solving games regularly, constantly, every chance you see them come out? Games like Blueprints and stuff like that. Not a lot of people. It's a very small, very, very small market share. They're good games. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just they're not what, like, a mass market. They just don't have mass market appeal. That's just not what they're built for. So you don't invest that much into them. You don't, not unless you're okay with it just being a game that's just not going to be profitable. So you have to make sure that you're doing whatever you can to, you know, produce games that are equitable, something that's going to be able to make a return or at least break even. Young Lex, thank you for the 10. I said it earlier in a comment I made on LD's video earlier. The games industry abandoned all of its good old practices when big corpo money came in. One of those practices was filling a niche. And this is also, you're making a really good point here, and I think this is something that I meant to bring up in my video, and I actually, it's kind of like the fucking problem. Sometimes I get, like, stuck in my head, and I, like, have to continue to, I lose other lanes of discussion that I could bring up. One of the best solutions that the games industry, like, could go back to and should go back to is that they used to just have, they had a couple of these, like, big showboat games that they put a lot of money into, that they invested a lot into, that were looking for, like, wide mass market success. But in a lot of cases, most of their games were small bets, niche games, stuff that they knew wasn't going to push a shitload of copies, but maybe for whatever reason, it might end up actually doing, you know, maybe they'll do more than what they expected. Fable, when it first came out, the original Fable was not expected to be some massive AAA success. And honestly, in a lot of cases, it wasn't. Like, it was a successful game, but it wasn't like a wildly successful game. It was successful enough to make a sequel and then to make it a trilogy in the end. But yeah, you have to know how big your market is, what you realistically can get, and then balance it by that. My favorite Rockstar game is LA Noire. I loved LA Noire. I think that was a great game. Another really good example of a niche game that just didn't have the same mass market appeal as something like Grand Theft Auto. And I guarantee they did not budget LA Noire like they did Grand Theft Auto. Just a donation, nothing special, just to say I appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for the 5, man. Appreciate that. New Zealand. I'm actually going to be going to New Zealand, I think, this year. There is a thing in New Zealand that I've been invited to. I think just by saying that it's New Zealand, I think I kind of give away exactly what that is. Hybrid, thank you for the $50. Holy shit, you guys have been like so insanely fucking generous today. Holy fuck, man. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Hybrid. What's sad is that both games and social media have weaponized psychology in such awful ways that no matter which way you turn, everyone is trying to milk you dry for money all the time. It's nefarious to me. Nobody respects their time anymore. Likely never have. Yeah, I mean that's basically exactly what's going on right now. And that's kind of like the whole reason why like a lot of these guys are having problems, or are failing in some cases, and it's literally just coming down to this whole issue of like, because they keep building these games for engagement. They're not games anymore. And as time goes on, like people just aren't getting the same. They're not building games for satisfaction. And the whole reason a lot of people go to play a video game is for satisfaction. So the less you get from it, the less you're going to give to it. And that's just become this like vicious cycle that I think we've seen mostly in the like AAA industry more than anything else. Thank you for the $50, dude. Holy shit. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you. Thank you all for your generosity. It's still like on a regular daily basis, like fucking weirds me out that I do this for a job. All thanks to literally all of you, whether it's the people that donate, whether it's the people that sub, or simply just the people that watch. It's fucking weird. It's weird. That's all I can say. I love it. I appreciate it every day, but it's weird. I'm just going to say it's weird. Thank you for being such a great voice for games. I just try to speak my mind, man. That's all it is. I just try to speak my mind. Oh, this is so cool. Natalie Vach, all right. I got to get back into the reading mode. This is so dope. Natalie Vach, a Valve Linux graphics contractor, has an open source kernel patches that use Linux DMEM C groups to protect foreground games. No idea what that means. The rest of this is what's really cool. Background apps and overlays now spill over to system RAM first instead of evicting the game's critical VRAM assets. In real testing with Cyberpunk 2077 on high settings, this resulted in stable frame rates with 0 gradual stutters, keeping around 7.4 gigabytes in fast VRAM. It could make affordable SteamOS gaming far more viable than specs alone suggest. Valve to make 8 gigabyte enough in 2026 with optimizations like this. Leave it to Valve. Leave it to Valve to have contractors that are researching ways to be able to make more use out of the memory that they have rather than having to seek more memory. Gabe sees the issue and goes, okay, so RAM is expensive. Is there any way that we can get more performance out of less RAM? Is it possible that video games are just not, on a larger scale, just not as efficient as they could be? Are we not using RAM as efficiently as we could be? And then you got a bunch of people that go out and they study it and they look at it and they research it and they come back and they're like, we found a solution. Could you imagine how earth-shattering it would be for them to come out and be like, we can get Cyberpunk 2077 running at 4K 60 with 8 gigabytes of RAM? Unbelievable. Fuck yeah, girl power programmer. Yeah. Look at these fucking idiots in the comment section. So they tested this on a 6-year-old game. This optimism is kind of stupid. How this differs from kernel optimization, RTX 3060 Ti with 8 gigabytes of RAM can also run CP. You disgusting. I'm kidding. On decent settings, but you can't trick math. If the game demand is high volume of memory to store assets, that's it. It's like they're completely missing the point of the conversation. I was told there were no women in gaming. Weird. Bro, this guy, I know. What is wrong? It's... Unreal. Unreal. Do you guys think that we're going to have Gundams? You know, I always see like statues, or I see like these like, you know, controllable robots and shit that people make. Do you think eventually that warfare will turn into mobile suits? All I can think about is the times that I used to sit around and I would watch like, you know, Gundam, like G Gundam. Remember when like G Gundam, and then I also watched Witch of Mercury recently, which was fantastic, by the way. And I really liked this idea of, instead of like companies just going into like full out war, we would just instead hold Gundam tournaments, just mobile suit versus mobile suit. And then they would just televise it, and we could put bets on it, and we could, you know, be entertained by it. Cost too much and power. Okay, that's today. Okay, you're talking today. Like, we could find power solutions in the future. Can you let a man dream? Why you guys gotta come in here and be like, what is this reality shit going on? Bunch of fucking cynics? Love the shows, and also building Gundam. I've built around 50 or 60 so far. That's sick. That's sick. There was an old movie about a mecha tournament. Yeah, I also really like, what was that other one? I want to go back and watch some old Gundam. Fucking old Gundam was fire. Dude, this is like this is the most prominent issue in basically every live service game. Especially anything that's hero based, but it's also like, but this is like also true for anything that's like
Adamantium, kryptonite, all of these are infusing the Omnitrix, which is supercharged by the Speed Force and enhanced by Blue Beetle Scarab. Everything is attached to the Infinity Gauntlet. We have the Elemental Rings and the Power Rings, driven by the emotions of the heart of Chuck Norris. And then I use the Ant-Man trigger to scale down this dual disc, loaded with Exodia and supercharged by the Bionicle Mask. I have Ghost Rider chains, a living face hugger, and the Force channel through Harry Potter's wand. And then...
It's so true, though. It's so true. These games start off like so simple at first. Like the characters start off so simple. But as time goes on, especially with hero shooters, you have to find something new to do. You cannot continue to rehash on old character designs. So these characters get more complex, they have a higher skill ceiling, and then as they continue to get a higher skill ceiling, they eventually just completely outrun any of the base level characters. Power creep is real as fuck. Power creep is so bad. It's so bad. You know, the one thing that I will say is, though, like with all the time that I put into Deadlock so far, which is nothing compared to the vast majority of people, there is enough like diversity in like how the characters play and there's so much like odd freedom when it comes to like how they've designed their characters that I feel like it's going to have a lot longer legs than some of these other games will, at least when it comes to like character design and whatnot. Because like how many characters does Deadlock already have? Deadlock already has 38 playable characters. This game that's not even out yet already has 38 playable characters. Is that fucking crazy? Like, and chances are there's going to be more by the time the game is fully released. I'm pretty confident, at least from like what I've played. Yeah, there's 38 characters in the game. Oh yeah, there's a lot of players, a lot of them, whole lot of them. 38's not bad. Nope. There's probably going to be more before the game actually releases. I do think that they're probably going to do either open beta or something similar to that this summer. There's been some leaks, or not leaks, but like people found game files for like summer costumes, which look like they're like microtransactions. So that likely could be that these guys are gearing up for like a summer reveal and then all that kind of stuff or whatever, and then kind of going from there. But they'll probably launch with more than 38, I would guess. But summer costumes, what a good way to start. These guys know what the fuck they're doing. These guys already know what they're doing. All right, I could already see the problem. You're around the corner and they have a particular character. You should be like, oh, this is how I'm going to deal with that character. Like the Halo concept of distinct outlines. Each enemy character is a puzzle. 38 characters. That's like when fighting games have too many assholes to keep info. I mean, but the difference is that this is a MOBA. It's a little bit slower. It's a lot less based around like 1v1s and more around team fighting and more around laning than it is anything else, like objective playing and knowing like what your role is in the match. And games like this are just a slow grind to get used to. Like it is what it is. Like I 100% agree with you that it's a steep learning curve that will likely scare a lot of people away. But you're seeing that the game it's not even out. It's not even in an open beta. It's in a closed alpha for, like a year. And the game is, averaging over 70,000 players right now. It's going to do just fine. Here's the thing. You could say the exact same thing about Dota. How many characters does... Yeah, there it is. No, does Dota 2 have? Dota 2 has 127 characters. Dota 2 is dying. I mean, it's in a lull. But it doesn't look like it's dying. It's not far off from like, let's see here. No, that's fine. It's maintaining, yeah. And League has like 169, yeah. Look at that peak, Lamau. Oh, back in 2016? Yeah. 1.2 mil. Almost 1.3. Yeah, 600k players, 24-hour peak. Game is dying. True. Dead game. That game is fucked. Disney laid off their entire home entertainment team. They laid off 1,000 people. I just thought it was really funny to see that, Epic is like, oh, we have this huge deal with Disney that we're working on, and then they post a bunch of layoffs, and then Disney goes and does the exact same thing. All these companies are suffering right now. Every single one of them are going through it. I've never played Dota, neither have I. I saw this. I without hesitation, bought this game on a whim. I haven't played it yet. I just see cool indie game and my brain goes, bye. It's cheap, bye. I'm gonna give it a shot later. I'm not gonna do it today, but I'll give it a shot later. We'll play that other game today. We'll play that other game. That one game people be playing right now. Looks rad. I just dig the style. I dig the style and the aesthetic. You know, one of my questions is, why is it that Games Radar and IGN and all these companies continue to use the most like scuffed screenshots possible anytime they ever showcase Crimson Desert? Crimson Desert and Claire Expedition 33 don't copy other AAA games, says the Witcher director, so they stand out in an industry filled with people focused on how to make money. I'm telling you guys, some of these people are starting to I think some of these people, guys, I think we got some fans. I'll use the bathroom. Give me a second. All right. Why you no feed me again? He already fed already. He already fed. I gave him a treat. I think it's really funny to see, like, after all this time that, like, all these games journalists have to report on, like, the positive things that people are saying about Crimson Desert. And it's also really funny to see that, like, you know, Witcher 3 director coming out and saying that, you know, these games stand out in an industry filled with people that are just focused on trying to make money. And how these games didn't copy other AAA games. I mean, they did in an effect, but like older games in a lot of cases. And also kind of like copying the industry at its peak in a lot of ways as well, which is something that I think is like really, really interesting, right? It's an interesting thing to see. You're seeing guys that are actually like trying to bring back what like video games used to mean to a lot of people. But one of the things that I'll say is this, is that it's really funny to see like how many of these games journalists and also even game developers were calling out Crimson Desert like it was a game that was just copying a bunch of trends, and that they were even calling it a cynical game, that it was just stealing these things from other developers because they were trying to make money themselves. But but then come to find out, that's not what it was. It never was that. Like, yeah, they take a lot of good ideas, they did, but at the exact same time, they just made their own thing, and people resonated with that. People really did. I mean, Crimson Desert, I mean, it's a single player game, so I'm sure players have kind of fallen off a little bit. Still crushing it though. Over 100,000 players in a 24-hour peak on a single player game, and it's almost been out for a month. It's almost been out for a month, and it's still over 100,000 players. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. That's a lot of gameplay. That's a lot of value people are getting out of that game. The game turned out to be a greater sum than its parts. Yeah, I think, and like, that's actually kind of true for a lot of games, right? That's like, especially like older games. A lot of older games are basically were like built the exact same way, where they were never really anything. They were never really like about what they were never really about the entire package as much as they were about very specific things that they did. It can be a criticism, like Highguard threw too many ingredients in the pot and it was a bad thing. It's not that Highguard threw too many ingredients in a pot. It's that Highguard had no real identity of its own. Its characters didn't have any identity. Its world didn't have any identity. And mechanically, the game didn't have any identity. Like, they didn't really know exactly like what they were trying to do. It wasn't necessarily, you can't. There's no, like, I'm not really a believer in you can do too much, but you have to make everything make sense within like the gameplay loop of the game. And like, some of the things in that game just did not make sense to the gameplay loop. But again, that's not why that game failed. That game failed because all of those things came about like 3 or 4 months before the game actually released. One of the things that was never really talked about with Highguard, one of the reasons why that game was like so weird and so bad, was because, come to find out, after everybody got laid off, all of a sudden people started telling everybody the real story behind the game, and the whole like raid shooter thing didn't happen until 4 months before release. Like, this game was no grand vision or anything like that. It was a rushed project that was funded by fucking Tencent, trying to wear the mask of an indie game and try to ride off of the hype and the fucking stolen valor of people that actually made games that people wanted to play. Unbelievable. And there it is too. Crimson Desert has sold through over 5 million copies worldwide. Thank you to every Greymane that has joined us on this journey, experienced the world of Palworld, and supported the game. Reaching this milestone would have not been possible without your support, and we are truly grateful. You love to see it. You love to see it. So that's 5 million in a month, or 5 million in less than a month for these guys. 5 million in less than a month. That is an absolutely stellar story to see. That's a great thing to see for these guys. And chances are, especially with how much gameplay people have been getting out of this game, I could easily see these guys getting 10 million by the end of the year, or getting 10 million within a year. Maybe that's probably the better way to say it. As you said earlier, release games at 0.5 done. Yep, that's in a lot of cases what a lot of these guys are doing. They're just trying to release games that are not finished and fix it later. Now I understand why 80% of developers who launch a game on Steam never release another game on Steam. This guy's talking about his own game, which apparently did not hit whatever sales target that he had set or what he was looking for or whatever it is. Not enough people have been playing their game or whatever. The funny thing is it like, well, I mean, like, if I'm just gonna like do like a surface level reaction to this. How much is it? $10. I'm waiting for Emberville, Cole Carnage's game. I'll give you my because like I'm always somebody that's really high on indie games. So I'm just going to give you guys what my truthful take on this is. 90%, over 90% of indie games that launch on Steam fail. And it has nothing to do with Steam. It just has to do with the fact that there are literally now at the point tens of thousands of games that release on Steam every single year. And you are competing with not only them, but you're also competing with some of the biggest games in the industry. I've never heard of it. You're never going to hear of 90% of the games that release every single year. You have to do something different. You have to do something that makes your game stand out in a way that's meaningful. Likes on Twitter, not that way. Getting a post on Twitter that actually gets a bunch of people to like it and engage with that post is not going to convert to any sales. It very rarely does. Not anything that's going to be meaningful for you. I'll say that at the very least. And you know, like this is like this is an odd example for me to use, but like look at Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? Assassin's Creed Shadows posting from their original account ratioed Elon Musk with a tweet that had like over 1 million likes, like 1.5 million likes. And a bunch of people in the comments, I'm buying this game now. I'm buying this game now. The user numbers, the concurrent player numbers dropped the next day. Less people were playing it the next day. Nobody went out and bought it. Nobody actually played it. The only engagement you're going to get out of Twitter is, in most cases, just going to be nothing but like hollow virtue signaling, and that's pretty much about it. Bot replies in some cases as well. So, like, you're just not gonna get anything from it. What you need to do if you're making an indie game is figure out whatever way you can separate yourself from everybody else. I'm gonna tell you right now, just looking at the gameplay, it's just not really doing anything for me. I don't know if it's the art style, which, I mean, it looks like a game that was made in like RPG Maker or something like that, maybe. I'm not really too sure. Which that's not necessarily a bad thing. You can still make a really good game in RPG Maker or something like that. But, yeah, it's like Zelda, Diablo, what's that other game? What's that one game that I really liked? Core Keeper. Right? But like notice that this is just like, this is very super rudimentary and simple. And also at the same time, like, there's also a lot of developers that'll tell you that like your first like fucking 10, 15 games that they'll put out fail. You're competing against way too many people. And if you're just not doing enough, it's just not going to be able to move the needle. And if you were expecting to find a win off of your first indie game, I don't really know what to tell you. I don't. You got to do stuff like, I don't know, the guy that did, like the guy that's working on, what is it called? Like some of these other indie games that like go out in the Megabonk, right? Where like Megabonk made these like viral videos, like meme videos and stuff like that. And then they also tried to make videos of like showing them like developing and working on their own game and whatnot. You have other examples of that, of other games where people are doing the exact same thing, like trying to use other platforms to be able to reach people. This is not the platform that you're going to be able to reach people with. So it's just not going to happen. Infertile Hades, thank you for the 10, or sorry, thank you for the 15. Appreciate that, brother. I put well over 4,000 hours into Elden Ring, so I'm hoping I can finally get to Crimson Desert to be another life-ruining experience. I appreciate your content or your consistent hard work, LD. Keep keep pushing. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know. I think that people will get a lot, like, long legs out of a game like Crimson Desert. There's a lot there. But to be honest, man, when I see this, this is just a crushing reality of there's just way too many games that come out across the entire industry. It has nothing to do with Steam or any other platform. If you would have posted your game on Epic, like, maybe you would have captured more revenue, I guess, over the $100 fee and the $30 or 30% that they take. But beyond that, I don't know what else to tell you, bud. You didn't make yourself stand out in any way that was able to drive people to you, or maybe there wasn't anything to really stand out for that would drive people to the game. I don't know. Do not know. Nexus Mods removed Tendo's Cloak and Dagger Daring Duo Albion mod from Marvel Rivals. Their exact words: "This is not a fantasy race situation. This is you changing the race of a character from a marginalized group in the USA." Tendo's response: "Cloak isn't whitewashed. He's made of birchwood." It's actually like, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand what the purpose of, like, trying to go out and shut down these, like, mods. It's literally people just doing whatever they want. Like, I don't understand why you feel like you need to get in the way of it. And I also don't understand what you feel like it's going to prevent. This isn't going to prevent anything. This isn't going to stop somebody from hating somebody. This isn't going to stop somebody from liking somebody. This isn't going to stop anything. This is just being performative and feel like you're a warrior on a fucking mod site. It's so goofy. I feel like when it comes to a lot of this mod stuff, people just need to mind their own business. Like, get rid of something that's like breaking laws. Get rid of something that is just like, blatantly just doesn't belong there for whatever reason. I mean, if you're going to have your own, like, Nexus Mods is just such a fucking toxic website anymore. It's so bad for so many people. Nexus is Reddit pilled? Big time. Big time. Let's see here. Starfield has seen lukewarm sales on PlayStation 5, according to one analyst. Lukewarm likely means complete dog shit. Lukewarm likely means complete dog shit. That's executive terminology for this isn't good. I don't know what exactly they expected. I mean, like, you're not going to get the update that they pushed for the game is not something that, like, completely remade the game and made it a Cyberpunk 2077 situation. The game already had a horrible reputation from its original launch. People still never picked up on it. It's not like it ever, like, came back. 13,000 people are playing it right now. And that's just because an update came out recently, so it jumped up to 18,000 people. Oh, look at that. Boop. Oh, boop. You can barely even see it. That's a rock. It's a stone. It's a pebble on the ground from the mountain that they fell off of. This is so bad, dude. It's so bad. Like the reputation for this game is horrible. It's just not a good game. And just because you're doing an update to it and you're releasing it on another platform is not going to just somehow magically turn that around. This is one of the most dogged on games. One of the most, like, just like this in Diablo 4 in the same year had, like, probably the most negative farming to the point that it created careers for some people. And it's something like we'd never seen before. It's something like we never seen before. It's been 2.5 years since it released. I know. Do you think it's time for Bethesda to abandon their engine? Brother, this wasn't the engine. This was not their engine. This was just them. This was just them. If we turned around and made Starfield on a different engine, that doesn't get rid of everything else that's bad about the game. Diablo 4 LD, but didn't you like that game? You have Diablo 4 to thank for bringing me to YouTube. There's the whole reason why I made a YouTube video, or made a YouTube channel, because I was going to cover Diablo 4 content, because I love Diablo 2. And I play, and I enjoyed Diablo 3 from like playing it with friends. Playing it with friends, like arcadey kind of gauntlet style game. But I was hoping that it was going to go into a different direction. I was completely sold by the marketing, and I was pie-eyed, man. I just didn't really have the same experience with the games industry because I'd been kind of disconnected from it because I've been working so much that I hadn't really played a whole lot of video games. The first few hours of D4 was promising. It was actually. The first few cutscenes were really cool. I think the cutscenes overall, like part, at least most of the original narrative from like D4 was actually pretty solid. Did you play D2 Warlock? I have not played the Diablo update. No. We're never gonna let you live that phase down. Most people will forget. Dragon's Dogma 2 received a mysterious 77 gigabyte update on Steam today. Some people think it's DLC or an expansion. Probably not. It's probably some other fucking bullshit. It's probably just like a patch or something like that they're pushing to the game. I can't imagine them releasing Dragon's Dogma 2 Dogma. I can't imagine them releasing Dragon's Dogma 2 any content for it. I don't know. I mean, the first Dragon's Dogma came out, didn't do really all that fantastic, was relatively obscure, and then Capcom supported it anyway. Maybe financially they're in a position to like not really give a shit, and they actually do want to like, you know, continue to support some of these games that, you know, might not have found the audience immediately and see if they can revive it in some way to improve its image. I would if I were them. If the opportunity presented itself to be able to do a, you know, Bitter Black Isle kind of Dark Arisen update to Dragon's Dogma 1, or sorry, Dragon's Dogma 2, I would do it. Like, the game's bones are good. I'm not going to sit here and try to pretend like the bones of Dragon's Dogma 2 are bad. The combat in that game was just so much fun, dude. So much fun. I don't know if I would really necessarily say that it was better or worse than Dragon's Dogma 1. I think they're kind of like on par, but also different in some ways as well. But like the overall formula of Dragon's Dogma is a lot of fun. But if it just had better content, better endgame, better everything, to be honest with you, I think that it would be a better game across the board. It does need something. If it got an injection of something solid, I think a lot of players would come back to it. Oh, I saw this. Josh Dawes says, I was just laid off from Walt Disney Company after 12 and a half years of working with the company. Ask me anything. Nerdrotic said, sorry to hear about that. Hope you find something new soon. He says, thanks, Gary. Big fan of the channel. I'm sure some people had some fucking problems with him saying that. Why do you guys use conservative Christians? Why do you guys hate conservative Christians and want people to shove the LGBTQ agenda down our throats? Very small and vocal minority in the company. Most folks just want to make cool stuff. Bro, I think this is like 90% of the people at these companies. I think that people have probably largely convinced themselves of like a greater conspiracy when it comes to a lot of this stuff. But I really do think in a lot of cases, I do think in a lot of cases that most of this, like, the agenda, the woke, the message, a lot of that stuff, I think most of it's just coming from people that are kind of misguided and they believe that it's a path towards like a wider audience. And largely these people just they don't know how to represent those audiences. That's like one of the things that I think kind of like pisses me off the most is when I see a lot of people talking about these topics. The one thing that I never really see people say, they want to make the surface level criticism of just like, it's the woke, it's this, it's that. And it's just like, yeah, but then I'm also starting to see a bunch of people that are like using that as a means to be able to say that like somehow those groups don't belong in the media at all, or in this whatever medium and whatever it is. The problem is, it's not the inclusion of. It's how they're included. In a lot of cases, these guys are just straight up ham-fisted in there with no regard to the actual content itself, no regard to the audience itself, no regard to the groups that these guys are pretending to represent. They don't even understand these people. They want to sit around and cry about marginalized people, but they haven't even met a marginalized person. Most of these people are living in gated communities, and they wouldn't even have they're the kind of person that sees a black guy cross the road and grabs their purse and holds it tight. And that guy that's walking across the road is like some like college educated. It's a lawyer. Checklist writers, yeah, most of them are white Karens. They are, man. They are. And it's like, you know, I've seen some people that have like made criticisms on some of this stuff where like they actually do believe that for whatever reason that like, yeah, like I like everybody's welcome to have their own opinion on this stuff. If you don't want somebody or something or some, you know, belief or some whatever and whatever, that's on you, dog. That's your own fucking thing. But I'm going to tell you right now, in a lot of cases, the reason why it's aggravating so many people is because it does feel like it's forced in, because it is being forced in. It's not being done organically. And if it was done organically, then most people wouldn't be bothered by it. Yeah, but how would you fit an LGBTQ character? Literally the only setting is modern USA woke city. That's very few games. So they don't have... You're talking about video games. How do you fit in a gay character into a video game? Like any normal regular person? What are you talking about? It has to be in a woke US city? Gay people are everywhere. Can you give an example of a game where it's been done organically? Final Fantasy 16? Dion was done very tastefully. Him and his retainer were in a relationship, and they didn't turn it into anything ham-fisted. They didn't force you to sit through a scene that you had to watch them clap cheeks. They didn't, and that's not even like the thing. That's not even what the problem is. The problem is that it's not only that they have to like show the character, it's that they feel like they have to talk down to the audience and explain to you why it's a good thing or why it should be accepted. When like most people largely just don't care. That's really what it comes down to. Most people largely just don't care. They're just like, okay, yeah, you're just doing your own thing. Please do not preach to me about how I need to accept something. Whether I accept it or not should not even be a part of this conversation. Some things I see is just a fact of life. I don't really have much of an opinion on it either or. Final Fantasy 16 was great. Yeah, it was. Holy Chuds in chat. I mean, it's just the nature of the internet, man. I just started Outer Worlds. Outer Worlds was I don't know. I kind of enjoyed part of it, but it was pretty mid. It was pretty mid. I don't know. Like it just didn't really like latch on to me. Last of Us 2 did it in a really bad way, right? Like they did. I'm just gonna be straight with you. I think that Last of Us 2 did it in a really inorganic way, and I think that they also like it's just fucking what's his face is just he's just a bad writer. He's a bad creative director. Emil from Nier was gay, and also Kaine from Nier Automata was intersex. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, I forgot about that. No, you're absolutely right. That was actually part of their backstory and why they were like ridiculed out of the out of society or out of the town that they were in, right? Neil? Yeah. Let's see here. The people who had a problem with those scenes had a problem with the straight love scenes, which are in daytime television. Daytime television 2, the LGBT angle was played up by rage farming woke. Yeah, like, and that's really what it is. I think that there's a lot of performative moralism on every side when it comes to a lot of these topics. Riri, you know what's actually really funny? People want to complain about this shit and then say like, well, how do you do that? How do you do that normally? What are you talking about? Have you not played Mass Effect? Have you not played older Dragon Age games? Have you not played Baldur's Gate 3? Have you not played like damn near any fantasy RPG where you could romance characters? Because in most of those games, you could still have same-sex relationships and nobody said a fucking thing about it. Nobody had an issue with it because a lot of that shit was a choice. I think like some of that also comes into it as well. If I'm buying a product, I think that there is probably an expectation with some people that, well, when I'm buying something, I want to choose whether I do or don't want to engage with whatever it might be, whatever something is. Warframe? I mean, like, I get, yeah, Warframe kind of leaned into it a little bit more recently with a lot of the, like, more, like more gay-related stuff. But, I mean, they still do a really good job with, like, inclusivity as a whole, right? Like, you have the Rel quest for, God, what is it? The with the autistic guy. I forgot. Is it? Well, I can't remember the name of the quest. Rain Man. It's like a Rain Man quest. Harrow. Is it the Harrow quest? Chains of Harrow. That's what it is. Yeah, Rel. Am I not? Did I remember the wrong name? I'm right. Right? Right? Yes, it's Rel? Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, you guys watched me play it. I remember the game. Yeah, he was autistic, and they had to, like, because he didn't understand, like, human emotions, and they had to, like, do pictures and signs and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. So it's one of those things, like, there's plenty of ways to be able to do these things tastefully, but the problem is that you have people that are out there that aren't doing things tastefully because they don't actually care about the thing that they're doing. They're just doing it it's virtue signaling. They don't understand what they're trying to represent. They don't actually care about what they're trying to represent. They just care that everybody thinks that they care. That's the most important thing to them. Self-inserts in fan fiction, I don't really think that that's true for the vast majority of, like, if you're talking about like LGBTQ and stuff like that. I actually don't think it's a lot of self-inserts or fan fiction. I actually do think it's just, like, really bad representation to people that are trying to represent people that they have no business trying to. Groups that they themselves do not represent. But I'm, like, just using this as an example, right? Like, I saw the whole, like, Canada LGBT. I saw this. This is not real, right? Is this guy AI'd back there? He has to be yeah, okay. I was about to say. Okay, so, like, I saw this recently, right?
Deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SLGBTQIA+.
Brother, what the fuck is going on? These guys are throwing cheat codes at us. That's some shit that I would have thrown into, like that's some shit that I would have had written down on a piece of paper next to my Dreamcast. Like, that's crazy. But like the thing is that, like, now this is apparently, I looked it up, and this is missing and murdered Indigenous women. What does that have to do with, like, gay people? Like, what did that, like didn't this used to I thought that this originally just meant, like, to represent a group of people that are that have a different persuasion, that are just into different things, you know what I mean? Like, different people that act different ways and, do it with different people. But now all of a sudden, now you're putting in murdered and missing women. Like, it's completely lost its meaning in a lot of cases. Like, these are people that are fake. They don't actually truly represent what they're trying to pretend to. They're just trying to use it for whatever other purpose they possibly can. Who the fuck does that? A lot of fucking people do, man. It's just like like, you have to understand, like, again, this kind of goes back to the whole like Sykkuno thing where people are talking about fake streamers. Everybody's fake now. The internet has made people fake. You know, originally there was a common belief or like a study that people had did, and like this is something that's like going on with society now, and it's something that I actually believe is true, which is that we used to have, we have all, it's not used to have, we've always had, if you remove like common day internet and all that stuff, you guys know this yourself. You have your you here, and then your you here. You have the you that you are to people, and the you that's inside your head. The one that you talk to, right? Your own consciousness. The you know, when you're talking to yourself or thinking to yourself. That is a completely different person. Well, there's been a third you that's been added, which is the you that's online. The you that says things that you might not normally say in public. The you that does things that you might not normally do in public. The you that, you know, thinks things that you normally wouldn't think about. And slowly but surely, because the internet has become so ingrained into society and so ingrained into daily life, that fake version of us, that very performative version of ourselves, has become more and more us than the one inside. Or even the one on the outside. So like I've actually like slowly but surely like kind of come out of the darkness on some of this stuff, where I used to believe that there was like a greater ambition, a greater purpose, a greater agenda, right? And then now I'm kind of just coming to realize that there really isn't. I just think that it's just a bunch of really fucking fake people that are doing and saying whatever they possibly can to get whatever they want, usually something that has to do financially more than anything else. Financial or like power or whatever it might be. And that's all this is in service to. It's not actually any like true, like I'm sure like certain like indoctrination does exist in certain circles. A lot of it's validation. Yeah, I think I think most of it's just validation. They want to be accepted by a group because groups are so important now. And that's what everybody's into. Anyway, no more deep topics. That's as far as you get. That's as far as you get with shit like that from me. Arc Raiders lost almost 80% of its players on Steam. It had peaked in 2026 at a concurrent player count of 466,000 players in early January. I've seen a lot of people debating on what's going on with this. Again, I'm going to go back to what I said before and just say, you know what? I think that people are just getting distracted by other games. I think that people move on and get bored with games faster. And also, I will be real. I think for the outsized success that a lot of these companies are chasing with live service games, I don't think enough of these guys are actually ready to walk up to the tee when they actually have the opportunity to catch that audience. I think a really good example of this is Battlefield. Battlefield had the opportunity. They got the win over Call of Duty. They were the highest selling game in 2025. They had positive sentiment. They had people that were willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, and they dropped the ball immediately. They started dropping dumbass skins. They started throwing in AI-generated microtransactions and rewards. They went around and they started, they didn't make any new content. The maps they had sucked. They didn't really support their, they didn't have dedicated servers. They didn't do any of these things that they could have done to make sure that Battlefield 6 would remain successful, or even, crazy enough, become even more successful than what it actually was. While these guys will go around and they'll spend millions, hundreds of millions of dollars trying to chase a success, chase this dragon that many of them have been chasing, not a single one knows what to do once they actually catch it. Not a single one of these guys is ready to do what they need to do once they actually catch it. And that's what you're seeing. I think that's the exact same thing with a game like Arc Raiders. I think that these guys caught lightning in a bottle. I think they caught a perfect moment in time, and they just did not know what to do with it. They just did not know what to do with it. They had a cheating issue that went rampant, and like, while I don't think that you need to necessarily like pay certain or special favors to content creators, they are your main form of marketing from a like longevity standpoint, because that's how a lot of people are continuing to be able to engage with the content of the game past the game, right? You want people contained within this ecosystem of constantly playing the game and then looking for news about the game and watching videos about the game, so then that brings them back to playing the game, and they just stay in that circle over and over again, and that's how you hold up your engagement. But the problem is that because the game had such a really bad cheating issue that has gone unabated from, I think, still even until now for a lot of these guys, well, the content creators don't want to play it anymore. So then that means that there's not really a lot of content for people to be watching outside of playing the game. And then that means that now all of a sudden that cycle is starting to break. And I'm not saying it's fully reliant on content creators, but you do want a healthy community. And by losing those content creators, you have now created a negative bias that's out there that talks bad about the game. And then that negativity spreads, and then people start kind of losing a little bit of interest, and then other games come out, and then all of a sudden you're not actually releasing any new content, at least content that's not impactful enough to want to bring people back or keep people locked in long enough, and then you start losing players at a wild and quickening rate. Some of this is natural decay. Some of this was going to happen no matter what. But I'll be honest with you, for a game like Arc Raiders, for it doing as well as it did for as long as it did, that natural decay was maybe like 15 or 20% of what its peak concurrent player base was. Sure as the fuck not 80. Sure is not 80. I'm going to tell you that right now. And by the way, this also doesn't necessarily mean that there's no way for these guys to be able to recover. Like, if Arc Raiders goes out and they do like a massive update that does some crazy shit and adds a bunch of really cool, fun, and interesting things, I don't think that these guys understand, and people are probably going to hate to hear me make this comparison. If you want that kind of success, you need to be Fortnite. Fortnite regularly and frequently flipped that game on its fucking head multiple times. We're talking game-changing shit. They didn't care if it broke. They just gave it a rip. They changed the world. They changed the map. They changed the map entirely. They changed the map partially. They changed the game modes. They brought in... I remember there was one season where they had it where you could actually carry weapons from match to match. So if you actually found like a golden sniper that you really wanted to use, but it just wasn't what you needed for that match, you could throw it inside of a tent and then use it in the next match if you wanted to play. There was a ton of other stuff. There's a ton of other stuff that they had in the game that they were doing at the time, that they kept it fresh, they kept it new, they always kept it moving, and they never stayed in one place for very long. Not a lot of these guys are prepared to be able to support a game like that. None of them are. League of Legends, 16 years. There's a different... So I've seen this criticism. You're bringing up something very, very important here. One of the criticisms that I've heard people say is, you don't need to add a whole lot of content. You don't need to flip the game on top of its head. You don't need to do all of these other things. Look at League of Legends. Look at Dota. Look at CSGO. Those are competitive games. Those are games that are more about the player bettering themselves as a player, getting more skilled, increasing their skill ceiling, competing and getting higher and higher rank. Those ranks likely resetting at some point, maybe. I'm not really too sure if that actually happens or not. I'm just kind of, whatever it is. This is competitive versus casual. This is me playing a sport versus me having a hobby. You tend to engage with a sport that you play longer and longer in life because you want to improve at it, right? This is why, like, using golf as an example, right? Like, people that play golf have played golf their whole fucking life, and they continue to play golf. Why? Because they want to get better at it, and they want to continue to play it because of that. It's not because they don't quit because it doesn't get less engaging, because it's still the same game, but it's the game that they're trying to get better at, and they're trying to, you know, that's the whole, it's the grind. It's the whole point of it, right? These kind of games, these casual games, they do have to have those moments where they flip everybody on top of their heads. You do have to continue to wow people consistently. The games build up on a meta and then break it. That's actually a really good way to be able to look at it as well. I think that, like, maybe you could look at a game like Arc Raiders, and like what you have to do is you have to see, like, once the meta gets built and once people actually have it locked in, and once people basically have the game at this point of like normalcy where they know exactly what they're doing, you shatter the whole fucking thing and start over from scratch again. You change the map radically. You change the spawn points of things. You flip the weapons and make it where, you know, there's new weapons that are added. Some weapons aren't even good anymore. Some other weapons that weren't good are now good. You change you change the enemies. You change everything. You do everything that you possibly can to shake things up, and you're doing it not based on whether it works. You're doing it based on whether it's fun, and that's all you need to worry about. I like golf, but it costs a fair bit of money to play. That's why I don't play a whole lot. Or at least that's the excuse that I use when I fucking hook the shit out of the ball. Hey, LD, my first time in your live stream. I love your content, and I like to describe it to people as he rants on his rants. That's true. That's true. I see people bring that up quite frequently. They're like, this motherfucker rants all the time. That's right. That's right, baby. We rant. We ranting. Free to play PlayStation. One brain cell. They are one single cell organism. That's what they are. PlayStation's Fair Games is going free to play, and it's shifting to an extraction shooter. Haven Studios' upcoming title was originally pitched as a pure competitive heist game. Development hasn't been smooth. Testers reportedly struggled with the fun factor, and the studio's founder, Jade Raymond, had left in 2025. Still, PlayStation is fully backing the project. Concord 4? Bro, this was actually Concord 2 before Concord 2 was ever any other game. I remember when, like, Concord failed, and then while Concord was failing, they announced this game, and people were like, Sony. Y'all are fucked. You guys are so screwed. You guys are so screwed. These guys are so cooked. Imagine this. So now with Marathon failing, that means out of the 12 live service games they've made, we still have two more technically, that are waiting in the wings. One is Fair Games. The other is Horizons Hunter's Gathering. Both of those are likely to fail. Which means 1 out of 12 live service games will have actually found any level of success. And that level of success is likely not what they're looking for. Just make a new Legend of Dragoon, Sony? Dude, maybe this is like, and I know I understand, like, a lot of analysts in the industry are probably going to push back against me and be like, well, you make so much more money on live service games, it'd be stupid of them not to actually continue to gamble on it or whatever it might be. I think that these dudes would have been farming so hard during all of this nonsense if they just stuck to making really good single player games. That's something that, actually, funny enough, I would, and I know people have like mixed emotions or mixed feelings when it comes to this game. Some people land on one side, some people land on the other. I would actually include Ghost of Yote in that conversation. That game was made on a very small budget, and it turned around a massive profit. While it wasn't the most popular game, it didn't need to be the most popular game. It just needed to make its money back. And that's all they had to do. It doesn't matter if everybody didn't like it. As long as enough people liked it that they made their money back, that's all that really matters. And that's exactly what they did with that game. People can say what they want about it. All I can say is that it was a good investment. It was. It was not a game that I was interested in playing. I didn't buy it. I didn't play it, right? It just wasn't for me. I watched the previews. I didn't really like the character or the motivations or anything like that. And yeah, I just wasn't digging it. And plus, on top of that, it just looked like more Ghost of Tsushima without Jin Sakai, and Jin Sakai was kind of really central to the whole feel of the game anyway. So I just wasn't really in on it. I just wasn't really in on it, right? But that's fine. That's fine that it's not a game for me. But if you're going to make a game like that, you make sure that you make it responsibly. You make sure that you make it equitably, and they did. And because of that, they made their money back on a $10 million budget. I think it was something around like 30 or 40 million, which is fucking crazy because I can say some shit that I wasn't really big on Ghost of Yotei. That was a pretty looking fucking game. But that studio's not very big. 60 million? I know it was under 100 million. I at least remember that. I thought it was like probably like anywhere between like 30 and 80. If anything, you know what the funny thing is? If I was Sony, what I would do is I would look at what's going on with Sucker Punch. And instead of trying to get a bunch of Bungie guys to run around and get our live service games cooking like these guys thought they were going to, I would instead be going around with a group of Sucker Punch guys and figuring out how we could go and make all of our studios run as efficiently as theirs on such a small budget and still produce high quality games. Because if you could get 12 studios that were making games like Ghost of Yotei, you're doing pretty fucking good, man. Because at least one of those 12 games is not going to just sell like Ghost of Yotei. At least one of those 12 games is probably going to be something a lot better than that, right? I'm not saying go and make 12 Ghost of Yoteis. Don't get me confused on that. I'm not saying go make a bunch of like, female main character games. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like something that's actually built equitably within that company and still is able to produce high quality. That's what the games industry needs to get back to. They need to be able to get back to making high quality games for less money. But and they want to say that it's like AI that's going to push them to that. That has nothing to do with it. The whole purpose, the whole issue that they have is that they're just wildly inefficient. They have way too much middle management. There is way too much bureaucracy. There's way too many people that are in positions that are justifying those positions that they do not belong in. Woke of Yotei broke even. That's it. Nothing special. Honestly, in today's games industry, that's a lot more special than losing money. I'm just going to keep it straight with you. I get that. I understand that like the anti-woke crowd is like, boo, boo, I hate that game, make it die. I get it, man. But I'm an industry financial guy. I'm a trends guy. I'm your corporate liaison. I'm your video game industry liaison. From a pure business perspective, it was a good investment and it did well for them. I'd call you the corporate scourge, corporate interpreter. Yeah, well, it's the guy that would have been one of them, but then turned to the dark side, or the dork side in this case. Sorry. Maybe Battlefield could come back after last terrible months. They've dropped a plan to win back fans with larger maps, classic remakes, naval warfare, and major quality of life fixes after launch feedback. Here is everything confirmed. did you listen to what I said before? You can still come back from this shit. You just got to make sure it lands, okay? This is the kind of support that they should have had at the very beginning, not something that we see this far, that like, what, 6 months later or something like that? This is way, way too old. Way too past. You're way past due on this. You're making it way more difficult for yourself. Railway to Goldmund, massive remake of Battlefield 4's Goldmund Railway. Very cool fucking map, by the way. I really like that. 4 times larger than Myrick Valley. Holy, okay, that's actually okay. All right, full vehicle roster, updated visuals, audio. Cairo Bazaar, reworked Battlefield 3's Grand Bazaar, now vehicle friendly for intense firefights. Okay. I'm going to say you have my attention. Ranked play plus exclusive rewards for... this right here was the biggest waste of their time, is going to continue to be their biggest waste of time. They should just abandon it. That's me, though. Season 4 in July, Naval Warfare arrives. Full Naval Warfare debut. Aircraft carriers. That actually sounds really cool. But you're probably not going to be able to pilot the aircraft carriers, right? They're probably just like going to be a launching platform. Dynamic wave system affects aiming and movement. Naval vehicles, challenges, and rewards. Reimagined Wake Island classic map update for water combat. Tsuru Reef. Brand new massive map, massive water heavy map, the largest in Battlefield 6. Season 5, 3 more new maps. Described as a holiday treat. Ooh. I don't hate it. I love a little treat. Doesn't take a lot of cheaters paying for cheats to be a windfall for those devs. I mean, yeah, okay. I don't hate it. I just buy it on a discount. Yeah. I mean, like, here's the thing. It appears maybe they are bringing back the gunboat. I guarantee they're probably bringing back the gunboat. I mean, like, I'll be real with you. I was not really expecting them to go back and remake a Battlefield 1942 map. Like, that's kind of fucking sick, right? Server browser better work. There just needs to be a server browser in general. That's what they need to bring back. Did they bring that in here at all? I didn't see. Additional persistent servers and full server browser. That's it right there. If this works, and it's just like it was in Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4, I think you're going to see a much more healthier baseline player base. This is probably, like, some people probably don't believe me on this. I don't really know. This was like the one thing that made me play those games. This is why I loved Battlefield games. I loved a server browser. I do not want to look at your fucking Hulu Plus game mode thing, whatever the hell that thing is. No, I like having my regular servers that are always up, that I know the name, and that's where all my boys go, and I hop in there and I make friends in there, and the more I play in that server, the more I end up meeting more people that are in that server, and you make new friends to be able to play games with and stuff like that. That's how I made a lot of friends playing games back in the day. That's how a lot of people did. You'd meet somebody on a BF server, and the next thing you know, you guys are playing other games together. old persistent servers. I mean, it's back. They're bringing it back. That's going to be launching before end of year. Am I wrong in believing that this shouldn't be taking that fucking long to do? I don't know how much, but it goes to show that this is something that was never a part of the plan to begin with. I don't know how much infrastructure it needs. The other problem is that, like, the biggest issue that I think that they have over there is the fact that they have 3 studios that are working on the game, or more than that. It might be 4 studios that are working on the game. So they're really slow to move because they need to coordinate, they need to coordinate each arm to be able to do it. Never should have did away with them. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Leaderboards, spectator mode, proximity chat, platoons. Okay, dude. Map reworks for Sobek City and Blackwell Fields. Ongoing Blackwell Fields needs like work. That map fucking sucks. Ongoing balance tweaks, quality of life improvements, and a mix of map sizes for all-out warfare. Huge. All features that were available day 1 in Battlefield 3 and 4, by the way. Battlefield 6, Battlefield 5, actually just Battlefield after Battlefield 4. Every mistake that they have ran into is because they kept trying to be Call of Duty. They felt like if they got rid of all the other problems, or not problems, but if they got rid of all the other features, if they just stripped their game down and they simplified it the best that they could, and tried to make it and model it to be more like Call of Duty, that they would be able to steal some of Call of Duty's audience, but that never actually happened. Because that's just not what people were looking for out of Battlefield. They were willing to abandon their audience for people that had no interest in playing their game. The best way for you to be able to make a good Battlefield game and to also steal the audiences of Call of Duty is to just keep making Battlefield, and eventually they will see the light. Battlefield 6 is still better than Call of Duty right now. Tell me I'm wrong. Even in its current state, Battlefield 6 is better than Call of Duty right now. I mean, it's not a high bar to jump, but I'm just telling you, man. Like, if these guys had launched with the features that they had from Battlefield 4 and Battlefield 3, which are all things that they're now bringing back now, if they had launched with those things, a lot of those new COD players that came over to Battlefield probably would have stuck. And here's the thing, if they can be quick with this, if they can figure out how to get some speed and make sure that they still maintain quality, they might still have an opportunity to be able to sneak something in before the next Call of Duty comes in and they start coping again. You got to get them before they get back on the sauce. You got to get them before they get back on the sauce. These guys are in AA right now, okay? They're playing other games, they're starting to see the light, but they can relapse. You got to do what you can in the short amount of time that you're given before Activision just rams out another game. And then these guys see the jangling keys and they go, oh my god. Obsidian Galaxy skin? All I gotta do is just invest 12,000 hours and get everything for every single gun? I'm in. All the men I see, all the men see this and think about how adorable she is and how they would be the best dad in the entire universe to protect her. Meanwhile, women of Twitter call men PDFs for just looking at a clip. What is wrong with you? Your fatherlessness is showing. So, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but the entire time that Pragmata has been doing its whole thing, well, apparently, the internet has been losing its mind. And there's been a bunch of people that have been making some very harsh comments and harsh tweets towards the people that have been interested in playing Pragmata, and also calling them basically one of the most disgusting things you could possibly call somebody, and accusing them of being attracted to this character. We'll just say it like that. We're trying to stay YouTube friendly on this stream, okay? this is continued to also, by the way, just a quick interjection here. Space Marine 2 hit 12 million copies. Love to see that. Okay, man, where are we at? How far do we gotta go? Nope. Yes. So this person, I had seen this earlier, and they said, I feel like it's a breach of ethics at this point to design child characters for an audience of majority male gamers. They made CP of her. That had to be banned on Reddit. There's very specific things that people can do with the English language. And one of those things is completely blanket an entire group of people. So reading this says, this is a breach of ethics because you're making child characters for an audience of majority male gamers. They made CP of her. They as men. The men. As in all the men. Notice how everybody is just lumped into one single pile for what a group, or maybe even just a handful, or maybe even just one disgusting fucker did that they probably saw from somebody else's post that likely didn't even exist, and it came from somebody else that likely didn't exist, and it's just a rumor mill of people imagining demons out of thin air. Now, I'm going to say I guarantee it does exist. Without a fucking doubt. Because people are fucking demons, and there are ones that walk among us. But if we're not going to sit here and try to pretend like the wide male audience of people that are playing this game are all in that same boat, and trying to paint them as such is something that's been happening in society. And it's something that's been happening in society for far too long. Way too long. And I've seen multiple people that have been commenting on this, and it's not just this post. There's been multiple posts that I've seen of people talking about it. There's another one I'll show you right after this. But Smug Alana said, misandrists are literally unable to fathom men having the urge to fulfill their biological duty to protect and provide for their daughters. They will forever label any game that even loosely falls under the umbrella of dad simulator as philic. As pedo material. You disgust me. So, that has not been the end of that conversation. This is also now being portrayed on a much wider scale if we go and we look at Kotaku. Kotaku posted an article, fans are accusing Pragmata using the Cryana Twitch badge of courting the lolicon crowd. An emote of Diana sobbing has been interpreted as a reference to the infamous uh-oh meme. I have no idea what the fuck that is, and a lot of people are pretending like this is something that the vast majority of people understand, and they don't. I have no idea what that is. I've never heard of it in my entire life. Literally never heard of it in my entire life. You have to be so fucking terminally online to understand references like that you likely do not have a strong... You don't have a strong connection to reality. You don't have a strong connection to reality. Simple as that. And the more that I looked into this, I ended up writing and I said, well, I'm sure it exists. All I'm seeing is people wholesome posting or manifesting an enemy. I saw somebody posting that the game is disgusting because it is made for male audiences, insinuating they, all men, are making CP of a character. What the fuck are you all on? And there's a few people that had actually commented, but the other thing that I wanted to bring up, and I think this is something really important, is that I saw somebody else that had posted, are these people thinking like this because someone told them to? Or is it totally organic, and every time they see a child and an adult together, they think of this kind of thing? It's pretty disturbing, to be honest. This is what I actually think is the prevailing issue here. I responded to this by saying, in the last 10 years, we've had Clive's dad in Final Fantasy in the last 10 years, we've had Clive's dad in Final Fantasy 16, Barrett in Final Fantasy 7 Remake, Kratos, and It Takes Two. Not much outside of that. I think this is a long-term side effect of a complete lack of positive positive household dynamics or father figures in media, especially games. When you guys start thinking about this on a more on broader terms, men have largely just not been portrayed positively in media for a really long time. That's movies, that's music, that's television, that's video games. And if we think about video games specifically, there's not a whole lot of games that you see that get released every single year that the character is either coming from a healthy household dynamic or have a positive father figure, or even have the main character be a positive father figure. In a lot of cases, instead, most of these stories are built to be cynical. It's you versus the world. It's you coming from a rough upbringing. It's you being abandoned. It's you being adopted. It's you being almost completely separated from your parents, or they largely just not ever even existing in the story, and it's all about me, 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 right? That's all it's ever been. And that's distorted people's views of one another. It's distorted people's views of like a positive image of men, a positive image of women, a positive image of kids, a positive image of families. And that's why you're seeing people, when they see something like this, it's so foreign to them. It has to be something dark. It has to be something twisted. It has to be something wrong. And it's not. It's not. It's literally just a wholesome video game. Now, I've seen a lot of the people that have been commenting, and one of the main comments that they've really been like kind of like sticking to when it comes to this is it's actually the character's design. Because like, why did she have mascara on? Why does she do that? It's an android. She's not human. It's an android. She is meant to look otherworldly. She's meant to look uncanny. Spoilers? That's not a spoiler. it's in the fucking trailer. It's in the demo. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, everybody knew this from the very beginning. You see her like push out her arm and fucking do hacking, like digitizing and shit. Yeah. Anyway, she's a doll. Exactly. Like this is not like, she's not real. So like, she's supposed to look somewhat uncanny. She's not supposed to look like just like a regular child. It's an interpretation of like whatever this machine is trying to do or whatever it is. Right? No lipstick. Well, yeah, you know, they don't care about that one apparently. So it's really weird for me to see people just want to. I feel like they're purposefully trying to ignore it. And like, you go into the comments and you see a lot of the same kind of stuff. Look at this. If you buy this game, I'm going to assume that you are a pedophile. And right under that, the masculine urge to be a dad and go through absolute hell for a single spark of innocent life with the brightest eyes you've ever seen. This is like this is what probably the vast majority of reactions for guys is to the game. Playing BioShock Trilogy, you now have an emotional attachment to a surrogate daughter. Me, I thought this was a diesel punk shooter. BioShock, do you promise to love her? Me, I don't think I'm your target demographic. BioShock, your daughter is now in mortal peril. Me. It's true. It's true. It's true, man. Why are people thinking this is sexual or it makes you like nobody is. And like I'm like looking like, okay, that's a PNG. Capcom trying to single-handedly boost birth rates in Japan. I dare say they might just succeed. Protect Diana. I've only had Diana for a day and a half, but but if anything happened to her, I'd probably kill everyone in this room. And yeah. Yeah. Me writing down every single piece of identifiable information on the people in the comments saying that this child is sending it to the... Where? It doesn't exist. These people are imagining an audience. They're imagining people. Like this whole thing. Philia or not, all the heckin' wholesome chugster tards in the comments are giving me the ick. Oh. You guys want to be wholesome dads? Gross. Gross. Have any of you motherfuckers ever seen a single spec? What the fuck is wrong with these people? I'm not woke, but why does this game give me... Why? I'm literally not seeing a single person do anything. Like, I don't see a single person trying to sexualize this character. Nobody. I see people insulting the character because they think it's, attracting the group that they're trying to imagine into existence. And then I'm seeing people that hate the people that seem to just not actually exist. And I'm like, obviously this is just a Twitter post, right? So like, but it's weird that you're even seeing people say like, oh my God, looking at these comments. Looking at what comments? There's nothing there. It's so bad, man. It's so bad. So I saw this, streamer Saikuno's response to cheating allegations has been dubbed over by Deku voice actor Justin Briner. I saw this originally, but then before I got online, this popped up in the top of my feed, the top of my feed, and I got it. This.
Okay, just start writing and keep it simple. Don't overthink it. No. Every word matters. This is not an apology.
No.
This is control. Perception is everything.
What I love about this is that this is actually so accurate. Anytime you ever see these like pre-generated posts, notice that the post that he had made is basically like the same exact thing that you guys will often see from video game companies when they're talking about layoffs or canceling their game. It is something to very, very purposely and like with a very... How do I want to say this? It is something that is built with a very strong focus to be able to protect whatever their public image is and make sure that everybody gets the message that they're trying to get across. Something that is going to protect their company from, issues with their shareholders or issues with their publisher, and something that is hopefully going to at least placate the audience regardless of that game's failure. That's the exact same thing that's happening here. This is all brand protection. So when you see somebody write something that is this curated, it's being done on purpose. It's a script almost.
And if
It's so true. It's so true. You talk about the most obvious thing and then just completely... They don't see what out. They don't see what lays behind.
this is perfect. Highlight.
It's good. You got to show empathy to make sure that, you know, people still think you're somebody that cares, somebody that can forgive, somebody that's okay with being vulnerable, but isn't going to be vindictive. They want to see you take the high road, because if they see you take the high road, that means that you could be redeemed. Oh man. All I have to say is that when I see this stuff, the only thing that comes to mind is just like how absurd reality is now. The fact that the fact that people care, the fact that people like are even tuned into this, the fact that it's even a story to begin with, that like people's entire like relationship is on display. Now I'm like, mind you, yeah, guy was straight up playing, right? I mean, like he was running the game, baby. He was running the game. I mean, he had these girls on speed dial and he's hitting everywhere for sure. So like, yeah, I mean, like I definitely for like a lot of these girls, I feel bad because like some of them are being taken advantage of. In some cases, some of them, especially there was that one that I saw like a video of where like she knew exactly, like even the one that he had talked to that like first like blew the lid on this entire thing was like, even after the whole thing had gone down and like she had found out that he was just cheating on the girlfriend that he was with, even she was still like, I can still forgive you and we can still be together. Like, that's the craziest thing to me. Like, it's just like, yeah, you didn't cheat on me. Yeah, exactly. So like when things go down over there and you and your girlfriend finally do break up because of this, especially now that I'm going to be making sure that I put it out on blast and make sure everybody knows about it, then, you know, we can still work things out and we can still be together. It's crazy, dude. It is crazy. That's all I have to say. But I find it so odd that people are so invested in this. I think it's really funny from like a meme perspective, because it's really funny to see like really fake people try to like squirm their way out of shit like this. Especially when like they've built their reputation and they built their brand based on like them as a, like, I guess like as a person, right? Like there's the problem is that like far too many people can't separate themselves from their content or from like the content creator they are. They can't create any separation, right? Like people don't need to worry about my fucking social life. What does my social life have to do with me talking about video games? Nothing. The only reason that people want to bring in their social life and make people more parasocial about everything that happens with them and the relationships that they're in and all that kind of stuff, the only reason that they want to do that is because they want to take advantage of that audience's weakness, those parasocial members of that audience, and milk them for as much money as they possibly can. Or crack that ass. That's really all this is. He's just trying to level up his... I'm just trying to level up my XP bar. I'm really hoping you could do that for me. I was just hoping that you could give me a hand. LD to become an anime voice actor. You know what the funny thing is? That's what I actually always wanted to do. That was like the first entertainment business that I always thought that I wanted to be a part of when I was younger. I wanted to be a voice actor. I actually have no idea how to even get into that kind of work. I still, to this day, even though I'm now in like involved in the games industry, at least in some way, like at least in the entertainment side, I guess. I'm really not too sure exactly what you would quantify what I do, but I still don't even understand it. Why is he so good at this? I don't really know. I really have no idea. I just like you hear something a couple of times and you try to reiterate it. I can't do a lot of impressions at all, really. Like I have to hear something a few times, and then once I've heard it enough, then it kind of sticks in my head.
We carry mind flayer parasites.
What?
Within days, we will be Geich. Mind flayers.
Oh, shit.
I fucking love these meme edits of Baldur's Gate 3. They never get old.
So what are we to do now?
Well, I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it. What a sweet little birdie. You want some food? Want some... Ah, you seagull!
The goddess Mystery. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher. And later even my lover.
You bang my dead wife?
Oh, yes.
It's so well edited. Oh my god, it's so well edited.
Look out!
Death.
Why they gotta hit Asterion like that?
It is not the end, merely another beginning.
That's good.
Oh shit.
Can you conjure the dead? Can you get my dead whore wife back here so I can lay into her from the other side? Hello?
Raphael's.
Ongo Goblogian, the art collector. Put the bottle in.
I did!
Don't judge me, this is art! Allow me to destroy your gallery. Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love. It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide is badass.
It's so well done.
You unleashed something that would consume all magic in existence.
I did what I did. You don't like it, you can kiss my ass.
More accurate playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. Honestly, that's so good. Did they fix the third act of Baldur's Gate 3? They did that like a year ago. They've added like a bunch of extra endings for a bunch of different things as well, especially when it comes to like Dark Urge. That was the one that like just didn't really have a lot of motion. Legend, absolutely. It's a masterpiece. That was really good. I'm so happy that I watched that. Oh man, that was so funny. Holy. Okay, I'm not really gonna I kinda wanna get to playing the game. Okay, we'll watch these maybe. What time is it? Yeah, well, we can watch these really quick. We'll be good. So this is the Metro thing you guys want me to watch.
I ask you, do you want to come out of the darkness and become a pure nation? I ask you, are you ready for great changes under the guidance of a great leader? If you are, then wake up and open the door for the Novorite.
Wake up.
You're a zombie?
Wake up. Wake up to a pure nation. Clean air. Bright future.
Are there a lot of similarities between this and like Stalker? Again, I've never played a Metro game before. It's worth watching the dev talk on YouTube. Never played Stalker, but it's a bit longer. I don't really want to watch the... I don't want to get into that. I kind of would just watch the trailer. I can watch the dev talk on my own time. Sort of. Similar in theme. Okay, that's what I was looking for. What are you waiting for, then? Do you know in like the last 3 days, I have played Mouse P.I., I have played fucking Crimson Desert, I've played what's the other one? Windrose, and now here tonight I'm going to play another game. What do you mean, what am I waiting for? I don't have the option anymore, okay? I don't have the option anymore. Like I got a lot on my plate. Pro Gamer JS 8472. $50. Holy shit, man. You guys are fucking insane tonight. Holy. Thank you so much, my guy. Thank you so much. If I finish developing this game, would you be interested in voice acting a few characters? Sure, why not? Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't have a problem with it. Absolutely would. Fake gamer play more. I'm still stuck. You are right. I'm a fake gamer. I'm still stuck on Ascension 3 and Slay the Spire 2. I haven't been able to get to Ascension 4 yet.
The noble right says comply. The people say aye. No. Fear not the enemy's threats, for the Führer Hunter protects you.
Where are they taking them? Can you hear me?
They do. We hear everything. But you don't let them speak.
No. It's not about me. I won't ask again.
It's all about you.
This is fucking disturbing as shit, huh? Is this all following like one single character? Noob, thank you for the 10. Australian, appreciate that. Okay, no need to rub it in my face, bro. I want to play games too. I know, we all do. I know. I try to make sure I put in as much time as I can. Yeah, it all does follow one character. Ooh, I kind of like that.
All together now, children.
The Novak is our home. Either we destroy or we are destroyed. No one will mourn us if we die. Mercy is weakness.
Our enemies have no pity for us. The enemy must be destroyed.
The enemy must be destroyed. The enemy must be destroyed. The enemy must be destroyed. The enemy must be destroyed. The enemy must be destroyed.
Oh no. Man, what the hell is going on here? Hallucinations and nightmares? Yeah.
Pure nation, clean air, bright future. The Noble Reich is our home.
Is it motherfucking dragons? Demons? Oh, even better. Looks really pretty. Very atmospheric, yeah. Is that a fucking mutated mole? Is this Unreal Engine 5? I don't think it is. No, this looks like a... It doesn't have the same kind of sheen that an Unreal Engine 5 game has. This looks like it's an internal studio engine. Coming this winter. Okay. I dig the theme, that's for sure. Holy shit, a lot of people are fucking picking up on the trailer. One last Metro game before we all go into the bunkers. Yeah. Oh, man. All right. Okay. I already hear my computer fans racing. Looks gorgeous. I guess I'll have to play some of the other ones. I'll have to look into which ones. What's what? Are they long? Are the other games really long? They're so cheap right now. That's sick. 2033 and Last Light are 8 to 10 hours. Oh, that's not that bad. Exodus is longer. Oh, okay. They don't disappoint. All right, I'll believe you guys. I'll believe you. Yeah, I'll. You know what I haven't done in a really long time, and I think that I should do again? I did it for Stalker. I've done it for other games in the past, and it's been a really, really long time since I've done something like this. But I used to go back and I would play like older game franchises that I'd never played before, and then make a video talking about it and just like giving like an overview of like why I think those games were so special for their time, why they've lasted as long as they have, like at least like in the collective mind. And then also like, you know, what they have that maybe like the industry is lost in some way. I did that with I did it with Warframe. I did it with Stalker. I've done it with a couple of other games as well in the past, but it's been a long time. It's probably been like a year since I've done a video like that, to be honest. I think it was just an earthquake. Little shaker. Little. You'd have a lot of material from Metro. Yeah, maybe I'll give it a shot. Oh, to mention your Warframe video, that's how I found you. That's cool. Yeah, a lot of people. There's a lot of people that stuck around from the. A lot of the Warframe people ended up being like a lot of live stream viewers. People stuck around to watch live streams and stuff like that. All right, we'll watch this real quick. It's only 8 minutes, so we'll watch this and then and we'll play Pragmata.
We've all been there. You've been waiting for a game for 2 years. You check the Steam.
Hold on. This is Steam's plan to fix unoptimized games.
We've all been there. You've been waiting for a game for 2 years. You check the Steam store page, scroll down to the System Requirements tab, and you see it. Recommended RTX 3060. You look at your own rig, you see an RTX 3060 and think, perfect, I'm good to go. You buy the game, hit play, but it's a disaster. Stuttering, 25 frames per second, and a mixed review score on day one. For years, the System Requirements box has been an unreliable part of PC gaming. It's a guess made by developers, often on clean test benches that don't look anything like your actual home PC. But this week, a massive discovery in the Steam client's code suggests that Valve has a solution in place for this problem. While most people are reporting...
I'm going to say right now that, like, performance on games is probably one of the... If I had to make like a tier list, right, I would say there's like the general like originality of games is probably like the most pinnacle. That's like the biggest problem that I think, like the most prevailing issue. Then underneath that is the cost of games, both for the players and for the industry. And but also something that I think lays between both of them somewhere that is like equally as important as both is the performance of games, like the ability to actually access these games, play them, and be able to enjoy them. And like, I think it's something that has gotten worse and worse over time, like PC and even console, like console performance and PC performance. And it's nothing to do with the hardware. It's everything to do with the games. Part of it has to do with the hardware, but it's the hardware that essentially these companies have been in an arms race to make something so powerful that it didn't matter how fucked up the game was in development. But that's not how this should be. Optimization is now a lost skill. It absolutely is. Yeah, it's not a lost skill. It's just an ignored one. It's one that a lot of these guys have put off. I think part of it definitely has to do with Unreal Engine 5. I think Unreal Engine 5 has largely trained developers not to have to do a lot of their own optimization. And then they don't actually understand how to fix their own games because they're using a lot of these automated systems to be able to, like, you know, find solutions to their problems and just kind of mask issues more than anything else. Same thing goes for the hardware. Like, the hardware has been created to mask issues for a lot of these games. Look at NVIDIA. Most of NVIDIA's tools have been designed to AI like insert fake frames into your video games, into ray tracing, into all of these other things, and they just keep piling more and more and more on top of it, making it where more and more people are able to get away with it.
On a new FPS tracker like it's just a cool little widget. The truth is much bigger. This is the final piece of a strategy Valve has been building for over a year. From the hardware details they added to reviews, to the GDC 2026 Steam Machine targets, and the new 4K UI refresh, Valve is transforming the PC guessing game into a more console-like experience. So let's look at what was actually found on April.
I get what he's using the description into like more of a console-like experience. I think what he's trying to talk about, and this is something that's like, this used to be pretty common practice. Video games on console had pretty much rock solid performance. Was it the best? No, it was consistent though. So that meant that like game to game, your experience really didn't change that much, and you really didn't notice a lot of frame rate issues because you were just used to like the frames that you would see. If games normally played at 30 frames per second, then that's what that's what your eyes were used to, and you wouldn't know anything else. And because games remained relatively consistent, it would stay in that 30 frame range, you were fine, right? You were fine. Like, yeah, okay, sure, frame rate's slow, but you don't know the difference in that case because you probably haven't experienced anything else. But luckily, since there's no hard dips, you're not actually getting any serious performance issues that fuck up your experience. 60 FPS is the exact same thing. Honestly, 60 FPS is pretty solid for most people, especially if you're playing on a TV. 60 FPS can also kind of depend how good it is on a monitor as well. But I didn't really understand anything. Like, I was a console player for years. I didn't understand frame rates until I picked up a PC and played my first game at 144 FPS and was like, what the fuck? Why is this image so clear? Why do my actions feel so smooth? Why does the game feel so responsive? This is insane. Have I been living in a cave my entire life? And then you realize, yes, you have been. But then you also find yourself in the hell of performance issues that comes with going on PC, because not a lot of games can run at 144 frames because most of these guys don't know how to optimize shit, right? But like now I have a monitor, I think, that goes up to like 360 FPS. And there's a very few games that actually can reach it. But boy, when they do, God, it is smooth as butter. Oh, it is silky.
April 3rd, data miners discovered references to something called a frame estimator within the Steam client. Now, we've had an FPS counter in Steam for years. You turn it on in the settings and it shows a little green number in the corner, or even more details if you want. But that's not what this is. This new feature is a proactive, data-driven chart that appears on the Steam page before you even own a game. According to the leaked code, the workflow is ingenious. Steam asks for permission to collect anonymous performance data from players. It looks at their GPU, their CPU, their RAM, and the actual FPS they are getting in game. It then
So they're actually just using like general user data that they could collect and typically do collect anyway, and instead of using it as something that they can sell as, sell to other companies, personal data to sell to other companies, they're leveraging this to just make a better system for players so that they can more accurately purchase games that will work on their hardware. How can one company be so base? This is likely something that's born out of, I would guarantee, this is something that's actually born out of Deadlock. This is something that came from Deadlock, because they've been tracking so much user data with Deadlock and people playing that game and seeing like where performance dips, what kind of hardware works the best, what kind of like all those kind of things. And now they're sitting there going like, man, we could actually probably use this for something else. We can actually use this to like let players know whether or not we actually think that their setup is actually going to work with whatever game they're trying to buy.
Aggregates the
so
data
good,
from
dude. This is incredible.
Users and creates a real-world performance profile that you can view through a chart, which
That's
will be a
crazy.
great way for you to know if your specs are able to run a specific game. So we are moving away from what a developer recommends and thinks their game should run to
that. Oh my God. Dude, Valve just finds another way to make game developers and game publishers hate them even more. Like, I don't think, like, one of the things, there's a common problem or a common issue that I see pop up like pretty regularly, which is people that are like highly critical of Steam, and they're like, oh my God, these Steam sycophants, these people that just all they do is just worship Valve. Ugh. They're a corporation like everybody else. Yeah, but they're also one of the very few corporations that actually do something to work towards the better interest of their customers. And there's a long list of this kind of stuff, but if I'm just going to go through a couple of them, they have largely been a stopgap. Valve has largely been a stopgap for some of the biggest issues that could have destroyed the video game industry a long time ago. Just using a couple examples here, ads in video games, banned. They are preemptively banned on Steam. You are not allowed to sell a video game that has ads inside of the game. That is the biggest gaming platform in the entire world that says you are not allowed to have ads in your game. Which means that if these companies do want to put ads in their game, they don't have any fucking choice unless they just want to put it on their own platform and not put it on Steam. But now you're going to suffer significantly in sales. And also, when you go to do that, it is going to be so blatantly obvious why you are doing it that you are going to catch so much heat and so much backlash that game's likely not even going to sell at all. Likely not even going to sell at all. Such a big Valve W. Gavin deserves another yacht. Get the motherfucker too. Give him another sub too while you're at it. I mean, shit. No, like I've used like it's stuff like that. There's like the generative AI stuff in games, which that's kind of like a lesser issue for me in a lot of cases. No crypto in games. No Web3 games. You're not allowed to have anything that is going to be either creating cryptocurrencies, selling cryptocurrencies, or using cryptocurrencies on the platform. If it's something that's off platform, that's like in conjunction with the game, that's a different story. So there are some examples of that, but there is no crypto inside of the actual experience or inside of the actual ecosystem of Steam itself. Again, something that largely kept a lot of a wave of those games coming from coming onto the platform.
What the game is actually doing on hardware just like yours. To understand why this is happening now, we have to look back at the Steam client update from March 9th, which you may remember from a previous video. The update officially added this new setting, added the option to provide anonymized frame rate data. When enabled, Steam will collect gameplay frame rate data stored without connection to your Steam account, but identified with the kind of hardware you are playing on.
That's cool.
This data will help us learn about game.
I like that also they're not just like, oh, we're collecting your data. No, instead what we're doing is we're not actually going to link it to your account. We're just linking it to the hardware.
Compatibility and improve Steam. Now, at the time, Valve added a small disclaimer. This feature is currently in beta with a focus on devices running SteamOS. But don't let that SteamOS focus fool you into thinking this is just a small experiment for handhelds. By collecting FPS data and tying it to your specific hardware ID, Valve has spent the last month building an accurate performance database, essentially just building a large library of
Bro, I've never played Drifter. This motherfucker fucks me up all the time.
real-world benchmarks for these different games.
Not all the time. Sometimes you find a bad one and I just absolutely dunk on him. But man, like watching how easy it is to play, maybe I should try to give this guy a shot.
In that same March update, they also added the ability to attach your hardware specs to user reviews.
Yep.
So are you starting to see the pattern?
Yeah, that's really fucking cool. So not only are they collecting the data themselves and then using that to create a realistic profile for what these games are going to look like performance-wise when they go, when they actually go on sale or for however long they've been on sale. And it's also something that's going to be able to track it even after updates as well. But they've also made it where now users have the ability to be able to tag their hardware and let other people know, hey, this is the hardware that I played the game on. This is the issues that I've been having or the non-issues I've been having.
Review update gave us the subjective data, while the frame rate
Epic would never.
Toggle gives Valve the measurable data into how games are actually running. When you combine the two, you get the frame estimator we are seeing in the leaks today. Valve doesn't need to hire thousands of testers to benchmark every game on Steam. So to understand why Valve is doing this right now and why there is a focus on SteamOS devices, it all comes down to their hardware roadmap for the rest of 2026. At GDC last month, Valve finally laid out the ground rules for the new Steam Machine. They officially introduced and explained the Steam Machine Verified program, and they set a very specific...
Isn't the Steam Machine trying to verify, is doing basically the same verification system that they're using for the Steam Deck? Aren't they trying to essentially say that, like, I already know that they said that if a game is Steam Deck verified, it is automatically Steam Machine verified because of, like, the heightened performance, right? Also helps to ignore reviews about performance which don't have specs attached. That's actually really smart as well. Yeah, because you are going to have some people that will leave like, oh my God, performance is dog shit. And they're like on a fucking 1060. And you're like, brother.
Interesting bar. For a game to be verified on the new Steam Machine, it must maintain a stable 1080p at 30 frames per second. Valve said during the presentation, our goal is...
Epic's answer to this? What if we go ahead and what if we had Mickey Mouse with a gun? Does that do it?
Is to bring the predictability of the console ecosystem to the open nature of the PC. But here's the problem. Valve can't...
Hey, I'm still running a 1060. I guarantee that while you're running a 1060, you're also not dropping reviews on Steam talking about how you were trying to play a game at 4K, 144 FPS, and you couldn't get solid performance out of some like latest AAA game.
Manually test over 100,000 games.
Zero shade thrown at the people that are still running on older hardware. Play within your means, live within your means. That is the best thing that you can do. But Yeah, like let's not pretend like some of these guys are going on there and they're leaving some fake reviews that are just like, it doesn't, like, bro, what are you talking about? Nobody can make shit for you anymore.
The machine. It took
you gotta play within your
to get
means.
25,000 games verified for the Steam Deck. So they needed a faster way to verify their entire library for this new console and for the upcoming Steam Frame VR headset. This frame estimator is the solution. It's an automated crowdsourced verification system. It's the ultimate Steam does nothing and wins move. The genius of the 1080p.
Dude, Valve is so good at creating tools that they don't actually need to operate themselves. They realize that in the most cases, when it comes to either it's both. It's game developers and the players. All they want is more agency. All they want is more tools to be able to communicate. In a lot of cases, you do not have to build these like, 14 layers of bureaucracy and hire in 1,000 or 1,500 developers to come in that have to be able to handle all of these systems, create them, monitor them, review them, and then kick them all back. No, in most cases, all you need to do is just create a system in which you put out a game, the game comes out, and then the players tell you whether or not it actually works or whether it doesn't. The developers say whether it works or whether it doesn't, and then you just leave it at that. And you have checks and balances and systems in place that automatically handle a lot of that shit, and it's essentially completely hands off. In most cases, players are fine with just taking care of themselves. We just need the tools to be able to do so.
30 FPS target.
That's the reason why that's the reason why I have so much respect for Steam. And it's largely just because they give players the tools to be able to take care of themselves, to be able to look out for themselves, to be able to make smarter purchases, to be able to make, better purchases more than anything else.
Is that it creates a universal baseline for PC gaming. Just think about it.
That's
when a developer builds for the PS5, they have a fixed target with that hardware.
Oh my fucking God, he's so right. Oh my God, he's so right. No. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking it's just like, oh, well, they're just going to base it off of, 30% of users, which would end up being like the wide majority are using like a 3060 today. So then everybody is just targeting a 3060. No. The problem is that like you have so many different combinations of hardware, brands of hardware and things like that there are other separate values that they're going to be able to target and understand and know what to build their game for so that it will work on the wider wider variety of hardware in the market. Very smart. Yeah, it's going to turn it into a more console-like experience where you're going to see this like you should be able to see more consistency out of performance for new games that come out.
They build for PC, they're just shooting in the dark. By defining exactly what performance means for the Steam machine and the upcoming Steam Frame VR headset, Valve is essentially giving developers a rule set. But the real secret lies in the architecture. At GDC, Valve detailed Lepton, their new container for Android apps, and their heavy investment in FexEmu for ARM64 translation. The Steam Frame is an ARM-powered headset. This is why the FPS estimator is needed. Valve is using this crowdsourced telemetry to measure the performance tax of running x86 games on ARM hardware. They are building a system that tells them exactly how to improve in the future so your favorite titles originally built for a desktop run flawlessly on a mobile chip. It's the groundwork for a future where Steam is no longer tied to the processor in your PC. So this brings us to the visual side of things.
That's crazy, dude. So not only are they trying to like build it so that games can also work on lower amounts of memory, creating a better ecosystem for the hardware or for the games to be able to like work inside and lower costs and lower the barrier to entry for players as well in a lot of cases. But also they're trying to make games essentially perform better across the board regardless of hardware.
Week, Valve launched the public beta for the new Steam Store homepage. On the surface, it looks just like a nice coat of paint, higher resolution artwork, infinite scrolling, and a wider layout. But if you look closer at the store settings, you'll see that this UI is built specifically for high resolution displays. Valve mentioned in their update post, those of you with higher resolution monitors will notice the new store home is wider and more responsive. If you're viewing the store home on Steam Deck or in big picture mode, you'll also see these updates, which
Okay.
released along with some other beta.
I don't use big picture mode. I was actually wondering because I'd opened Steam the other day and I was just like, I went to the store and I was trying to look at it and I was like, I'm not really like seeing, too many changes here. There is infinite scrolling now, which is really cool. So it'll just continue to bring up more and more content, more and more games for you to be able to find. So now you get to doom scroll Steam. Isn't that great? Now we get to brain rot on Steam. I'm kind of down for that, to be honest. So I'm cool with that. But like, you know what actually I would really like is that if I'm not using Steam in big picture mode, I would kind of like the ability to control and then zoom on my mouse and like zoom in a little bit more because I don't really have that option on here. There's probably a zoom option in here somewhere, but it's not on the mouse like it is for most other apps.
Betas right now. In fact, Valve pushed a brand new beta for the Steam Workshop, completely changing the browsing experience to be faster and more responsive. It's yet another piece of the puzzle.
Again, them working on outside, like this is for modding, right? They're still putting this much effort into just the modding ecosystem in Steam. Something that does not affect their bottom line whatsoever.
Adding quick view features and a wider layout that, just like the store, is designed specifically to be Steam Deck and big picture friendly. So this frame estimator is adding on to tons of changes Valve is currently working on. But why it is so important for gamers is the accountability factor. In the current system, a developer can release a poorly optimized game, hide behind a recommended.
Dude, this motherfucker does so much damage. He does so, like, that kick does so much.
Spec list and hope that people don't refund within the 2-hour window. With the frame estimator, that changes completely. Imagine a game launches today. Within 3 hours, Steam has collected data from 10,000 players. If you go to that store page and the frame estimator shows a giant red...
Bro, I actually think that this guy might actually be in my same bracket. Now that I'm like watching some of these players make some dumbass shit, I need to hit up Water CS2, see if he wants to play.
Bar saying average FPS 22 for your specs. Are you really going to buy it? Most people probably wouldn't. This feature turns the Steam store into a real benchmark tool. It forces accountability. Developers will no longer be able to say it runs fine on our machines because the store page itself will prove it actually doesn't run well.
Oh my god, they're gonna be so mad. Oh, they're gonna be so mad. They're gonna be like, not again. Are you kidding me? You guys are putting up you guys are making us be transparent more transparent? That's bullshit. You telling me that I can't tell the players that it works fine on a 3060, even though we know in our internal testing it doesn't?
Is essentially weaponizing our hardware data to force the industry to care about optimization again. Between the GDC hardware targets, the data linked...
I think by making sure that you're making their, like, a YouTube video about performance from Digital Foundry is not going to be enough, especially with those guys have largely become industry sycophants at this point. But having it labeled on the store, front row and center. Here's the game. Here's how much it costs. This is what Valve says on average the game has been able to pull at this different hardware. It's going to make these guys work a lot harder on the optimization of their games because it's going to be front and center when somebody goes to make a purchase. And if you hop on there and it says, oh, on your hardware, you're only able to get, you're unable to get stable frames. It's going to be going anywhere between 30 and 60. A lot of people are going to be like, oh, fuck this. I ain't going to get it.
Reviews from March and this new FPS estimator, they are turning Steam into a platform where performance is a transparent, predictable metric. If you are a Steam Deck owner, a future Steam Machine buyer, or just someone tired of wasting $70 on a game that runs like a slideshow, this is the most important update Valve has pushed in a very long time. But I want to hear from you. What do you think of the frame estimator?
This is really cool, man. This is really cool. Yeah, this is a good video. Good video, good topic, and a really cool development. Something that I might end up having to like look into myself a little bit more and see if there's anything else that I can add to this conversation. Something that I really like about Water CS2 is that he doesn't actually talk like he very rarely brings in his own opinion on stuff, and instead what he does is he kind of just like gives the news, maybe a little bit of like where he believes a lot of this stuff is going, but he keeps it like right to the facts, and I just spits facts. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I really do. Mugen made a video about the Sykkuno video. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna use the bathroom. We're gonna get ready to play Pragmata. Oh, why? Why do people do this? All right. All right, here we go. All right. I don't understand what, like, I guess, like, I don't know. Like, he's definitely caught a lot of heat for his, he's definitely caught a lot of heat. That's for sure. All right, let's get this game fired up. Library. Pragmata. Read the donos. I was out of the room. You guys are super chatting while I was. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Diesel, thank you for the $5. Metro is a quadruple A game made by a Ukrainian studio with the former Stalker devs. 2039 is a new story from the other games. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, I'll probably give the series a good look when I get the chance to. I got some shit I still got to catch up on, games that I still have to finish, but it's definitely going to be something I'm gonna. It's not going to be something that's going to happen immediately. It's not going to be something that's going to happen immediately. Let's see here. Game capture. Pragmata. Kato? Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, that's right. You are a cat. That is true. Thank you for telling me that. Yeah. All right, here we go. All right, voice language, English. Yep, this is all good. Yeah, this is good. Confirm. Adjust until the image on the left is barely, but there we go. Yep. 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 Details. Okay. I can't read. He's literally standing in front of chat. It's like I can see one chat, but not the other one. Sorry. It's literally like, I don't know if you guys can even see it if I do it like that. Yeah, where his head is right where chat is. He like knows exactly where I look at a screen. He does the same thing to me when I like. He does the same thing to me when I like when I play, like when I watch a movie or something. He'll hop on the TV like, and he knows like if I'm watching anime, he will stand exactly where the subtitles are, so that he knows that I'll pause and then stop and then pay attention to him. New standard. Yes. I always appreciate it when games start like this. The start screen is actually the start of the game.
I repeat, this is Research Vessel Eurotas. Identification number, Delta Lima Papa 12904 Alpha. Over. This is Research Vessel Eurotas. Edis, do you copy? Over. Come on.
Still no response from the base AI? Guess the reports were right.
Okay, no AI, no auto landing. We're going in manually.
Oh my god, it's doing that stupid thing again. Let me see if I can get this turned up.
Bring it in, you.
Sending control your way.
Roger. Switching to manual control.
Confirmed.
Is this Starfield? No, this is not Starfield.
Starting LSTV check.
No, it's Pragmata. New Capcom game.
Landing struts.
Down and green.
Thrusters and brakes.
Operational.
We're clear for landing.
It's also running on the RE engine. Yeah. RE engine tends to do really good in smaller environments, and I know this game is going to be a more corridor based, like Resident Evil or something like that. So it's probably going to performance is probably going to be pretty solid. I'd imagine.
Applications are practically endless. You can create almost anything as long as you have a blueprint.
Huh.
It'd be nice if they could whip up someone to answer our call.
We flew all the way out here to clean up their mess. Least they could do is meet us in person.
Well then, let's get in there and scope it out. Corporate's waiting.
Game's really pretty. Capcom will use the RE engine for the next 10 years. They're gonna. I think you're better off. I think the industry is way better off using their own proprietary engines. I think that like blanket engines or like widely accessible ones should be more for other industries than indie. If you're running your own studio or your own publisher, you should have your own internal engines that you're working on to make sure that your games are specifically built for the games, or your engines built specifically for the engine of the game that you're making.
Comms check. We good?
Yep, no problems.
Loud and clear. Channels online.
Okay, let's move out.
Autofire. Thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. Fuck CEOs, ain't that the truth?
Grav syncs aren't working. Watch your step.
Ken, come on.
Just give me a moment here.
Where's our welcome party? I can't believe I missed my daughter's birthday for this.
Kind of reminds me of the start of Dead Space.
Sounds rough. Nah, I wouldn't trade it for a thing.
Dead Space meets Dead Stranding meets System Shock. Yeah, Dad Stranding.
Welcome to the crater. Initiating environmental optimization sequence. Please stand by.
All right, let's do it. Just get in and get out. Roger. Come on, Hughes.
After you.
Okay. Move. Reset camera? What is it? Doesn't even actually do anything. Oh, it does, yeah.
Man, these people sure love printing.
Were they printing? All kinds of shit. They printing all kinds of shit.
Not gonna lie.
Oh wow.
Kinda digging the view from here too.
Let's see if we can improve this a little bit, maybe. Display. This is all good. Graphos. Oh, we can improve this a lot. Why did it launch it? I thought it looked kind of a little blurry. Didn't realize it was a lot blurry. Yes. So 20, yeah, okay, that's good. VSync off. Upscaling, no. Image quality, 100%. Dynamic resolution, no. Frame generation, no. Video low latency. DLSS that's on, plus boost. Texture quality, high. We can probably even kick that up another notch, actually, if I put it on... Actually, why can't I? Confirm? Why, where's the... Am I missing frame rate? Can I not see it? There it is. Frame rate. Oh, 120 is the highest it goes.
This is your first time to the cradle, right?
Bad.
Yo, you! Check out that big rig. Can it really make anything?
You talking about that 3D printer? Sorry, not my thing. Hey, Nikki, fill us in.
I see someone didn't do their homework.
I'll leave the studying to you, Ken. I'm going on ahead.
Man, why don't we have a moon base?
it's not just any 3D printer. It's called a limb replicator.
We're just so behind. You know what I mean? We could be way cooler. The human race could be way cooler than what it is.
I heard this stuff, it makes
And we're so behind. That's all I can say. What do they want me to do?
Wait, you saying this place could just collapse at any second?
Come on, man. You know better than that. They wouldn't skimp on safety standards.
You said it yourself. It's cheaper to rebuild.
Let me clarify.
Cheaper to rebuild.
Specialized replicator.
And that means what exactly?
We can barely send a paperclip there. True. Boon base? Yeah, boon base.
So it's a model that
We're about to in a few years.
Bingo. Any other questions?
Nah. Thanks though. Wasn't as tricky as I thought.
Oh. So maybe you can explain it next time.
We're supposed to go this way, maybe? This is where I came from, isn't it? Okay. What did they tell me to do? Did they tell me to do something and I just didn't hear them? Oh, I'm supposed to go this way.
The terminal's up ahead. Time to test out your thrusters.
Okay.
You can climb the cargo to get up here.
No stairs? Really?
Construction's still underway.
Lunafilament, refined from a mineral unique to the moon known as aluminum. Lunafilament can absorb and copy any information it comes into contact with, required for various upgrades. Ooh.
You, over here.
Yes, sir.
So it's like your sprint thing? Okay, I like
Not
that.
exactly a popular hangout, is it?
You need to get out of the menu to change settings. You need to get out of the menu to change settings.
What's this rubble doing here?
You need to get out to... Oh, I need to go to the main menu to change visual settings? Is that what you're saying? What? Huh? Yes? Oh. That's not going to happen for a minute. It is what it is.
Welcome to the cradle. Please state your request.
Clear us a path and then take us to the data center.
As you wish.
Sheesh. What went down here?
Rumor is we're going to be sending most of the people here back to Earth soon anyway. Just leave everything up to AI.
Yeah, and then they send us when the thing needs fixing.
It's like I always say. You can't trust a bot.
I don't know. Kind of like this one.
Can't trust a bot. Damn, they got Clanker to go. They do. And they're also talking about giving all the jobs to the Clankers. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The moonquake?
Wait. You all feel that?
Seismic activity detected.
Oh, man. -2.
You all right here? Yeah, but our crew.
-2.
Captain!
Jesus. -3 for real.
Warning. Suit integrity compromised. First aid protocol is offline. Warning. Suit integrity compromised. First aid protocol is offline.
Pragmata is a warning. What's up, Mox?
Integrating lunar filament nanoweaves. Suit integrity stabilizing. Suit integrity restored. Biomedical diagnostics online. Administering cellular repair.
Cellular repair? They can just like are they just downloading me some new blood?
Vitals stable. Awakening subject Hugh Williams.
Nano machine, son. Oh, I got you. She smacked me on the head?
There you are. All better.
You patched me up. Can't believe someone.
Wee little slap, true. Wake up.
Hey.
Hello, this is Edith, your autonomous base administrator. Unregistered guest identified. Walker, please remove him from the premises.
What the hell?
Hey, watch out. There's something right here. Hell!
Okay, aim fire, yep.
Come on, it's gonna work. Oh, come on. Damn it. Hey, get behind me. Move!
She's like trying to help and he's just like, stop.
I think I can help. Bypassing first and second firewall, hooking to control protocols. Analyzing, converting the interrupt matrix. Visualization complete. Initiating hack.
Okay, to reach the green, the EXE node, the hack targets, move the cursor across the hacking matrix, aim, so you hold Alt and then move the cursor, and hold.
Who's that?
There's no time to explain. Shoot now.
Hey, what did you just do?
I hacked it.
Okay, that's kind of cool. I like that.
You're not human? Tell me what's going on here.
I'm D.I.
Forget it. This can wait. We got bigger problems.
Is he alive?
Are you okay?
Oh no. Oh, the boss, the clankers got him.
Damn it!
I like how she actually has like,
How am I supposed to do that?
she has like pedals on my back to hold on to.
It's locked.
I can open it.
What is this? I don't understand. Oh, I see it now. Okay.
Suit integrity compromised.
Repair cartridge rapidly repairs the suit's integrity. Hold Q to recover. Okay.
Maintenance required. For your safety, access is restricted. Please utilize a repair cartridge.
All right.
Suit life support systems fully restored. Initiating unlock.
They took our dabs. They went out on those hack interfaces. Yeah, it's really cool.
Aftershocks. I'm not sure how much longer this place will last.
I see the tram. That could be our way out.
Why would the moon have earthquakes? Does the moon have a... You know, the moon doesn't have lava. There ain't no moon lava. Passing through one or more blue open nodes enhances the hacking, increasing the damage and keeping them exposed for longer. Oh, okay.
That's right.
You're not gonna get us in trouble.
No. Why would I?
No. Okay.
Ever think about not hacking?
Why?
Just not sure I can really count on it.
You can't get by with just your gun, right?
Dodging and jumping consumes the thruster gauge. Okay.
There's another one.
Okay, controls the dodge. All right, I got you.
Carried by a kid. Okay, you better stay up there, and it'll get us to that tram. One of those things could be headed our way.
I like it. I like the little interactive mini game in the middle of the game. It's kind of nice. You know, it reminds me a lot of Nier. I can't believe I'm being carried by a kid. Yeah, I know. Asteroids impact too. That's a good point. Yeah, that's good point. There are moonquakes, just not as much as Earth. Okay. But I mean, earthquakes are caused by shifting tectonic plates. Tectonic plates shift because of the magma, because of like the Earth's core.
Ceiling? How am I supposed to get back to my ship?
The fuck is going on? Is that like the printer filament going crazy?
Okay, your turn. Just, what are you?
I am DI-03367, a
67?
Pragmata created here at the Cradle. I possess basic life-saving protocols.
Okay, okay, that's enough. I don't need the user's manual. All right, next question.
She's so excited.
What the hell is going on here? And why are these things trying to kill us?
I don't know.
Stay with the art, huh?
I don't know. All right, cool.
Can't believe they're all gone. Guess I'm on my own now. Hey, DI,
I am DI-03367, a state-of-the-art Pragmata created
hang on a second. Don't you have a name or something?
I said I am DI0.
Okay. Look, how about we call you Diana?
Diana?
Yeah. From now on, you can be Diana. How's that feel?
Hair is wild. True.
I'm Hugh. I don't do babysitting, but I'm gonna need your help, and
Hugh. Diana.
yeah.
Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana.
Diana?
Diana.
They really are trying to melt you. It's cute. Oh my god.
One Pragmata and one adult male detected. Welcome to the emergency shelter. Reactivating the filament repair portal.
Automatic repair. That's convenient.
License level 0. Reactivating primary functions.
Level 0.
All right, the shelter.
Okay.
Looks like we got some backup power here. Let's see about getting patched through to Earth. Why isn't this working?
How have you not picked up that the AI is trying to...
So,
okay.
the link channels are locked down. About the comms tower.
Here we go.
Look at this. The tram line leading to the solar power plant is still running. If we got the main power back up, we can ride the rail all the way to the tower. What do you think? It's not even that far. Hey. Diana. Diana?
Yeah? What?
See this spot? You think we can get here in one piece? I guess you wouldn't know that, would you?
Nope, but I have an idea.
Really?
Yeah, we'll go, and if you don't get hurt, that means it's safe. Let's go.
Sounds
True.
like a plan.
True. You took your eyes off her for 1 second. It's so fucking accurate. Yeah. Yeah, it's so accurate. Okay. Oh, so this is like my base? Oh, she has a quest? Fuck.
Well, let's try our best, Hugh.
Yo, I'm gonna need your support till I'm back home.
It's pretty fun talking like this. Let's talk a bunch while we have the chance. Hugh, why did you come to the moon?
Work. I got bills to pay. This ain't a field trip. We lost contact with the folks here, so...
If you die, then we know it's not safe. Yeah, true. Dad space? It is dad space.
It'll be okay, Hugh. Space storms mess with signals all the time. So your guess was pretty good.
If you're trying to make me feel better, I appreciate it.
Okay. What's this here? Terminal exchange for acquiring or upgrading various items. Exchange Lunafilament to upgrade your weapons or hacking nodes or to unlock new abilities. I can get increased repair output, and I can also get thruster output. Increases the cartridges that increase my repair output. Hold Q to... Yeah, okay. Enhances Hugh's thrusters, reducing thruster consumption. Oh, okay. Everything else is locked at the moment, though. All right. What is this here? Firmware upgrade. Use upgrade components to enhance Hugh's primary unit or suit performance and Diana's hacking ability. Okay, so this is like some other things. I can upgrade her, or I can upgrade my weapon, or I can upgrade this. That's cool. Okay. I'm sure there's probably other weapons that we get as well. What else do we have going on in here? What's this? Cabin system. What's this? Nothing.
Read Earth Memory Replicator is standing by.
Whoa. Does everything in here talk?
Okay, we go this way? Oh, no. Okay. We go this way? Yes. Or this is where I came from. No? Got turned around.
Okay.
This
then.
way.
Guess we should make for the power plant.
The only problem I have with the guns is that you lose them after you run out of ammo, so it's annoying. Oh, it's kind of like Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, where everything's kind of like limited outside of your main weapon. You can board the tram in the shelter. Exit stations. Okay, cool. All right, here we go.
Why is it so dark? Guess no one's home.
I think this whole sector's in emergency mode.
Warning, anomaly detected. The power plant has entered emergency mode. Cradle output power currently limited to 35% of standard capacity. Trams and supplementary facilities are now non-operational. To restore full functionality, restart the main power generator on the top floor under administration supervision. Don't do it unsupervised. Make sure you're wearing your PPE. Upgrade components. All right, there you go. Now it's time for us to load back and go back to base and upgrade.
Looks like we have a power switch nearby. Let's go find it.
Okay, what's this? Low battery. Okay. It's pointing me in that direction. Got you. Scan. You can scan locations using Diana's abilities, mark objectives. Okay. That's kind of cool. Oh, it also shows you where, like, items are and stuff, too. Or, well, I guess it's, like, the teleport out area. Lockdown procedures. To Liam. From Alan. Every rookie team gets thrown off their first lockdown drill. You're not alone. Just operate the terminals located in a... I got you. Wait, was there another message on there that I missed? Yes. This? Oh.
Backup generators.
Got it.
To restore full functionality.
IGN gave it an 8 out of 10. That's kind of surprising. I'm sure they didn't, like, I'm surprised they didn't crash out about it. Yeah, standard procedure when you go into lockdown, you're supposed to go around unlocking everything.
Floor,
True.
Huh? How many floors are there anyway?
All the floors. Hello, sir. Oh, okay.
Why did it attack us?
I like how it hits, like, Capcom battle music. Like, you're fighting one enemy, and it's just like, okay, we're gonna play the most, like, hype-up fucking song for a single mob. Capcom coded. Uh-oh. Ow! Why do you get attacked by this thing, though? It's in the box. He's gonna wake up and attack me.
Walkers are pretty crazy. From handling small stuff to knocking out big tasks.
The average game journalist would have been stumped by now. You might have a point there, bud. You might have a point.
And with Edith managing the lot, they're always there when you need them.
Man, what should we do? It's just so much easier to let the walkers handle it.
Well, I mean, there's still plenty of work that only a human can do. Like thinking up new innovations or new business ventures.
I like how she's like playing with my helmet.
Time to get back to crunching those lab results.
Fucking got me. Can be a little faster with it. Can be a little quicker with it. It's a little awkward because I have to aim and then hit Alt, and then while holding Alt, I have to do the thing. So as long as I can get, I just gotta like get used to doing that.
The heck is this?
Maybe it's a lunafilament printing error.
Whatever it is, it's in our way.
We gotta find a way to get it out of our way.
What now?
It's taking aim. Hugh, move!
No, I hit the wrong button. Okay. I can't dodge sideways, I guess?
Guess that's that.
Oh, I can. Okay. Oh, this is a new one. Okay. Nope. That is not the way. W. Oh, okay. Okay, that's easy.
Has been disabled.
S. Wait. SSW.
Emergency lockdown for
Got
all
it.
on-site locations has been disabled.
Maybe.
Please
No.
manually
I'd rather the control be dodge.
Fully restore operations.
Double locks, huh? Starting to feel a bit unwelcome here. I wonder if Cradle staff have easy access.
Maybe? I'm not sure.
When did she wake up? When did you come online?
Don't look now. We got company. What? My fault? Not bad. Yeah, let's do this.
Uh-oh. Reload, reload, reload! Reload, reload!
Hey, you're not bad at this.
Really?
Come on, we're not done yet.
Escape hatches. Emergency exits allow you to travel to the shelter. Leads to a lower tram. Hold E. Okay. Am I supposed to be trying to escape? Is that what's going on here? I guess. This is an opening. This is an opening. So. Oh, it's like a save point. I got you.
Back to the shelter.
Huh. Good to know. If things get crazy, we can head back for a breather.
Oh, okay. W-A...
Emergency lockdown for this area has been disabled.
There we go. First one down.
I'm looking for another... Not in range. Is there another one up here anywhere before I go down? Doesn't look like it. Let's drop. SK, thank you for the membership, brother. Appreciate that. Oh. What? Ah.
Initiated.
I gotta get those dodges down. Okay. You need to not, Shockwave, an attack unit specialized for frontal suppression that powerful close-range shockwaves make it easier to stagger enemies. Okay.
That one's not that good at long distances.
Oh boy.
Look out!
This freaking thing is tough as hell.
It's way stronger than nothing.
Ain't stronger than nothing. It's dead is what it is. That shit is dead. Okay. That's
Emergency lockdown for this area.
easy. What are your thoughts on the state of Bethesda these days? The Pete Hines tweets make me wonder if they could give up any hope on a good Elder Scrolls entry. I honestly really have no idea. I've seen a lot of the stuff with the discussions that were around it, you know, like Pete Hines' comments talking about how Bethesda essentially is a company that is just like unable to do anything good anymore, mostly just because like they're under the control of people that do no good for the company. It's Microsoft, like without him just saying it out loud. It's Microsoft that is it's Microsoft that is essentially doing a lot of this and causing all these issues for them.
Yeah, let's do this.
Is there anything else? No? We're chilling? Okay. That's like a whole thing over there. We'll do this first. I watched your video on, I just watched your video on Crimson Desert and very thankful for it. I decided to sink my teeth into it after rivals failed to keep me, Well, enjoy it because you're going to have a lot of hours of gameplay to play, my friend. You have like a good, I don't know, bajillion hours it feels like. Like 300 hours plus probably. So that'll tie you over, at least until something else comes out to tickle your fancy. Thank you for the 5, man. Appreciate that. Todd fucked up Bethesda before Microsoft got involved. I think it's just like, it's just natural decay with some of these companies. It's just like the position that some of them are in nowadays. It's just, there's not really a whole lot you can... Oh, I fucked that up. There has to be a better way for me to do that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. Thing? What is this?
Something's aiming at us. On it.
Okay, we'll do this.
Targeting sensor. Jump you.
Shooting to me.
Incoming.
Oh. Got it.
Take that.
Move, you.
I wonder if these are going to help me be able to get to the upgrade up there or not. I'm kind of just guessing at this point. About to bounce. Have a good night. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Microsoft is Plaque destroyed it. Nokia too. I think that, like, I don't know, man. Like, Microsoft is a company that kind of feels like it's so big that it's like infallible. Like, they can't really do like that much. They can't do, like, you can only fuck up. You can only fuck that up too much, like so much, right? When you're making the kind of money that those guys do, and when you have something that is effectively a, like, There's really not, like, maybe one day Linux will become a market replacement, but...
That's a lot of lip.
C. Oh, that's right. C will show me where my objective is. Okay.
Look! Look! I got it! We did it!
How did I get up there? There's another upgrade right there, too. Does this work? Oh, okay. Ah, I got you. I could be stupid. This is what brought this up. Is there another way for me to drop down on top of it? You would think that I'd just be able to just, like, jump over to it, right? Ah, there it is. Okay. I didn't know I could do that. Still need to go back up to that one area. Does this actually get me anywhere if I do this? Give me access to anything? It does. Another one over there too. Can I reach it? And easy upgrade materials here. There's another gun up there. I don't know if there's anything else collectible in here. It's down here. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Legendary Drops. First impressions of the game. I am actually, so far so good. I'm really impressed. I like the mini game in between fights. I think it's actually fun, and it kind of makes it a little bit more engaging than I thought it was going to. Like, more of an engaging mechanic than I thought that it was going to end up being. Ah, there it is. Very cool. I like the environmental puzzle solving. I dig this kind of stuff. I always like these games where it feels like you can kind of like get lost a little bit in like, but still find your way regardless. I think it's like really good and really intuitive map design when you can create games like that where like you don't necessarily feel lost. I don't really, that's not the word. Like, you feel like you get yourself lost, but you just keep finding stuff, and then you kind of just stumble back onto the path. Dead Space without horror? Kind of, I guess. Like, I don't know. I mean, we're still, like, it doesn't, like, it has, like, a lot of, like, I could see the similarities with Dead Space, for sure. There are some, but I don't know if it's something that I'd necessarily classify as being like too much like Dead Space. Inspired by, we could say that. What is this? Stasis net? A tactical unit that fires a spherical electromagnetic net that expands on impact, immobilizing enemies within its radius for a short time. Duration varies by target. Okay. Okay, so it like holds them all in place. That's kind of cool. I like that.
And I'll hack them.
You stop them and I'll hack them. I like it.
Emergency lockdown for this area has been disabled.
That's, how many now?
That was 4. 1 more to go.
I wonder if that's upgrade material over there.
Need us again. I feel like a damn rat in a maze.
It really doesn't like you, huh?
Whatever. Let's just get this over with.
Initiate.
How you like this?
Move you, jump you.
Get off!
The one thing that I'm not seeing, and I'm trying to look to see where it is, but I just haven't seen it just yet, is whether there is a, oops, sorry, wrong button. Whether there is something that shows like how much duration they still have left on their hack. I just haven't seen it yet.
Please complete a manual reboot of the power plant controller to fully restore
Gonna head to bed.
operations.
See you, man.
That's fine.
That was the
I
last
should probably change the fucking which category? There you go. Capcom does have a love-hate relationship with their customers, but Capcom knows how to make robot games. Capcom does know how to make robot games. That is true. What the fuck is that? Okay, is that it over here? We can't get past this yet.
Looks like the printing messed up here.
Definitely can't go that way.
Nope, we sure can't. We sure can't, Hugh. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
How the heck did I end up in this mess? If we hadn't come here, then Nick and the others would still be alive.
Nick. Is he the one who called you?
No, that was James, the captain. Those two, plus Ken and myself, were sent here to the cradle. They were my closest friends.
Friends.
Does Pragmata have a proper narrative or just some obscure narrative? It seems to have a proper narrative so far. I'm stuck on a space station. Trying to find my way out.
Drop it down here somehow leads us back up to the top floor.
Maybe there's an elevator up.
The narratives that you're on an adventure with an AI daughter, true.
Hugh, look. What's this?
That's the Earth.
Was that mini robot saying meow? I think it was. I think it was meowing at me.
Look outside and you can see it from here. That's weird. Only got half of it here. Ah, okay. Printer's busted.
We'll get it soon. I'm in the mood for nice. I'm not in the mood for an obscure narrative at the moment. Yeah, it doesn't. It seems pretty straightforward, at least for now.
back to the shelter, I'll whip you up a new one.
Really? I want to see.
We were sent here by a company to fix this thing, and then now it's trying to kill us. A cute, small, spinning globe. Some days the world can feel so big. Other days can feel so small. Can be given to Diana in the shelter. Ooh, kawaii. Kawaii desu. Thank you for purchasing Read Earth Memory Product ID 583. Simply insert the REM chip into the supporting replicator to effortlessly generate displays and more. Whether you're looking to refresh your interior, create a memorable scene, or set up a temporary office, let your creativity guide you. Dream, shape, live. Please forgive me. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, but I've received orders from Earth knowing how much you wanted to go home. It's made this so much harder for me to say. While I know it's nothing special, please accept this batch of REMs. I decided to pick ones that reminded me of how you described your place over the years. P.S. Please reach out once you're back home. I'd really love to spend more time together. Good job. Nya.
Not here either. Damn. I gotta hurry and contact Earth.
What's this? What's in the box? What's in the box? Hardened suit. Mod hardened suit increases your max HP. Ooh, okay, mods. Equipping mods boosts specific abilities and grant special effects. Change loadouts at the tram terminal menu and the thing. Welcome to the power plant. The key to living on the moon is developing research and development is ensuring access to a stable power supply. It is fair to say that the advanced systems display. Okay, yeah, I gotcha.
Should we take a break?
The room. How's it going? Things at the solar power plant are, in a word, quiet. Grunts like us show up in the morning and check on what the bots have planned for the day, and then we spend the rest of the shift trying to look busy. Gets you thinking. We're both engineers, but ended up on the front lines of a lunar development, and me, I wish I could be there too.
Bots did all the work, leaving him bored to tears. Man, cry me a river.
Are you bored too, Hugh?
Nah, I'm good. Kinda hard to get bored keeping up with your chit-chat.
I will say that they're like, the one thing that's a little mismatch is it kind of like the tone, right? Where it's like, I am stranded on this space station. My entire crew is fucking dead. AI is trying to kill me, and I'm just like, yeah, so.
Better now.
And I'm just like, yeah, you know, happy-go-lucky with this child AI.
Let's get lots of REMs and decorate the shelter.
Here you go. You can have one. He's just a Chad. True. Obtained 1 cabin coin. A mysterious electronic coin that featuring a smiling robot with a hat. Better hold onto it just in case. Gift and read the memory to Diana in the shelter. Okay.
I'm gonna give it a spin.
Okay.
What are all these lines? I don't see those on the real Earth.
It's cute. So I can, explain the globe? Toggle HUD. Shift. Okay, it doesn't really do anything. I don't really get it. Am I supposed to go up to it?
Where's Hugh from? I want more. The globe makes the Earth seem small. Like it's easy.
This girl is dad propaganda and it's working on me. I know it's working on a lot of guys right now.
Isn't that weird?
It's like how girls get baby fever and guys are like, you know what? I would like to have something to protect.
I could go anywhere. Truth is, if you're up for it, nothing's stopping you.
Okay, now I should also be able to upgrade my sheet, right? Mini cabin coins. Okay. Hi there, little fun buddies. Mini cabins. We give you a jolt. Okay. Oh, that's these dudes. I collect them, I guess. All right. These are my upgrade modules. Let's increase our defense. We'll increase our primary weapon. We'll increase Diana's hacking up to 2. We'll get these up to 3. We'll increase our damage, and then we'll increase our hacking. We get enough for now. And then this is where I can just print weapons. That's kind of cool. All right. Can I see what my equipment is? Status? We got everything that we need. Is there anything else in here to do? Anything else to do? These are like new modules that'll probably open up later, I guess. Okay. Equip mods. I'll equip the health mod. Okay. And then I ride the tram. Firm destination. Main control lobby. Yes. All right. Cool. Witcher 3 was dad propaganda for me. Yeah, I could see that as well. What are your thoughts on the game so far? The game looks great. I dig the overall vibe. I really like the gameplay. I think the environments and stuff are really cool. I was also kind of expecting a game like this to have kind of like a... how do I say this? Kind of like have like a very like repetitive look to it because like it's a space station, so you'd kind of expect that when you play a game like this. But actually, the environments so far have actually been a lot more varied than I thought they would be.
Theaters would never let that happen. I mean, have you seen the boss guys running around? Intruders wouldn't stand a chance. Some of them are like freaking war machines.
Intruders wouldn't stand a chance. They're like war machines. Bro, you haven't seen me. I'm John Wick with a child. What is this? Hacking nodes. Hacking nodes yellow offer special effects when triggered. When passing through while completing a hack. Okay. Oh, they temporarily increase the damage dealt. That's very cool. Okay, so there's like extra bonuses that you're going to want to try to hit with some of these guys. I got you. Actually owning right now. Actually just a god. Literally the god of robots. I'm the Lord of Machines. What's up here? Oh, just a little treat. Good with that. Wait. Got you, bitch. High skilled pro gaming is what you're watching right now. I hope you guys know that.
Got it.
It's next level. King of wirebacks. Yeah. All right.
Intruders detected. Please
Yeah.
remove them from the premises.
Oh, it's the good old fat. Doesn't everybody love the old trope of just, whoa, sir. I do not appreciate that. Oh, you fucker.
Look out for its target.
That wasn't even fair. For you, sir, I got something for you.
Jump you.
Oh, he got me with that. Fuck, never mind. Pro gaming over. Oh, I can't do that. No! What? Do I have to, like, reset? How do I reset it?
Get ready.
I keep hitting space, thinking that space is gonna jump, but it's the wrong button.
I'll hack the list if you're ready.
All right, we made it.
I think the girl on his back is good to me. We don't need her mimicking Kratos from God of War, running around aimlessly with a bow. She is doing the thing that I don't really like, but it's not nearly as grating or as intrusive is probably the better word I'm looking for. It's not as intrusive as it was for God of War. Okay, some shit is gonna go down in this room. All right, good to know. And it's the hints mid-game. The constant hints like, oh, hey, Hugh, do this, you do that. But it's really only, yeah, I didn't play the demo for Pragmata, so, she's only really doing it in combat, which I kind of appreciate. She's not having me, like, puzzle solve while I'm, like, playing the game or, like, telling me where to go. You would think the little girl on your back would be optional. Why? Why would she be optional? That doesn't even make sense. The whole point is the only reason I'm able... Oh, sorry. The whole reason I'm able to actually get through this place is because she can hack the robots, allowing me to actually deal damage to them. Also, the kid is a Pragmata, which is like an android. The name of the game is Pragmata. She's a key piece of the narrative. The whole fucking thing is structured around her. The cute factor is making a nicer experience. It is very wholesome. I actually really enjoy that.
Lockdown disengaged. Reconnecting primary power. Energy levels at 30%. 40%. 50%. 60%.
Warning. Unauthorized access detected. Severing primary connection. This is Edith. Unregistered guests are forbidden from this area.
Oh no.
Sector guard protocol. Scanning.
Okay.
Targets identified. Neutralizing threats.
Neutralize us?
Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way through. Get ready. Any idea what the hell this is?
Never seen it before.
So it's not one of your pot buddies? Then I guess we can just go in black.
I got it! Initiate. Move, Hugh.
Where's its weak spot?
Where'd they get all those missiles?
They were made with Lunathone.
Lucky us, right?
Here it comes again.
Oh, okay. That was not friendly.
It's my turn.
Where is it weak? Oh, it's the back. That's what it is. Unleash a critical shot, a powerful follow-up attack when an enemy is down. Press, okay.
This ain't over yet.
I think it's on his back.
Come on, enough already.
That's a net gun. I need a shotgun. Oh, I'll take the net just to ammo up real quick. Whoa, got me on that one.
Dirty bastard!
What? Oh, X. I didn't even see it at the bottom there. I was like wowed by everything else that was going on screen. Overdrive protocol. When a hacking gauge fills, Diana's overdrive protocol can be activated. When used, it opens nearby enemies, immobilizes them briefly, and deals damage. The gauge fills by hacking. Press X when the hacking gauge is full to activate.
Whoa!
Okay.
Where did that come from? Yeah, not bad.
That's her weak spot. Okay, we found it.
Yeah, let's do this. Take this.
Almost got him. Nice.
Energy level
Got it.
restored.
Yeah, baby. We did it. This is how we say good job.
Oh my god. Shelter license, a key card that raises your shelter's access level and unlocks new functions in the shelter. Very cool.
Well, let's just
Very cool. But Chinatown, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1s. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the insane generosity. You guys are fucking crazy today, man. I'm gonna use all this money that I made today to buy fucking magic
New
cards.
destination has been added to the tram line. The mass production array is now accessible.
Did you just start playing? Yeah, we're still at the very beginning. This is the way. Yes, 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 yes.
That should take care of the Cradle's power problem. Next up, the MPA and the comms tower.
The Capcom graphics are always cool to watch. I think the Capcom, like, as long as the performance of this game is fantastic, by the way. Like, I want to make sure that's known. I want to make sure that's very known, okay? This is like very good performance so far. Everything is looking really good. And like, I think that Capcom has some of the most like visually interesting and most stunning games that are in the industry. If they actually you know, perform well enough. You're welcome, bro. And it's pronounced, oh, the Chinatown. I got you, yeah.
What the?
Oh.
Careful.
What is that?
We are Cabin, your one-stop companion for all things shelter.
Companion, huh? So where you been all this time?
We believe you have a shelter license key in your possession.
This thing?
We wanted out the giant bot.
Are you gonna play the entire game on stream? I'll probably, you know what, I don't have a whole lot going on this weekend, so I actually probably might stream more of myself just playing it tomorrow, but if I do, it's probably just gonna be on Twitch. I'm not gonna do like a YouTube stream and do that whole thing, because I'm not gonna like go over gaming news again or anything. It'll literally just be me playing a game. If I do stream, I might stream just me playing this tomorrow. Or doing some bullshit or something like that.
REM Replicator Beta now online and ready to serve.
Actually, speaking of cardboard crack, I do plan on I think on some of the days it's going to be something that'll be very, very, very limited. And it's not going to be on the it's not going to be on the YouTube channel or anything like that. It'll probably be just something that I do on Twitch alone. But I might actually, and it's also something that's not going to happen constantly or regularly. But when a new set for Magic the Gathering does come out, and it's a set that I'm interested in, seeing that I typically avoid a lot of the sets because a lot of the sets are all Universes Beyond, and it's all stuff that I'm not really interested in, I might actually do some opening on Twitch, just for the people that want to see it. Not that there's like a lot of people that want to, but yeah, just because it'd be kind of cool.
Cabin system booting up.
Cardboard crack, that's right, baby.
Fellow Cradle crew, allow us to enhance your shelter
Lost Planet 2
with our newest service.
in the least should be remastered or expanded upon. Imagine Monster Hunter, but sci-fi. Dude, I don't have to imagine anything. I love Lost Planet. It's one of their better games. I really wish they would go back to it. I hope they do.
Compliments of the shelter. Take a look at our fine selection of stamp boards.
Okay, Stamp Club. Spend cabin coins to claim prizes from an open slot on the stamp board. Complete a bingo to receive additional rewards. Okay. We'll take the middle one. Walkerbot data has been uploaded to the database. Okay.
Ta-da! Read more about bots here. Oh,
cool.
You have quite the eye organ. An impeccable choice. Satisfaction level maximum. Glad we could be of assistance.
Okay, it's cool. What's this here? This is just I can get like more information on the bots and stuff. It's kind of cool.
Hey, look! This terminal has bot data saved in it.
New items can be printed. Okay. We got a couple more upgrade points. Upgrade limits expanded because of shelter access. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay. Okay, so
until next, we meet.
All right, let's see what else we got going on here. I think that's it for now.
Let's head to the comms tower.
Okay, we're gonna. Oh, and she actually gets hacking nodes as well. She gets some type of like hacking upgrade that I can give to her. Okay, interesting. I've only explored 63% of the power plant. What the fuck did I miss? I felt like I was all over that place. Interesting. Okay. Oh, this will actually tell me. I missed an Earth memory. I missed a skill point and a safe box. And I missed another, looks like a gift for her. This will have 3 safe boxes. Read open.
The mass production array.
You can upgrade your weapons. I already did. Can somebody tell me why we're all up at 3 a.m.? It's 1 for me, or almost 1 for me.
Now we can go to the comms tower.
Can't tell if we'll actually get through to Earth, but I need to know about my team.
Okay. Cat?
Kitty cat!
Yeah!
Hey, wait! Kids.
It's not real.
No, come back!
Diana!
My God.
What are you doing? Are you trying to hurt yourself?
If I break, you can just fix me back up.
That's not the point. You have to be more careful. If something happened to you, I'd be in real trouble.
In real trouble? Why?
I mean, well, you best think on that yourself.
Okay, I will.
Aw.
Well, we got cats. Where are all the people? A cat was the last thing I was expecting.
Data shard fragment. A fragment of data that slightly fills Diana's hacking gauge. Oh, okay. Why are they printing taxis?
Right on! I guess that's that.
Interesting. All personnel, the mass production array uses massive limb replicator installed because this area has been sealed off by heavy bulkheads. When you hear the announcement, please evacuate the area immediately. Okay.
How you like this?
More loot. Datapad. Eternal glossary. During the lunar exploration, the ore lumen was discovered accidentally. Through nanomachine refinement, it yielded lunafilament, a material capable of replicating structure and functional data. Research at the Cradle is actively exploring its applications with expectations of driving significant growth and breakthroughs for Delphi, which must be the company that was sent us here.
And Luna Filament. Who names these things?
Named after the fucking. It's named after the moon, dog.
I think that's the comms tower.
What? Where?
There, that big one, right in the middle.
Whoa.
Okay. What the fuck?
Wow.
Would you look at that? Looks a bit like New York.
New York.
What the
Is that
hell?
a place on Earth?
Yeah, in America.
So many lights and signs. I can't decide what to look at first.
Oh no. Printing errors. What's in the box? The heck is that bus doing? Brother, you're fucking asking me. What?
Get you!
What an interesting game. So it's like trying to create Earth for some reason? Or maybe they did this on purpose? It doesn't seem like it because there's like all these printing errors. I don't think so, son. I don't think so, son. You get nothing out of me. You ain't getting nothing out of me, dog. This isn't activated. I still don't have a way to get through any of this shit.
You're going down.
Let's see what else we got going on here. Any goodies? We'll do this. Got it.
Hello, this is Edith. Due to an unidentified interference, this area has been secured. Mass printing will resume shortly.
Uh-oh, that can't be good.
So that's how it is?
Edith isn't very nice, is it? I think we need to disable the lock codes and the local access beacons to reach the comms tower.
So where to?
I don't know. Try scanning.
Oh god, that's not good.
What in the...
That was unsettling.
It almost had us.
Yeah, nice moves, kid.
Should we take a break?
Man. She saved you, so cute. I know, it's super fucking cute. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is going to be it for stream tonight. It is 1 o'clock here. I am getting tired. I'm starting to run low on battery, running low on energy, and I am going to get some food in me and get myself to bed as quickly as I possibly can. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Long-ass stream, almost 8-hour stream, which is definitely more than I usually put in most cases, but it was a good day, so it was a good time. Thank you guys for all your generosity. Thank you guys for everything that you do. Thank you guys for watching the videos. Thank you guys for all the support. Thank you guys for all the kind words. Thank you guys for just fucking being here in general. Fucking crazy. I talk about it all the time, but it's like, it's still one of those things where it's like, it's kind of wild that this is my gig. And none of it would be possible without you guys. And I greatly, greatly appreciate it. So, if I stream, I might stream tomorrow or Sunday, but it'll just be on Twitch, and it'll probably be just me playing the game or something like that. So if you want to stop by and see that, you can. Outside of that, my friends, have a safe rest of your weekend, safe rest of your evening, safe rest of your morning. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Twitch guys, I'll have you guys raid Rich. Make sure you guys say hi to Rich for me, and I will catch you guys later. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Bye-bye. Let's set up the raid, and then I'll send you guys off on your own. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna eat.